What's going on, everybody? Back again for another conversation to be had today. We got another tough conversation to have because of Osihmen and speaking up about the Napoli fallout recently in the last couple days. Haven't had the time to go over everything in the last few days. So yesterday, when I got home from work, I did my research and everything else. And yeah, we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the situation in the Champions League and how everything's looking up. Big ups here, bro. Big ups here. Appreciate you stopping by every single time, bro. Appreciate it. So yeah, let's just jump right into this because this is a thing that's going on right now with the drama between Victor Osihmen and Napoli. So let's start from the beginning. Victor Osihmen, if you look at the interview that he did with Colin Udo, Colin Udo is is a guy that works for ESPN. He primarily is the guy who covers a lot of the African tournaments like AFCON, some of the leagues across Africa, scouting African players in different leagues. He's really the guy to know on African players inside the ESPN world. And he put out a interview that he had with Victor Osihmen talking about that Osihmen had said that Napoli treated me like a dog and blocked the move to Juve. Now, again, the situation is that pick up everybody. Inter did get called. We're going to touch on it. Pick up everybody in the chat. Abdul, my guy, appreciate you stopping by for the conversation again. Chronic, my guy, big up, man, big up. But yeah, let's get into this. So Victor Osihmen had said that Napoli treated him like a dog, and that the club, in particular, more in the club, particular way more than the fans, had subjected him to racial insults. Now, for those that don't know, the season after Napoli won the Scudetto in the 22-23 season, and there was a lot of talk that after the season that Osihmen was going to leave. For those that don't know, Osihmen, up until the season that we won the Scudetto, was a very controversial figure in Napoli because he is the biggest purchase in the club's history, yet there was a lot of things that were constantly going on with him that was starting to make it seem like, was he a waste of money? Now, for those that don't know, Osihmen barely played the first season with Napoli between getting a massive injury, catching COVID during the time when everybody was still trying to figure out what the hell was going on with all that. The following season, again, inconsistency and injuries. The following season after that, the first season with Spalletti, which was the 21-22 season. It was a big what-if season because the old guard of Dries Mertens, Insigne, Koulibaly were dragging the team along, and many thought that age caught up with this team, and they fell away. Many people who cover the Serie A or who watch the Serie A would tell you Napoli and Inter gave the season away for Milan to win that year. Yes, Rafael Leao had the best year of his career as a player in the Serie A. However, everybody will tell you across the board that Napoli and Inter should have won the league. And Inter on paper from the beginning should have won the league. However, that didn't happen. The following season, Napoli get over the hump. Victor Osihmen, Kvaratskhelia, the two main guys that powered the offense in the great offensive play that we saw that season under Napoli, took the league by storm and ended up winning the Scudetto with Luciano Spalletti. Osihmen was dubbed the hero, as well as Kvaratskhelia. For those, if you had never been to Napoli, there were murals painted all over the city for Vara and Osihmen, and they were looked at, even to this day, still as gods. Because if you win in Napoli, you go down in history because of that's how our club is. Big up Wahaha, my guy. My guy. Appreciate you stopping by for the conversation. So what happens the following season? Well, De Laurentiis, in controversial fashion, as we now know, and as we've seen, made a controversial decision to get rid of Luciano Spalletti, brought in Rudy Garcia, and set the precedent for the worst title defense in Serie A history, or one of. And in particular, there was a game, and I'm not remembering the team for some reason. I think it might have been a Coppa Italia game that we went out early. But Victor Osihmen put a penalty well wide. And stemming off of the fact that there was a lot of talk that Osihmen was going to leave after Napoli won the Scudetto. Sorry about that. The Napoli won the Scudetto because of the fact that his price tag and everything had risen. Because let's remember something. Osihmen cost Napoli 70 million euros when he came. Napoli was trying to get more money back for him, and there was talks about him going for 100 million. Where would he go? He was looking at the Premier League, all this, and blah, blah, blah. Aurelio De Laurentiis, who, be very clear here, nothing happens at Napoli without his okay. He rules the club with an iron fist, always has. And for better or for worse, he is the reason why, how he runs the club to why we have turned into a much more successful club since his purchase in 2004 and turning us around from a bankrupt team. However, Aurelio De Laurentiis made a terrible mistake and a shameful mistake in somebody putting out on TikTok a video making fun of Victor Osihmen after the penalty miss. And basically at the time, this is when Osihmen had the blonde hair highlights in his hair, and basically tried to refer to Victor Osihmen as a coconut head. Now, I don't need to get into dirty details, but we all know that is racial insinuations there. Let's just be honest here. And the fact of the matter is that it is unacceptable and inexcusable for an ownership, especially for Napoli, even more so than a lot of other teams, that when you come from the systemic problem that goes on in Italy against the Southerners, and you look at the history of how the chips and the decks are stacked against the Southerners, it comes off distasteful. And even more so, historically, again, as I said in the Pestriani video, it makes you look even dumber because you don't know your history. Again, the biggest reason why the north of Italy hates the south of Italy is because of colorism. Whether they'll ever admit it or not, whether Southerners will ever admit it or not, it is because of the history of Italy that we, as the Southerners, mostly from the Campania region further south, our heritage is mixed with African blood. And the situation at the end of the day is, if you are going to grow as a team, racial undertones to make fun of a player or to make a player uncomfortable to force them out to cash in on them is an absolute fucking disgrace. And I want to applaud Victor Osihmen for coming out and saying this and setting the record straight, because for those who don't know, after that came out, Osihmen deleted all the pictures of him in a Napoli jersey. And he even came out and said in this interview that it hurt him so much because, as somebody who has raised his child in Napoli through his years, he had said in the interview that his child is more Neapolitan than Nigerian. And For someone to come out and say that he embraced and jumped in, and with the fans embracing you, it's an absolute disgrace and shambles that the ownership of Napoli had the okay to do that. And again, we keep it straight on this channel over here. Okay? Even though I'm a Napoli fan and I support the team, I'm going to call you out when you fuck up, whether it's on the field, off the field. Does not matter. You have to keep the same energy across the board. And as a club that wants to build, and even more so through the last few years, it is an absolute disgraceful situation to do that to Victor Osihmen, especially when you consider that him and Zambo Anguissa and many players throughout our recent history, a lot of our good players have been African players. Kalidou Koulibaly is probably our greatest defender that we've had since Ciro Ferrara. You know, and a lot of other people, what makes the situation even worse is, for those that don't know, Victor Osihmen made a call up to Kalidou Koulibaly before he made the transfer to Napoli, because Koulibaly was subject to racist chants against Verona. And a lot of people don't know this story, but the Napoli ultras that made the trip to Verona did a little bit of violence in the city of Verona against the ultras for making those racial chants against Koulibaly. Osihmen came the following season, and he called up Koulibaly to ask how it is in Napoli before he makes the decision, because of the exact same thing, that Osihmen did not want to be subjected to racial insults or racial injustice of any kind of sort. And Koulibaly told him that, no, you can come to Napoli. They will never cause you a problem in that way. Napoli will embrace you. He goes, the rest of Italy at certain times could be a problem, but as far as making Napoli your home, they will never give you that problem. And the fact that Koulibaly said that to bring a guy who was, again, one of the two most important people to take us to win our first Scudetto since the days of Diego Maradona after 33 years, for him to be able to do that, for Koulibaly to put his neck out on the line, and then for De Laurentiis to turn around and do what he did to Victor Osihmen is an absolute fucking disgrace. And for me, this is why I need to come out here and say this, because at the end of the day, that is a problem and it needs to be stamped out across the board. And the fact that De Laurentiis allowed that video to come out, because again, as I said, De Laurentiis rules Napoli with an iron fist. And nothing happens at that club without him knowing. And the fact that you cleared that to happen is absolute bullshit. Okay? Romelu Lukaku, black player, African descent. Yes, he plays for Belgium, but is now going to go down as a Napoli legend because he got us to win a Scudetto. Zambo Anguissa, 2 Scudettos. Koulibaly, multiple Coppa Italias. One of the best defenders in the world at the time when he was with us. It's a slap into the face to the great black players that we have had recently that have given everything for the badge to win trophies and to elevate this team from where it was bankrupt in 2004 to where it is now. And De Laurentiis, you need to have a coming to Jesus moment, because again, as I say, learn the lineage of the area. Our food, our dance, some of our dialect, it comes from African influence. Whether you like it or not, Neapolitans in the south of Italy as a whole has black lineage to all of our culture and all of our different ways of how we speak, how we dance, our cooking, and other traditions have African influence in it. So you need to educate yourself, De Laurentiis. It is absolutely stupid and it's intolerable. And it goes up bigger to the fact to why ownerships cannot be doing this. If you're serious about trying to take Napoli to the next level, you need to stop this petty bullshit, especially with something like that. And it needed to be called out. And I'm happy that Victor Osihmen came out and said that. Now, the other part of the interview where he goes into talking about he was upset that Napoli blocked the move to Juventus. Brother, I'm not giving Napoli any way out for the racial undertones and the racial insults they gave you. But them blocking you from going to Juventus, I think, isn't that far-fetched of a situation. Whether you had a gentleman's agreement or not, them blocking you to go to Juventus, it is what it is. Because again, we've seen what's happened with us recently, and throughout our history, our best players going to Juventus, De Laurentiis is trying to stop that. Again, there is no getting away from the fact that you do not deserve any racial insults at all. Fuck just being a Napoli player. At all, you don't deserve it. But trying to go to Juventus when you saw the fallout with what happened with Higuain and everything else, it doesn't deserve anything as far as the racial side, but I find it a little hard to believe that you would see it weird that Napoli would stop you from going to Juventus. Again, they did try to force you out with that racial video. You didn't deserve it because, again, for me and for majority of Napoli fans, you are a legend for us. And we're always going to support and love you because of what you did for ending that drought for the Scudetto. But to try to force a move to Juventus at that time, it is what it is. It is what it is. They weren't going to allow you to go to Juventus because it's our biggest rival. And again, not letting you go to Juventus whether you wanted to play for Juventus or not, that's on you. Yes, they did you wrong by creating a racial undertone on trying to call you a coconut head on that video. And it is completely wrong, and it shouldn't have happened. You should have went out with dignity as being a top Napoli player and a legend, because you are a legend of this club. Whether anybody wants to admit it or not, you are a legend of this club. But to go to Juventus as a direct rival, come on, you know the history. But like I said, history or not, you shouldn't have been fucked over, especially on a racial undertone video from TikTok. You didn't deserve that. Nobody deserves that, let alone just football players. Nobody who's black deserves that, and nobody in general deserves racial undertone or prejudice undertone in any type of video. So I just wanted to get out here and clear the air that Osihmen, I am very happy that you came out and that you spoke on it and that you talked about it. And like I said, you are a legend forever and ever. You will always be a legend. You and Varashelia ended the drought for us for 33 years. We shut the city down for a week to party because of how great it was for us to finally get over the hump. However, and I'm not excusing Napoli saying anything racial, because it's not an excuse for any fucking club to do that. However, you trying to push a move to Juve, it is what it is. And we're going to leave it at that. Now, present day, you were brought into an interview in the last 48 hours that Fabrizio Romano showed, and you were back to talking about going to Juventus again. It is what it is. If you decide to go to Juventus, that's on you. However, for me, even though you go to Juventus after Galatasaray, it is what it is at that. I still will not hold anything against you for going to Juventus from Galatasaray. But to leave Napoli to go directly to Galatasaray is an issue from the fan base. And you know that, and I think the people around you would know that as well. However, for me, you are always going to be a legend of my club. And the fact at the end of the day is that you ended that drought for us. And I, as a Napoli fan, want to sincerely apologize to you for the stupidity of De Laurentiis even putting that fucking video out there. Because we all know in the present day, there's ways to use agents, social media, and everything else to help get a player a move. But there's no need to go down any type of racial undertone to try to force a player out to make money. It's absolute bullshit. And I want to big up Osihmen for being honest about the situation with what happened. And I want to say that you did not deserve that. And I'm sincerely sorry that the higher ups at my club did that to you, and that you don't do that. And once again, as I said, you are a legend of the club. I just wanted to get that out of the way. And again, to go off further off that and just of what I said on the Pestriani video, this shit in general needs to stop. Not alone just in sports, but just in life in general. There's no need for this shit. It's 2026. Every day you walk down the street of any major city or even just anywhere, there's people intermixing all the time. It needs to stop. People are people. Whether you had a bad experience with one person from one group, again, you don't judge a book by the cover, and you don't paint an entire people with one broad stroke. There are good people in every single group of people, and there's bad people in every single group of people, whether we all like it or not. I'm Italian. You know how many shithead fucking Italians I know that I can't stand? It is what it is with that. But all this racial shit has got to stop. It's got to fucking stop. And like I said, I'm man enough to call out my club for fucking up. So, and it's just a disgrace that we still have to have these conversations. Yeah, no, he didn't. Big up Zero every single time, man. I appreciate you always stopping by. Look at all the guys are in here. Big up Doc. Big up Doc. Big up Godfrey. Big up on my I'm good, bro. I'm good, bro. I'm doing real good. Ozzy, my guy, man. My guy. My guy. Ozzy, if you're still in the chat, I'm going to put the link in the chat. So anybody who wants to hop on to have a little football discussion and talk some Champions League ball and just everything in general, you're more than welcome to hop on, bro. Ah, bolognese with gnocchi today. Beautiful. Wahaha. That's beautiful. Big up, Ryan. Always appreciate you stopping by, my guy. Always appreciate you stopping by. Yeah, Juve is a direct rival. It's it is what it is. Again, even if he wanted to go to Juventus, again, it does not still mean that what happened should have happened with the stupid TikTok video trying to call him a coconut head and all that other shit. No player deserves to be ostracized like that because of race. No player deserves that. And no player deserves to be embarrassed by the ownership because they're just trying to make money on you either. It needs to be done civil. It's absolutely ridiculous that this shit goes on. Big up my guy. My guy. My guy. Shane Gooner. My guy. Everybody, if you haven't, anybody who's in the chat that hasn't subscribed to this guy, you need to subscribe to him. Shane Gooner is one of the best out there for putting out content. He's got the best show in the morning on YouTube when it comes to the Full Irish Breakfast. And maybe I'm a little biased because I get to hop on the show with the greats that is Jez, Kenny Ken, DJ B, Taryn, and Shane himself. But for me, the off-topic show is the best show on YouTube just because we get to talk about the history of this great sport and everybody gets to learn more from, obviously, everybody gets to learn from the encyclopedia Kenny Ken, but everybody gets to learn something from everybody across the board. And for me, Shane is putting out some of the best content there is out there on YouTube. So if you haven't liked or subscribed, please go like videos and subscribe to Shane Gooner. He is the fucking man. He is that guy. He is that guy. Yeah. Bodo Glint looks good, man. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it because Inter absolutely fell apart. Inter absolutely fell apart. But you know what, at the same time is the fact that the thing with Inter is I think this is the coming end of a cycle for them. Yes, they do have some younger kids, but there's a lot of older players on their team, and there's players that need to be moved on. And especially after watching the game tonight, there's a lot of players that I think can't be asked to be at Inter anymore. And I think with the rumors of Dejan Stankovic's son being called back on a buyback from Club Brugge, and the fact that they are getting these younger players to be playing more, I think Inter is about to go through a rejuvenation, and they're going to be selling some players to change up that lineup. I think at the end of the day, they are going to need some serious changes that are going to be made. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry, they had to go take care of some work stuff. Look at this. Look at all the legends in the chat. Look at all the Abjeet, my guy. Prom, my guy. My guy. Darren, all the legends are in the building again today. All the legends. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Bodo Glint, listen, man, Bodo Glint is no joke. That kid Haug, I remember him when he was at AC Milan as a youngster. He was a baller then. He was tearing shit up. I think Haug was on the I think Haug was on the AC Milan team that won the Scudet. The young kid that is on Jans Petter Haug. He's a good player, man. He's a little bit older. He's 26, but he was good with AC Milan. Yeah, he did win. Yeah, because now that I'm thinking about it, he was with Milan for 2 years and he left to go to Frankfurt in 22. So he was definitely there for the Scudet season. So no, that kid Haug is good, man. They got some good freaking players on that Bodo Glimt team. They're a good unit. They play well as a team. You know what? It's always good to see one of the smaller teams get a little run in the Champions League. And you know what? I hope Galatasaray smoke Juventus tomorrow again. That would just be absolutely fantastic. Tony Claude, my guy. Appreciate you stopping by for the conversation today, bro. Appreciate you stopping by. Jay Lux, my guy. Everybody stopping in today. But no, let's get into this whole situation with the Champions League. Obviously, Atletico Madrid at home smoked Bruges 4-1. Newcastle and Karabag went 3-2, 12 goals total across the two legs. Absolute sensational draw for a person who's in the middle and just wants to see football being played. Bodo Glimt getting over Inter 5-2 on aggregate. Leverkusen stinking out 0-0 against Olympiacos to get into the next round. I mean, overall, what I would take from the first game today is this. I think Newcastle is doing similar to what we saw with Aston Villa last year. They're going to take the Champions League serious because they're trying to chase European football. And if they don't get European football, they're going to need the money. They're going to need the money to suffice. Obviously, there's a lot of changes talking about. The fans are talking about they want Eddie Howe out of the team. They want to revamp. There is talk that big up Binks. Always appreciate you stopping by. Big up Declan too. Look at everybody stopping by today, man. Appreciate everybody stopping by for the conversation today. It's just Newcastle. There's a lot of talk going on. Obviously, for us Arsenal fans, there's been talk that Sandro Tonali is linked with the move to Arsenal, which I'm all for. There's talk that Eddie Howe is preparing to be let go, and that the fans want to move on from him as well. Newcastle, they're in a position to where they need to go as deep as possible into this competition. They're still chasing the European spots in England. However, at the end of the day, it's going to be a tough race for them. They're currently 9 points behind Chelsea, who sit in fifth. Most likely, England will once again get the coefficient to where 5 teams will get into the Champions League this season. So they're going to be chasing. They're 9 points behind. It may be easier for them to go after the 7th spot, because if 5 teams go into the Champions League through the coefficient, then they can get into the Europa League through 7th, which is still doable. They're only 4 points behind Brentford. However, it is hot and fast in the race right now for the European competition. So many teams are still in it. I mean, you're talking all the way down to 13th place. Crystal Palace is only 5 points behind 7th place Brentford. So the European competition is going to be jumping. So Joseph Tyrell, my guy, appreciate you stopping by for the conversation today, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate all the legends stopping by today. It's always good to see all you guys jumping in when I go live, man. It's really humbling, and I always appreciate seeing you guys asking questions, us engaging. It's always a good time to see all you guys. But yeah, man, Newcastle, big win for them moving into the round of 16. Like I said, they're going to be chasing European spots. They're going to need to rack up as much Champions League money as possible in case they miss. However, we're going to just have to see. I mean, a lot of talk when you hear fans and when you look at all this other stuff. When you look at it, there's talks of a big revolution happening in Newcastle. So they're going to need all the extra money possible in order to make that happen. So for me, like I said, I'm in a position right now as we got to wait and see what happens with Newcastle. Now, do I think Newcastle's a threat to win? Absolutely not. However, if they put all their chips in the bag with the Champions League to go as far as possible and then wait and see what happens in the league, we'll see what happens. But I think if they go down that route, they might fall further back than what they would like. As as far as Inter Milan and Bodo Glimt, I mean, listen, Bodo Glimt's been pulling upsets in the group stages. They pulled a massive upset with knocking out that Inter Milan team. Inter, for me, I said it in a group chat that I'm with. People are saying Inter's washed and everything else. They've come to an end of a cycle. I mean, we need to be honest here. A lot of players on that Inter Milan team date back to Conte and date back even to Spalletti. So you're talking about a team who has won, once they finish up winning the Scudetto this year, they've won 8 trophies in 6 years, going into 7th. I think there's a good number of players who need to get moved on, who are probably already looking towards a new adventure with a different club. I think they need to freshen up the team as well, get a little bit younger. But I mean, it is what it is with Inter. We can say that they're washed. However, 2 Champions League final appearances in 3 years within the same time frame that they will in the time that they've also won, once, as I said, once they win the Scudetto, it'll be 8 trophies across 6 years. You can't complain with what they've done, especially because of the fact of Inter is still fighting like all the other Italian teams, the big Italian teams, with their financial problems. So at the end of the day, they're going to need a rebuild, but they have one of the best, if not the best, sporting directors in the world in Bet Marotta. And if you're an Inter fan, you shouldn't be worried with him at the helm. Maybe one season to pivot, which isn't so bad, because as we've seen in the last recent years, since Juventus has stopped their domination, no team can retain a title in Italy. Every year there's a new winner. So again, at the end of the day, it is what it is. So we'll see what happens. Most said internet will down. I don't know the guy. I don't know Judge Mo. I don't know. I don't know him that well. What I can tell you is, from some of the things that I've heard him say, I don't know if he's more of a recent Inter fan than him being long-term. And again, I'm not trying to start drama, because I have zero time for internet drama. I got zero time for it. For me, I think he's a little questionable of calling himself a true Inter Milan fan, because I remember him on a show a couple years ago. I think it was Grizz Khan, the Liverpool fan who's on the Big Six show, was interviewing Mo. And Mo was trying to talk about how Inter hasn't spent money for a very long time before Antonio Conte and before Spalletti, which just isn't true. Even with Inter being suppressed with the money when financial fair play first hit the Serie A, Inter Milan still spent over 100 million again. So there's a little bit of a question of either it's revisionist history, either he is a true fan, but he's playing revisionist history to set a narrative, or he's more of a recent fan and doesn't really know the history of the team. So I think that's it's a little questionable with the situation with him. But like I said, I'm not trying to start no fucking internet drama. I have zero tolerance for that. I got enough shit that goes on in my life that I don't need the bullshit from that, especially because I just don't believe 99.9% of the people who try to act like tough guys on the internet. I'm sorry, I don't. So I don't need to be dealing with bullshit. I got enough shit to worry about in my life as well as somebody else does. Big up, Brenny. Big up, Brenny. Appreciate you stopping by for the conversation. Abjeet, listen, I hear it sometimes, because some of the takes that he said about certain time points at Inter are a little suspect. So I don't know. But like I said, I'm not trying to start any bullshit. Like I said, I saw one show with him where he was on Grizz Khan, and there was talk about the time period from when, after the treble from 2011 up until about the return of Roberto Mancini, that in between period, he was trying to make it seem like Inter had no money. They still spent over 100 million on players when you look at the players that they got in that time frame. They spent money on Freddie Guarin. They spent money doing the loan for Yanim Villa and all the other players that they had. So again, if it's a fan that is more recent, then I would just say do more history on your team. But if it's for a narrative, then again, go ahead and create your narrative. I'm not trying to stir the pot because I have zero tolerance for any type of bullshit when it comes to that. I'm not dealing with that type of nonsense, but it is what it is. But yeah, that's everything. Big up my guy Views. Big up my guy Views every single time. Views, I just want to big up Views like crazy. Me and Views had an awesome stream early this morning, my time. Views was gracious enough to allow me an hour and a half on his show when he was busy. And I just want to give Views all the flowers because Views is fucking awesome. Has great content, always talks the truth, speaks from the heart. Gave me a platform. So Views, appreciated my guy. Always appreciate you talking to you as well, whether it's on Rashid's channel or on other channels as well. You're a real one. Always appreciate it, my guy. So big up to you. And once again, man, thank you so much for having me on the show. But yeah, no, like I said, man, appreciate it, my guy. Appreciate it. But yeah, man. So that's the thing with Inter. I mean, listen, they didn't play well. They didn't play him well. Yeah, that was when Icardi was there. When a lot of guys did not live up to their potential. That's the thing, Abjeet. You look at the situation and people, and that's why I'm saying it's selective memory in that time frame with Inter, because Inter spent money in that time frame leading up to it. People forget they had to pay, I think it was a $5 or $6.5 million loan fee for half a season for Podolski when Wenger sent Podolski to Rome with Roberto Mancini as the manager. Big up my guy, Baran. Big up my guy, Baran. My guy, man. My guy. All the legends are stopping by today. Appreciate this, man. Appreciate it. But yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. It's just people, if you know your history, if you're a true fan, you know your history of your club. Like I said, if you're out there saying stuff for narratives, then that's a different thing. But what a lot of people don't realize is, again, this is what I say. If you listen to a lot of these young fans or fans nowadays that are just all about the Premier League, they have revisionist history thinking that Roman Abramovich is the guy that made money a big part of football, and it's completely incorrect. Inter Milan is the team that introduced money into football the way that they did, and they've done it throughout their history. For those that don't know, in the 60s, going into the 1966-67 season, Inter Milan was the biggest team in the world at that point. Helenio Herrera, the manager, had won 3 Scudettes in 4 years and won 2 European titles, now what we call the Champions League. And what a lot of people forget is Inter had an agreement with both Eusebio and Franz Beckenbauer to come to Inter because they had the money to buy them, because they were creating a super team in the 60s. They were going to be the Galacticos before Real Madrid were the Galacticos. However, Italy did absolutely terrible in the 1966 World Cup, and the Italian Federation then nullified the 2 deals. They're known as the Italian dead transfers. Yes, they did. They had Sandro Mazzola. They had Gunnar Nordahl. Who is still the highest scoring foreign player in the history of the Serie A, and he's the 3rd highest goal scorer of all time in the Serie A. But they had Sandro Mazzola, they had Gunnar Nordahl, Eusebio was supposed to join the team with them, and so was Franz Beckenbauer. Had Italy done much better in the World Cup in 1966, the Federation wouldn't have come down on the one international player rule that was in Italy for a long time. And had that not happened, Franz Beckenbauer would have left Bayern Munich to come to Inter, and same thing with Eusebio leaving Benfica to come to Inter. So, but that's the thing. Inter Milan under Massimiliano Moratti spent over $1 billion of his own personal finances, and we're talking about back in the 90s. The 90s up until about 2006. I think the exact year where he hit the billion mark was around 2004, and then he spent upwards of, I think, maybe another 350 million euros when you look at the signings that came afterwards that finished off all the signings for the treble team that Jose Mourinho won with. So, again, this is what I mean by some people need to actually go and do their research. Moratti and Berlusconi spent $1 billion before Roman Abramovich had even spent anywhere near $500 million. So again, it's selective memory with people because again, it's the amount of money and the amount of PR, as a lot of people say, the PR in the Premier League does not really talk about the truth about any of that. Exactly, Daniel. Exactly. That's why I'm saying I'm not trying to start shit at all. It's not that I'm not with the bullshit. I am if it's necessary. But again, it's a simple talk about that. So it is what it is. Yeah, AC Milan. Well, not still to this day, but AC Milan from the mid '80s through the '90s was the best team, but particularly Oregio Sacchi's Milan from '87 to 1990, before he took over the Italian national team, is the best team that I've ever seen play football, in my opinion. Yeah. Dave, I've never seen you in the chat before, but I appreciate it, my guy. I appreciate you stopping by for the conversation. Appreciate it, my guy. Yeah, Lothar Matthäus, yeah, and that's the thing. Inter has always had the German players on the team throughout their history, But yes, Franz Zier, if you want to look it up, I believe it's called the dead transfer. Was the Eusebio and Franz Beckenbauer deal? They had both agreed to go to Inter Milan going into the 1966-67 year, and then because of the Italian FA, they stopped it from happening, and then that was when everything had changed. But yes, Beckenbauer and Eusebio were both supposed to go to Inter Milan at that period, which Inter would have ran all over everybody from there. But it is what it is. The politics in Italy once again strikes again. Yes, majority of teams in Italy don't own their own stadiums, which, to get to the point, I saw it earlier where somebody had said, let me go through the chat real quick, with Baran. Inter crashing out does damage to Italian football a lot. Not really, because it's the same problems that have been going on for eons. To what Prom is asking, only Juventus, Udinese, and Sassuolo, and I think Como and Atalanta are the only two teams that are in the stages of outright owning their stadiums. But Sassuolo, Udine, and Juventus are the only teams that own 100% of their stadium. And that's part of the problem with all the money issues that are going on in Italy. The politicians of the local areas will not sell the stadiums to the teams because they're looking at it as a short-term game, because they're looking at it as they need the split money that they get. Most teams in Italy rent the stadiums from the local municipality that they play in. Hence the reason why Rome and Lazio share the same season. Hence the reason why Milan and Inter share the same stadium as well. So it's not out of the ordinary that you see this. Juventus, for example, the old stadium they used to play in was the Stadio dell'Alpi. And no, they don't own San Siro. They're trying the new San Siro that's in the works is the reason why they're trying to come up with the new San Siro is the reason why they're going about it the way so they can co-own the stadium. But when it comes to the current San Siro, they don't own the stadium. It's owned by La Municipale di Milano. So they don't own the stadium, which is why a lot of the Italian teams don't earn anywhere near the same amount of money, which is why it's sad that we perform so badly in the Champions League, because that's where your big moneymaker is. In England, I think the prize money when you win the Premier League is around £50 million. In Italy, if you win the league, it's only 25 million euros. It's chump change because there's no money circulating through the league like that anymore. So at the end of the day, again, it's all the bullshit that I've said for time on different shows. It's the politics within Italy that's killing not only the national team, but also killing the league as well, as far as not letting us get up to that level. Now, as I said, financial fair play is a problem, which is limiting us even more. Financial fair play overall is the bigger problem, because if you got rid of financial fair play and owners were able to go out and take money loans from banks or other financial establishments to take it on their own and work on it, then they would be able to go out and buy these stadiums or build new stadiums. The problem is that with financial fair play, and really, you'd basically have to have a golden generation of youth academy players that you would be selling for big time money in order for you to afford a new stadium build. Because what a lot of people don't understand is, similar to all the bullshit that we saw with Arsenal when they were like, oh, we're paying off the stadium, we're paying off the stadium. Arsenal had it set because of the Kroenke's connections and everything else. It was actually really cheap for I think it was only 20 or 25 million pounds a year was the ass payment to go for the stadium and how they were going for everything. The problem is in Italy, because there's so few bit of money, a lot of these teams, it would be it could potentially cause you to go into bankruptcy if you try to take a loan out against the club, because all of the club's overall net value have dropped so much because of the limited amount of money within Italy. Big up my guy Natster. I gave him a secret family recipe for a certain pasta dish that is known as comfort food in southern Italy. Big up, man. I hope the pasta came out great, man. Hope it came out great. Natster could be joining us here in a little bit, but I'm also going to put the link out in the chat for anybody else who wants to jump on, talk some Champions League ball, maybe talk a little Arsenal ball. But yeah, overall, no, it's not really the mafia. See, the thing with the mafia is this. The mafia is more about game fixing. The mafia is more about game fixing, and the mafia is more involved when it comes to the ultras. The local mafias get involved with the ultras to a certain degree, because then they try to find a way how to get involved with the club, maybe skim cash off the top with the club. But the mafia isn't really the problem when it comes to the running of the club to where they don't have money. It's more of the problem of how financial fair play was really designed to make sure all the money goes to the Premier League and specifically target the Italian teams. But what's it called? They don't really have a problem. They don't really have a problem with they're not really the problem. Hell, to be honest with you, if De Laurentiis was to get some money, in order from the mafia, I think it would actually help. No, Wahaha, what it is they bought the land around the San Siro because they want to knock it down. They split 100 million euros a piece to purchase the land for the future build of the new San Siro. But in the situation as far as right now, no, they still have to split money and give money to the city of Milan for the rent for the current stadium. For them buying the property around it is to be able to go through the situation of demolishing the current San Siro and being able to build up the new San Siro. But oh yeah, that's happened before with the smaller teams, like teams in City of Chi. Some teams in City of B have mafia relations to it, to where they do skim money off the top of player sales. That's very true. That happens with a lot of smaller clubs, but with the big clubs, it's not really that big. Big up RSV, always stopping by. Listen, man, Jamie Carragher doesn't know his ass from the hole in the ground. Let's be honest here. Jamie Carragher likes to tell teams how to win the Premier League when he never did. So I don't really take what Jamie Carragher says into that much consideration. And also, if I'm being completely honest with you, I think Jamie Carragher looks at himself much differently than where he actually is. I think Jamie Carragher, if you asked himself, he'd be one of the top 10 greatest defenders in Premier League history if you asked him. I don't think Jamie Carragher is that good, if I'm being quite honest with you, but it is what it is. Yeah, exactly. Exactly why. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not surprised he doesn't say stupid shit like that all the time. It's ridiculous, man. He's absolutely ridiculous. I put the link in the chat. Anybody who wants to hop on, whether you want to hop on for a couple minutes or you want to hop on until we go, it's all good. But yeah, that's pretty much the situation is. So No, the politicians are blocking them from owning it. The politicians are basically setting the price to buy the land at such a high rate for a lot of these other teams to where there's nothing that they can do to try to buy the property. The situation with Inter and Milan is they made a deal with the city of Milan to buy the property. However, they're still paying rent to the city of Milan for tickets and everything else, like all the other Italian teams do. The politicians in Italy are making it a problem for them to be able to move forward. Like, for example, Napoli every year has to invest about $2.5 to $3 million worth of work into the stadium in order for it to be UEFA compliant so that we could play in the Champions League. Rather, De Laurentiis has been trying to go about seeking a situation with the city officials of Napoli to bring down the price so that he can afford it while they're building the stadium, and then kick back extra money at the tail end to get the property value that the city of Napoli would like to get for the stadium. Same thing with the Stadio Maradona. The Stadio Maradona, if you go in, there's some places where you see the rebar within the concrete popping out because the stadium has not been revamped in any which way. So the problem is, at the end of the day, is the politicians are making it harder on the teams, which is causing more of the problem with the Serie A getting back to where it was, along with the financial restraints from financial fair play. Is it illegal? Brother, it's Italy. It's Italy. The corruption, as we say in Napoli, la sistema, the system is corrupt. The system is the mafia. The politicians are just as big mafia people as the actual mafia. So it is what it is. It's corrupt, but again, this has been going on for so long, nobody's going to do anything about it. Which is why it's become more of a situation to where the teams have to be able to make it their own undertaking, like the situation with what we just said with AC Milan and Inter Milan. They're going in an undertaking to jointly pay for the new San Siro, jointly share the stadium, but the difference is, if Inter goes and has the game, Inter gets to keep all their money and AC Milan gets to keep all their money, rather than giving a 15 to 20% split of all the money that they make across the board back to the city. That little bit of money is a big difference, especially when you consider that Inter and AC Milan are both in financial restraints where I know Inter paid off 400 million euros coming into this year, but I still think Inter owes, roughly like 1.2 or 1.1 billion, and AC Milan's roughly around 900 million still in debt. So if you're able to control the finances on day-to-day ticket prices more, plus refreshments, in Italy, we're stereotypical. We sell cappuccino in the middle of the stadium. So, if making money on whatever you can is necessary to drive up more revenue for the team to be better. Big up, my brother, my guy. How's that possible, my guy?
Ciao, come stai? Tutto bene?
Tutto a post. Everything's good, man. Everything's
good. That's all you're gonna get out of me, Gianni. I've got the prime time, Amazon Prime Time, Michael Richards Italiano. Do you know what I'm saying? But yeah, mate, I can't have any more, bro. Like, I made enough for two. Usually I save one for the next day, make sure it cools down, then put it in the fridge, have it for the next day. Proper, absolute proper, mate. Then cannellini beans, bruv. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's like your own MSG instead of ground up bits of dust, whatever. You have proper beans in it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it just you think you're not full, and then all of a sudden it's just whoa, all the ingredients just fused in together, bro. But yeah, that was absolutely delightful, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
That's our version of comfort food. Yeah. So that's our version of comfort food. So it's nice, it's quick, it's easy to make, but you can make a good amount and you can stretch it for a few days. That's what that food is.
Yeah. Brother. Do you know?
Well, yeah. I gets it.
Man, I can't have any more, brother. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have to say that I was almost, because that's the thing. I think what saved me is I didn't have that much to eat today. I had a little bit of cereal, even not even that much water. Like, you know, just probably more dehydrated than I thought I was. But either way, like, went to work later and then came back. You know, did a little bit of shopping. You know, because I was looking all up and down the aisle for the cannellini beans, bruv. Do you know what I'm saying? Because certain items, you know, I even had to ask a couple of ladies that worked there. One of them was, she was nice as well. The glasses as well. It's like, brother, Jesus. And I'm talking local, innit? I'm not even talking like central London.
Girls with glasses. There's some girls that pull it off so well.
No, the one that I spoke to, brother. You talk about scouting, A1 scouting on point, bruv. Fame magic, guys. Do you know what I'm saying? Market opportunities and all that. As Guns would say, like, man, there's talent everywhere. I've been saying it, bruv. I've been saying it. There's talent everywhere. You'll find talent in Jamaica. You will find talent all across Asia. Of course, Africa. You can find it in islands you've probably never heard of. Do you know what I'm saying? Like Vanuatu, for example. You can find talent literally anywhere on the planet. On the planet. You just have to have the right eyes, diamond eyes, bit of knowledge, fine margins, and know exactly where to look. You know what I'm saying?
I hear it. You
have to get it over the lane, guys. Over the lane.
Yep. Real quick. The people who take the profits is the municipality. So the municipality of Milan, simple to how, like, if you live in the municipality of London, you get taxed. It's basically extra taxes on the teams that they have to give up part of their income back to the city as a part of the agreed upon deal with their rent. To what Wahaha was saying, yes, the function of them owning the stadium is true. Like I said, they own the land. However, the agreement, when you look at it, is that they have to still give a percentage of their earnings to the city of Milan until the new stadium is built. That's what the agreement is when you look at it in the fine details. Once they build the new stadium, they will be completely free of that, to where they will keep all the money, and the city of Milan will only get their versions of like a sales tax and that sort of shit when it comes to the team. But overall, they still pay a certain amount to the city of Milan till the new one is built. But once they own the new one, they will be home free. And let me tell you something. The way Inter Milan has built the brand in the last few years, once that stadium is built, Inter's going to dominate the Serie A, because Inter has gotten it to the point now to where their yearly revenue is roughly around 700 million, which is massive in this day and age for an Italian club. And with them getting that much money to go through, especially with Inter has always had a good youth academy, as we've seen with some of these players that are popping up for the team now. The thing is that Inter, if they get that going, it's going to be a problem, because with the amount of revenue that Inter's been making recently, how the amount of trophies that they've been stocking up recently, they get that stadium, they will definitely be able to start fighting with the big boys again. I'm 100% a believer in that. Is once the money is able to properly flow back into the Serie A, I think you'll see a lot of these teams turn around the nonsense of what's been going on in Champions League and everything. But it is what it is. Yeah, it is going to be a game changer. Bony is a good player. Is a good player, Baran. I'm telling you, I would not be surprised if Lautaro and Marcus Thuram get sold at the end of this year, and Bony and Esposito are the new strikers for Inter.
Both of them need to bounce. So Marcus Thuram, I'm sorry, but not at the same time. He is dog shit, bro. Like, technically, I just never rated him. Martinez is kind of like, for me, a little bit like Xavi Simons, where initially the signs were good, but then they just fell off, bro. Do you know what I'm saying?
You know what it is with Lautaro?
It's disappointing, bro.
Lautaro's a good finisher, but that's about it. There's no technical ability. He's basically, Lautaro, to me, I think, is on a similar level of Gyökeres. His first touch isn't that great, but if you put him in the box and you get him service, he's going to finish. So I think Lautaro, the problem with Lautaro is he hasn't found, yes, Inter have won two Scudettos since Conte left and since Lukaku left, right? However, I think since Lukaku left, it exposed more of Lautaro for his weaknesses than the benefits. Because Lukaku, when he was there, being the hold-up play, doing the dirty work of running and just laying off for Lautaro to just be a finisher, I think is part of the reason why he's in that situation right now, as far as being looked at as that. As a finisher, I think Lautaro is a good finisher, but as a more ball-playing forward, no, he's bad. And Thuram is not that. He's a secondary striker. They both just don't fit. With a different striker, I think they would both be better, but they just don't work together like that anymore, at least. Big up my guy, Zier. Appreciate
it. Big up, man. Big up, Johnny. You know, we got chatting about Inter Milan.
Inter Milan apparently like being the new Bayern Munich or something like that, going to dominate Serie A and shit.
In the future, not now.
Yeah, in the future.
And ain't never happening, bro. Ain't never happening. They ain't winning 11 in a row, bro. They ain't even gonna win 9 or to win 11 in a row. Allow man.
No, they'll never be an 11 in a row in Italy.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of Inter Milan, you know, I actually don't want to talk about that bummy club. Yeah. I actually want to talk about the manager they used to have, Inzaghi. Because, you know, Gianni, you as an Italian, you know, my Saudi club employs him, you know, and the past few games has not been going great. Do you want to know why, guys? Inzaghi himself. You know, this bum, Inzaghi blood, you know, all he does is this, Gianni, and you're gonna be familiar with this.
I know.
Sideways, backwards. Cross the ball, sideways, backwards. Cross the ball, sideways. I am tired, bro. We're about to allow Cristiano Ronaldo to win the Saudi League. This is what we're about to do. We're allowed to. You're
going to be on meltdown mode if they win.
Brother, there are Hilal fans right now that want to start another hashtag after we did so with strikers for hashtag bring me Pep Guardiola. That's how crazy it's getting.
I think Pep may go to the Saudi League if I'm not being.
I'm not gonna. Yeah, he visited Saudi already, so I wouldn't.
Pay the money.
You know what? I'll take him.
Pay the money. Like what 20 mil plus? Yeah,
brother.
The money's not the problem. I think if we go back before all this other stuff started happening in Serie A and the Serie A became more competitive, I would have been the first to tell you I thought Pep would have went to Juventus. I thought Juventus would have been the best club for him to go to if he was going to jump to another big team to stay within Europe because of the stranglehold that they had on Serie A. They would have still had enough finances in order for them to still distance themselves from all the other clubs to allow Pep to do what he did at City, to give him that grace period to build a team up. Because we saw with Sarri that you can't just go from a team whose whole DNA is defensive, pragmatic football to just one day playing open attacking football. With Pep, I thought that Pep would have ended up going to Juve, but I don't see him going to Juventus right now, not with all the financial problems that clubs have. I definitely could see him.
I think we can get him. I think if we get rid of Inzaghi, which I mean it will be costly because we're gonna have to pay him a shit ton for that.
How much is he making over there?
Yeah, I wanted to know that as well. Yeah,
because he was on $7.5 million.
I think 24 million a year or something.
He's getting more than Arteta
and Pep at the moment.
I would not be shocked, bro. Yeah, bro, it's Al Hilal Saudi League. Come on now, man. Bro, you know Mancini was on like 21 million.
Yeah, I know. That's the whole reason why he left the national team.
Is that Euros or?
Big up Gunnar SC.
No, by the way, our national team's still paying his wages.
Yeah, I know. And he's with what's their name now? The Qatari team, Al Sadd. He's the manager at Al Sadd right now.
Oh yeah, we play Al Sadd in the round 16 of the AFC Champions League. I don't want to see that stupid face. I have to see that stupid face for
bring him to Napoli. Bring him to Napoli. That's all I'm asking for. Bring him to Napoli.
You take Mancini
in a heartbeat.
Yeah. Hey, hang on. Wasn't Xavi manager of that Qatari club?
Al Sadd, yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, and then he got the Barca gig back.
Yes,
the league, and then they handed him out.
Yeah, I
We've
did.
got to stick with Arteta, £15 million a year and all of that.
Yo, by the way, 26 million in Zagi's on.
That's fucking insane.
Is that euros or pounds, or is it dollars?
Euros.
Okay, yeah, so it's about 22 mil pounds. Yeah.
No, I mean here, if we're being honest, he deserves more money than Arteta because he's racked up a shit ton of trophies in the last few years.
Everyone that's
I will say that.
Everyone that's won
bro, Al Hilal went
more money than Arteta.
Yeah.
Eddie Howe deserves more money than Arteta, and I don't even put Eddie Howe up like that. But then again, they're always through in it because they absolutely battered Carabao.
I wonder if he may go to the Saudi League. I wonder if he may go Eddie Howe. Because I don't know where he would.
I think it would be a good move for him.
I don't know where he would go. I don't know where he would go as far as in England, because I don't think he's going to get a step up from Newcastle, if I'm being honest with you. I mean, actually, let me take that back. If I was a Chelsea fan, I would take Eddie Howe over this fucking Rossignol. He's a fucking idiot.
Was it Stephen Bartlett? Diary of a CEO merchant. Yeah, Mr. Diary of a CEO merchant in it.
Yeah. Real quick, big up Kuner SC for stopping in. Yeah, all the Italian teams are out. You know what? If Atalanta goes out, it is what it is. Hopefully it's a wake-up call for the FA to stop pulling this bullshit and we can start figuring out ways to get more money pumped into the league.
Bro,
we can get better players.
Johnny, guys, I just want to say very quickly before we move on, that guy, that number 10 for Bodo Glimt that scored, didn't it? Even though that other guy should have scored it to him.
Haug?
Yeah, or was it Berg or something like that, yeah? Wouldn't you swap him for Odegaard right now? Because I would.
Haug's been a baller.
Yeah, exactly. I would swap him in a heartbeat. One Norwegian for another. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if we have to have a Norwegian, get that one. He's much better. He's much better.
Yeah, Haug's a baller. Haug was a baller when he was a young kid at AC Milan. He's been a baller. So that's why it was funny to see him to come back to the San Siro. If you watch the game, the whole stadium was booing him when he scored because he's an ex-Milan guy.
Oh, right.
So, Haug was a good player for Milan while he was there. He's young, he's quick, very techy. But listen, it is what it is. If all the Italian teams go out, fuck them. They didn't show up to play. It is what it is. You get what you got.
I have no hope. And I'll do the hate watch for Dortmund because fuck Dortmund. But but I'll be honest, I'm doing the hate watch knowing Atalanta ain't gonna do me no favors. It's just out of hope. Is it
in Italy? Because Atalanta's tough to beat.
It's in Italy. Yes.
There may be a chance. They just beat.
I think Dortmund.
I think Dortmund will just get over the line. I don't.
Baba, can I just warn you guys? Because I had this conversation on Mia's and Mia show with the other Bayern fans. We were talking about the possibility of Leverkusen and Dortmund getting us too, right? And I'm not gonna lie, you rather would have be playing against Leverkusen than Dortmund. Because if you play Dortmund, Niko Kovac will try to be Arteta in his own game.
Yeah, that is.
I would not be shocked. By the way,
that's who's the new manager there,
bro. Borussia Dortmund been having Kovac for last season. Dortmund.
You're right. He was the one they signed when they got rid of Terzic because Terzic went.
And then all of a sudden they started going on like 11 or 13 game wins. And they got to the top 4.
Yeah. No, Kovac was with you guys. Was he the manager that got Hoffenheim into Champions League a while back? Was that where he got his calling card, or was he with Frankfurt?
No, so he was with Frankfurt. They beat us in the cup final when we had Heinkes back.
That's it. Yeah.
And then we brought him in immediately.
Right.
We struggled that following season, the season that we lost to Liverpool in the Champions League at the Allianz after drawing 0-0.
I remember.
We struggled competing with Dortmund in the Bundesliga as well. But we won the cup as well. So we won the double that year by luck, in my opinion. And then we got to the treble season, the 6-2 season. And initially, in the league, he didn't look great. But in the Champions League, we were looking all right. So that's why he stayed for longer than he should have. But then obviously the Frankfurt game happened again. 5-1, and he got binned, and then Flick out of nowhere pulls up, and it took a little bit as an interim, but then he got us going, and from there Never left since, even with the extension. And yeah, you know the rest.
No, I like Flick. I like Flick. I'm telling this summer's going to be interesting because they're saying in Barcelona that if Laporta gets voted out as the president,
Quickly. They signed Nuri Sahin, then sacked him, then Kovac. He's right. Baran's right.
okay.
Baran's right.
Baran's always there with the knowledge, man. I gotta get.
Yeah, he's in my chat as well. He's in my chat. Big up, you know.
Yeah, he's good, man. He's
good. Yeah. We have a few back and forth.
Yeah, so I had to stop you for that one because I could have been wrong that one. My bad.
I'll be honest with you, I think this entire summer is going to be interesting, depending on how all the different leagues end, because there's talk that Hansi Flick may leave Barcelona if Laporta gets voted out as the president. That Hansi Flick will be getting moved on. I think that would be stupid for Barcelona to let him leave with what he's building over there. There's the talk of Luis Enrique leaving because he wants a new challenge and gets away from PSG. Obviously, there's going to be a madness in Italy again with all the different fucking coaching changes that are going to come up. So it's going to be insane this summer. What have you guys made so far of the first round of the knockout stages? Zier, do you prescribe to this that Bayern's one of the 3 best teams to win it this year, or do you think it's more wide open?
I think so on default though. By default, I think we are, because you know what it is for me.
The heritage.
That's not even when you look at teams across Europe, like not one team, even ours included, not one team's been looking convincing at this stage of the season so far.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like not us, not PSG, not you. Madrid and Barca, they don't even want to win La Liga themselves. They're fighting scraps with one another. And by the way, it's great to see.
I'd be nervous about Real Madrid in this competition.
Bro, as a Bayern fan, fuck both them La Liga clubs. Yeah, they're both scummier than the other. You know what I mean? Scum of the earth. Yeah. You know what I mean? So it's amazing to see, to be fair, how shit they both are. You know what? I'll answer you this question. I'll answer you this question with a bit something different. All I can hope for, put me in the same side as Real Madrid in the bracket, please. I want to be in the same side as Real Madrid.
See, I want Arsenal to avoid Real Madrid.
No, I want Real Madrid. Do you know why?
You want the smoke.
Bro, you know what it is? I'll tell you why. I feel like Real Madrid. By the way, if you play them, I think you beat them. These guys.
Again.
I disagree.
I don't
hardly disagree.
Bro, this Madrid team this season are dog shit.
They are, but the problem is we don't know the extent of all the injuries to the Arsenal players. That's
our players are gassed. Our players are gassed. They can barely.
Timber just got taken out. What minute did Timber get taken out in the North London derby? Was it like in the 55th, 56th minute?
I think it was like around 50 minutes. I think around 50 minutes. And that's when we started playing well. As soon as Mosquera came on the right-hand side, top Spurs couldn't do shit. And I fucking hope they get a Dortmund or get you guys like Bayern Munich, whoever. Even a Real Madrid, Barca in their form now, whatever. Or better yet, just very quickly, imagine if Spurs are they able to get Bodo Glimt? Are they on the same side of like
Tottenham?
Spurs
they're not beating
Atletico Madrid is one of them. They can.
Yeah, Spurs will either get Atletico Madrid or here. Hold on, I'll pull the
Juventus and Galatasaray.
Listen, Galatasaray is a bogey team that nobody wants to play. I'm gonna say it here right now.
Tottenham at Jahannam, that'll be interesting.
If Tottenham get Galatasaray, I'm betting the house on Galatasaray. I'm betting the house on Galatasaray.
100%.
I kind of like Galatasaray. They don't have a bad team. They actually don't.
We're linked. So funny enough, Napoli is linked to both of the players that they had, on top of the fact that it's belief that Lang is going to come back because Conte is going to get sacked at the end of the season. And it seems as if, because again, I don't know what's going on in the political field, but apparently Turkey's economy is hitting the shitter right now. And there's talk that they're not going to be able to afford the $30 million purchase to Lang because they already still owe Napoli another $30 million because of how they set up the Osihmen purchase. So unless they flip Osihmen for more money than what they agreed to Napoli, they still owe us $30 million for that, plus another $30 million for Lang. So I don't think that's happening. we're linked to that one kid, that Yunus Akgun. That kid is a fucking baller. The number 10 for Galatasaray, him and the right winger, that Barış Yilmaz, are both good ballers. They both can play.
Yeah, unlike Zani, the prick.
Yeah. Sane's not even. Is Sane even there anymore? Is he a bench player?
He apparently he just got back from injury, from what I heard.
Oh, because even before Lang got there, he wasn't starting because of the fact of how good Akın and Yilmaz was playing.
Yeah, and Zani wasn't good enough. I think when they played Liverpool at the time, he did not look good. Zani, from what I heard. But to be honest, W Fenerbahce, W Besiktas, man. As long as Zani is there, fuck that, man. I can't lie. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But, bro, you know what it is with this Champions League in general, man. Like, I don't know who's really gonna take it home. But it's getting to a point which Bahrain's like an underdog team will win. Could you imagine?
Listen, if it's an underdog team, it'd be. I could see Chelsea winning it. We've seen them do the same shit before. When they won with Roberto Di Matteo, when they won with Thomas Tuchel, they got that new manager bounce, and it carried them to a Champions League victory. So
yeah, but Liam Rosinier winning a Champions League.
Listen,
I just don't see it personally.
Cup football, you never know. Hell, look at Liverpool. That 05 Liverpool team is arguably the worst team on paper to win the Champions League.
They're the ones that low-key I kind of fear.
I could see Liverpool winning too.
I see Liverpool more than Chelsea, because let's be real, Chelsea, Tottenham are getting nowhere near it. I just want them out of there.
If Chelsea gets Atletico, bet the house on the over, because Atletico is going to score about 5 goals in each game. Especially the way this motherfucker Lookman's been looking for them. Games. Lookman's going to tear their ass up.
We should have got him, bro. We spent 52.5 million on Noddy. Man like Noddy Madueke, bro. Headband way too high, thinking he's fucking Ronaldinho.
£50 million.
He can't get his shit together. He can't.
To be fair, he scored in your biggest game of your season so far.
What game was that?
Our game.
Zero with the jokes.
He's not even scoring against Bayern in the league phase.
I want him out, bro. I never wanted him in the first place. Like this.
By the way, I thank Upamecano, this bum, for that happening. By the way, I thank Upamecano for that moment. That absolute overrated centre back.
I've never rated him, bro. Never rated him. How is he still? He's still at your football?
You know what it is, bro?
He's still there.
I'll tell you something. You know what it is. He performs well consistently till you get to the game that happened against Arsenal. Then that exposure comes out. That's why.
No, RSB, I disagree. I want Tottenham to go down. Fuck them. I'd love to get them relegated. I'd love to see them relegated.
I told Tottenham fans already, just be Bayern fans for Kane, man.
Yeah, Tottenham.
I told them all already, bro. The moment we signed him in Dyer, just be fans of us. Tell us. What are you watching Tottenham for? So, okay, they won the Europa League. Fantastic. Yay. Happy days.
Brother, that club is one of the worst run. You know what's funny is all these fucking Tottenham fans try to talk about we're one of the best run clubs. No, you're not. Your club's dog shit. Your club's been shit. Your club's been shit since your so-called great period with fucking Pochettino. How you fucked up 110 million pounds between buying Lo Celso and Ndombele to not play them in their proper positions, and then to end up just eating the money because you couldn't sell them for anything is bullshit. Them fucking guys haven't been able to run a club for so long.
Johnny, I'll take it one step further. When they sold Gareth Bale to Real Madrid and all of that, Ala Madrid and all that shit, yeah? Look what they did with that money. The best player that Tottenham got out of that 100+ mil was Christian Eriksen. That was it, pretty much.
Wasn't Dembele a part of those purchases? Musa Dembele?
No, I think
was he already there?
I think he was there. Maybe. Okay. I'll add Dembele.
But they signed 11 guys.
The rest of them were dog shit. What was it? Soldado, Lamella. Yeah, he's good on the ball. You know, doing a Rabona. How can you do a Rabona? One of the best goals, not just in the North London derby, but was it Premier League? No, I had a feeling it was before, but either way.
These guys were overrated. Alderweireld and Vertonghen were shit. those players were overrated because Tottenham had a couple of good years under Pochettino. Them guys are overrated as fuck. All a part of that bullshit golden generation Belgium team. If Alderweireld was that good, Atletico Madrid would have never sold him. They knew that he was bullshit and wanted to finesse Tottenham for money. They fucking suck.
Yeah.
All them talking about the Belgian golden generation.
They're just fucking shit. How can you do a Rabona, in the North London derby away from home and not win? Never mind draw, not win and celebrate like it's the greatest thing. Yeah, it was an unbelievable goal, but it's just like it's so Spursy, bruv. Only a Tottenham player and Tottenham can score a Rabona and not win the game away from home. Yeah, it was during COVID, whatever, towards the end. Couldn't give a rat's ass. Like, it's shit like that. They could win the Europa League and go down this season, bruv. That's like a step further than what Wigan did. Wigan won the FA Cup. They got relegated. Yeah, it was in the same season. But Tottenham winning the Europa League this year, last year, getting relegated this year.
I love it.
That's Spursy to me.
It got to a point in which when Kane joined us, the Spurs joke ran into Bayern, bro. It was jarring because we went trophyless the first year.
He was going to win something. Like, it's Bayern, bro. Like, other than that.
Yeah, I know, but the first season we went trophyless, the joke was running. Kane brought the Spursy with him to Bayern.
You win it all, bro. But again, it's like I wouldn't say it's exactly like, but it's the same premise, but you've had it for longer when it comes to like when PSG joined the party, innit? Like their main focus wasn't the league or the Coupe de France and that. It was the Champions League. And how long did it take them to win it? With you guys, you have the heritage and all of that. Every season, it's like, yeah, we'll win the league, should win the Deutsche Pokal and all of that, the German FA Cup. It's the Champions League. Every season, it's the fucking Champions League. That's the fucking standards. That's what I want at my football club. But we're not going to get that until...
To push back on the PSG thing, PSG was their own worst enemies because they tried to go down, again, it's like the same thing when we say Arteta's trying to do things that have never worked in the history of the game. PSG tried doing the same thing. The problem with PSG initially was they wanted to do it with the superstars, and the superstars were never going to do it.
Oh, the Galacticos, yeah.
With Mbappe, Messi, and fucking Neymar, it wasn't going to happen with those guys. When you see the way that they play now, where it's a more cohesive unit, and the fact that there's also a little bit more pride about the team when you look at the fact that they have what's it called? They utilize so much of the youth talent now that's around France to the benefit of the team, rather than before. PSG would just get the young talent, sell them for a ton of money because it's nothing but profit, and go buy another superstar that doesn't help the team. So PSG has had to learn that from where they were at. But at the same time, you know, when it comes to Bayern, again, yeah, that is the standard of Bayern, is to always win, and rightfully so. I mean, if it wasn't for all the close calls that we've seen from us growing up, Bayern might have the second most fucking Champions League titles.
Bro, we should bro, I mean, when you think about it, we could have had way more, but obviously the ones with 15 decide to scam us a few times. We decide to miss a few chances.
That is true. That is true.
You know?
I'm still pissed that you let Chelsea win the Champions League. I'm still pissed to this day, bro. Like, you were at home. It was
and that one. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. I didn't. Yeah.
Oh
yeah, bro. I'll tell you something. I am so glad I wasn't a fan of football at that time. Thank God. Because if I was a fan of football at that time, the pain and misery in the moment. Oh my God.
Well, at least you
man said zero. Hold that, brother. But the only reason why you're saying hold that is because that time I beat you on penalties in your own ground as well. Hold that. You get me? By the way, Jose Mourinho's worst moment in his career. Just like Jude Bellingham's worst moment in his career, losing the league to us. Hold that. You know what I mean? It is what it is, man.
He's another one. Fucking overrated, bro. Why that guy gets put up on a pedestal, especially over here, but also like wherever he goes. Dortmund before, now Real Madrid.
Oh, he was overrated.
He was good at Dortmund. He was decent at Dortmund.
Yeah. Okay, he was all right. Yeah, he was pretty good.
He was decent at Dortmund.
But bro, Gianni, I'm sorry. Like there was some big games he did not turn up in, but nobody.
Yeah, but that's also Dortmund as a whole as a club recently that they don't turn up in the big games.
Yeah, but come on, if you're gonna rate Jude Bellingham this highly, you would expect.
No, listen, I don't rate Jude Bellingham this highly.
Well, I'm just saying, whoever does.
I don't think Jude Bellingham's top 25 players in the world, at least.
In my opinion, top 50. He's not even top 50. The guy was doing a rondo in England training camp, and he got beaten. He was struggling to do the one touch and all of that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Even the goalkeeper, even Pickford was doing better than it. Like, come on, man. You're meant to be number 10, number 8, whatever. Like star boy of England outside of our star boy. And Bukayo Saka was once our star boy for England. But like, come on, man. Like, no.
Allison's nowhere near Manuel.
But guys,
for me personally, Neuer is the GOAT.
I hear it. I hear it.
He changed the game completely for goalkeepers. Gigi Buffon, for me, very, very close second. Very close second.
I hear it.
My GOAT right there.
I love what Gigi Buffon has done.
However, guys,
Manuel Neuer done for me. What he does is madness, but I love it. Do you know what I'm saying? Whereas Gigi, way more traditional, but he's got elegance and class, and he's got all of this. He's got every attribute that you want. 6'3", definitely tall enough, and he has the fundamentals, and he's excelled. He's elite, bro. You know what I'm saying? But Neuer, for me, just that little bit above, like, and the fact that he goes out and plays midfield for me, and technically, class,
for me, I think
he is the goalkeeper, but he needs to put the fries in the bag.
Yeah.
But you were saying, Gianni, sorry.
For me, I think I'm more biased because Gigi won Italy the World Cup in 2006 and was the most important player for that run. So I'm a little bit biased to Gigi for that. But for me, if someone says Neuer's the best goalkeeper of all time, I don't get mad at it because he is.
And he's won it all as well. He's won everything.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm not saying that should be the barometer because Gigi, whether it's World Cup or Champions League, like Ronaldo never won a Champions League. I'm talking the real Ronaldo, bro. Phenomenal. Not CRY7, bro. Not CRY fucking 7. Like.
Yeah, I mean, big up CR7, but I mean, the problem with him is, bro, you know what it is with that guy? The problem with that guy is
there's a lot of
his career. The twilight of his career he's done himself dirty, bro. I can't lie.
Oh yeah. But that goes back to Juventus. That goes back to his time at Juventus. From his transfer from Real Madrid to Juventus, Ronaldo's career has been like this, on a slow decline. And he didn't help it. If you listen to, first of all, Ronaldo, as funny as it is a big part of the reason why Juventus has a lot of financial problems because of how much money that they paid, not only paid for him, but what his salary was as well. But the bigger problem was Ronaldo went in there already making it to where he ran the club. 100% agree with that, Baran. Nico Paz is way better than Bellingham.
Crazy.
But if you look at his time at Juventus, the first year he got there with Allegri, him and Allegri got into it because Allegri wanted him to play center forward, and Ronaldo still said, "No, I'm playing left wing." And Ronaldo was still even when Zidane adjusted the formation. Remember, the last time they won the Champions League, they played that 4-4-2 diamond midfield where it was him and Benzema up top, and Isco was the number 10 between them when Benzema was playing further forward with CR7. The problem is that when you look at the situation with Ronaldo saw that and said, you know what, I'm a left-sided striker, and forced the managers at Juve to do the same thing. Look at Sarri. Sarri wanted to put Ronaldo as more of the false nine role that he had with Mertens at Napoli, where everybody was going to serve Ronaldo, but Ronaldo didn't want that. He still wanted to be, I'm coming off the left-hand side. I still want to dribble and try to see if I can do this and blah, 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 blah. And eventually it ended up blowing up in his face because when Pirlo came, The year afterwards, when they sacked Sadi, Pirlo went to a 4-4-2 to still try to keep Ronaldo happy as a left-sided striker, and then they got blown out of the fucking water that year. And since then, he's just been on a downward spiral. He's been his own worst enemy.
Yeah, but let's be honest, like Johnny, even at Real Madrid, like you could see signs that the decline was incoming. Like for me personally, we've had this conversation before in it with the who'd you pay to see and all of that, and I'll big you up every single time for that, my brother. But it's like for me, the best Cristiano, I don't care what anyone says, was 04-06. After that, in my eyes, it was already a decline. The only difference is from after 06, like so let's say like 07-09.
Yeah.
May in his long, illustrious run. Look, don't get me wrong, he's had an impeccable career. The goals as a goal scorer, unbelievable. And I'm not saying he has no tech and all of that, but in terms of all-time great, never. Not for me. And even at Real Madrid, he wasn't doing them flicks and tricks as much, which is fine, number one. But number two, he wasn't doing what he used to do when he was younger, innit? Like I think it was 2014 when Real Madrid won La Decima, innit?
Yeah.
Cristiano got an injury in that season. Like at some point in that season, and he wasn't as fluid. He wasn't taking on players as much as he would. He would have to do it in certain games, in certain moments. Whereas before, he was trying to do it every single game, as much as possible, because he obviously has the physicality. You know, he's got the skills for it. You know, he's got the power, etc. He's got the whole aura shebang, like, you know. And it after that point, 15, 16, 17, 18, yeah, mad successful and all of that. But it just wasn't the same. He just felt a bit like robotic in it. Whereas like with Leo Messi, when Leo Messi was getting slower and all of that, you know, weaker physically, like you could still see the elegance. You could still see the supreme tech. Do you know what I'm saying? You could see the vibes, the elegance, the finesse, you know, pace de resistance and all of that. Do you know what I'm saying? Whereas with Cristiano, it's like we got the best version of him, like when he first broke into Portugal, just left Sporting Lisbon, Man United first time round. And then after that, it's just been a very gradual decline up until the point where he made, like you said, John, he made that Juve move. And then it just went to shit. And then it fucked up Juve financially, which I knew it would anyway. Everyone who knows, like, would know that would happen. And then going to Saudi, I know he said he would never play for Qatar and that, but I took it because I saw an interview he did, like, on the Jonathan Ross show. It was an English show. He was basically saying, "I'll never play in Qatar," translating to "I'll never play in Arabia. I'll never play in the Middle East." Basically, do you know what I'm saying? And then he ended up doing that. At least as far as I'm aware, Leo Messi has never said, "I'll never play in the MLS" or something like that. As far as I'm aware, if anyone couldn't show the evidence, well, but the point I'm making is this: is just like he's just not.
He wanted to stay at Barca. That's all I know. But
it's just not the one. Do you know what I'm saying? And he's holding Portugal back as well. I'll end it on this. He's holding Portugal back. If Portugal even want to remotely think about winning, yeah, they'll either have to use him sparingly or even not at all. Do you know what I'm saying? Just bring him on like for penalties or some shit. Because that's the most you're gonna get out of him now. He's pretty much 40, bro. He's pretty much coming up to 40 now. Like, you know, get your 1,000 goals and fucking retire. You've had an unbelievable career. You'll go down as one of the greats, whether I or anyone else likes it or not. It is what it is. Like, you know, just retire. You know, he was set for life many years ago. Do you know what I mean? Many years ago. His family, all of that. Living large and in charge, whatever. Yeah, enjoy your life. But it's just every year that he plays, he just ruins his legacy. Like as a player, you know, we've seen that with managers. You know, Arsene Wenger.
I think the same thing with Messi. To be honest with you, with him in the MLS, I think it's vice versa with both of them. But listen. The thing is that it's a money grab. It's the mentality. You know, two kids that came from poor areas that are looking at it as they're not gonna. They're going to do everything possible in their mind to never have an opportunity to go back to being how it was, which is where I understand that to a certain degree. But at the same time, like you said as well, There's a difference. I understand somebody playing longer like that if it was a guy who didn't make it to the top the way they did. Them guys have been making big money since fucking since '08. We're talking about nearly 18 years, almost 20 years of them being at the top of the game of making big time money. So that's where I hear you saying that's when you start screwing with your legacy, when you're choosing money over legacy in that regard, when you've already had enough money.
Oh yeah, for me, Leo Messi should have just retired after winning the World Cup. If you want to play another season as like a sort of victory lap, yeah, fine. But just be a free agent. Do you know what I'm saying? Like Argentina would have had you as a free agent. Do you know what I'm saying? After winning the World Cup, Portugal would do the same with Cristiano if if they ever got to that point. But again, like I hear it, and this is coming from me. Leo Messi's my goat, innit? I wanted him to retire there and then, or at least a year after, innit? And instead, he just kept on playing, innit? Mm-hmm. Because he wants to get to the 1,000 goals as well. I don't think he's as bothered about getting it first, but look, he would love to do it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is, man. Like, them two are just going to keep doing it until, like, they just both can't do it anymore. Do you know what I'm saying? And it's kind of sad in a way. It's kind of sad because this is what football has become, isn't it?
Yep.
You know, now we've got Haaland, we've got Mbappe, different generation, and it's just nowhere near the same, innit?
No, they're not on the level of Messi and Ronaldo.
Yeah, but that's the point. That's my point. It's just nowhere near. Do you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. They'll get the goals, but it just won't feel the same. It's just not the same.
Agreed. What do you guys think of the matchups tomorrow? We got Atalanta and Dortmund. Dortmund's up 2-0 on aggregate. We got Juventus and Galatasaray. Juve's down 5-2 on aggregate. PSG leads Monaco 3-2. And Real Madrid leads Benfica 1-0. Do you guys see any upsets coming, or do you think it's just going to be get the job done and the teams that are already winning are going to go on and win?
Believe it or not, if there was an upset, it probably might be Juve.
See, I honestly think it may be Atalanta more so.
Listen, I hope so, but I doubt it because what they showed me in the
they were bad.
I watched that first leg fully.
Yeah, they were bad.
Atalanta couldn't even string a single pass together properly, bro. It was really. Who was that left winger? I think he's Polish. What's his name?
Zalewski.
He was the only guy doing anything.
Yeah.
He was the only guy trying to do anything. Everybody else, and even Ederson, shit.
But the thing that shocked me about that game was the fact that, and obviously now he's been injured since it, was that he didn't go with Raspadori. And if I remember correctly, didn't he start Kristovic instead of Scamacca? So
no, Scamacca started.
Scamacca started. Okay, no. There was the Napoli game where he started Kristovic. I mean, listen, Atalanta, same thing. Listen, I had high hopes that they would do something good. Their manager Palladino is definitely a guy that I would like to look into for Napoli possibly in the future if we go down the route of what's it called? Oh, and what's his name is injured too, Del Catalier. So Del Catalier's got a torn meniscus, so he won't be playing. So you know what? Maybe Juve, but I don't see Juve's offense scoring 3 goals and not giving up a goal. I really don't. I think Galatasaray is going to give them some problems again.
Yeah, they don't have Bremer, do they?
He sucks. Bremer fucking.
You actually don't rate Bremer?
Fuck no. Bremer's
a lot of Serie A fans rate that guy.
Yeah, because they're gulping and burping fucking Juve. Bremer's fucking dog shit, dude.
Here's the question, Johnny. Is he only a little bit better than Juan Jesus, or is he a bit better but still shit, basically?
Bremer's better than Juan Jesus because Juan Jesus has been dog shit his whole career. Bremer, this is what I will say. Bremer, when he was at Torino, when Torino had a little rebirth that they finished in the top half for 2 years, Bremer was arguably one of the best center backs in Italy at that time. But since moving to Juventus, he's fallen under pressure of playing for Bremer, for playing for Juve, but he's never lived up to the hype. Bremer is not as good. Now, to what Baran's saying, listen, this is a guy that Napoli needs to purchase. And for me, I think any team that wants to get a good rotation center back, you go get Mario Gila from Lazio. The guy, Gila is from, Gila initially came out of the youth academy of Real Madrid. They sold him for cheap. I forgot where he went initially before he went to Lazio, unless he went to Lazio directly from the youth academy from Real Madrid. But Gila's a baller. 10 times better than Bremer. 10 times better than Bremer. He's a very, very, very good center back. I would love for him to be the center back replacement for Rahmani if we're going to sell Rahmani in the offseason for me. He went to Lazio directly. Okay, there you go. But no, Gila, very good center back. For me, right now, especially what he's done over the last few years, probably top 5 center backs in Italy, in my opinion.
Yeah, to be honest, I just don't see any upsets. We saw one tonight in it with Bodo, and they got that ball at Hague, of course, and the way their team is set up, like they're
well organized. They're
definitely going to cause some problems. But like I saw the the PSG Monaco, PSG. We know, defensively, I know your thoughts, Johnny, on Marquinhos. Zib, I don't know what you think, but like Marquinhos, I've
never. Wait, which Marquinhos are we on about? The Marquinhos from PSG?
No, not all.
PSG.
Yeah, the PSG one, not all.
When we beat PSG, it was because Marquinhos was shit.
Marquinhos is always shit. Uncomfortable conversation for a lot of people. Marquinhos is always shit. It was just they finally got a decent center back, a young center back who can cover the ground when he's left open. All them years that PSG had the lead, whether it was over United, whether it was over Real, whether I think there was one where they had the lead over Bayern and they blew that.
We beat them 3-0. There was no lead.
3-0. Okay. What was there was the PSG Real Madrid one, there was the Manchester United debacle, and there was the Barcelona
one.
All of those games, Marquinhos is always out of position.
Oh yeah, the first when they lost 3-2 in Paris. Is that what you know about?
No, the one where they blew Barcelona out 4-0, and then Barca won 6-5.
Oh, that was early in his career, 2017.
Yeah, Unai Emery was manager at PSG at the time as well.
Correct.
I remember that.
Marquinhos, one of the most overrated fucking players that everybody tries to rate as a top player. Marquinhos is dog shit. He's dog shit. He's a perfect example of why Brazil's fallen the fuck off to where they're at. Because even Brazil, who's not known for really great defenders, he's nowhere near a lot of the good defenders that Brazil used to put out. Nowhere near. That guy is shit.
I don't understand why he's captain for PSG.
Because to be fair, as a leading, I get it. When it comes to big moments, obviously you fumble, but I think it's the leading factor. And plus, he took over captaincy when Thiago Silva left.
Yeah.
I think it had a lot to do with 10 year at PSG and all that stuff. But to be honest, that Marquinhos with PSG last season kind of reminds me of Boateng with us in 2020. He was just there.
Yeah.
There. Yeah. The only difference is Boateng at least has more to his legacy. But
Boateng was a good center back though for a certain amount.
Yeah, I always rated Jerome Boateng.
Yeah, I think his career got ruined to a degree when Messi sent him packing.
100%.
He put him to sleep, innit? Go to sleep and all of that. Do you know what I'm saying? It's just one of them ones.
When did that happen? Was that 2016 when Messi got his ass?
No, it was 2015.
2015. Okay, because I was going to say
Luis Enrique was manager.
Boateng from 2011 to about 2014 for 3 years. I thought he was one of the top center backs in Europe at the time. But when he got twisted up by fucking Messi, that was the start of the fall for him, because them first couple of years when Bayern went on the run, they were fucking awesome, and that was when the Bundesliga was still a badass league. There was a lot more competition than what it became.
Schalke, Dortmund, and Wolfsburg.
And let's be real, right? If he was
even Gladbach had a good team at that time.
Yeah.
Gladbach at that team.
Yeah. By the way,
Yeah, Barca got
Bro, these man are fucking shit. I hate playing Gladbach every year, man. They're shit houses.
Haram ball of the highest order in Germany is Gladbach, and it's sad because they used to have some good teams and played good football, but I don't know. They've mismanaged their team to where they don't really have that many ballers anymore. They're not producing ballers out of that academy anymore, which is sad. Because Gladbach
about the stadium, to be honest, it's a nice stadium, but
yeah, Borussia Park,
that's pretty much it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
they used to be my team though on FIFA. They used to be one of my teams on FIFA when they had.
I used them in was it FIFA 16 in it, and I bought
like 16.
I bought Hatem Ben Arfa in it because like you could have the older players like the 30 plus, and they would still grow a little bit here and there. Same with FIFA. Hatem Ben Arfa on FIFA 16 was cracked, by the way. He
was so funny. It's funny you brought him up. He was on my who you would pay to see 11 when I did Rashid's episode.
Yep, saw that. Great episode as well. Hatem Ben Arfa is one of the
biggest will never forget
because he came from the same club. I don't know if he was directly in the same academy at that point when Karim Benzema was there.
Yeah, they came up the same year.
They both came.
Okay.
Yeah, from Lyon. Yeah, like Hatem Ben Arfa was meant to be one
better.
of the greatest. Better. Yeah.
Same scenario like when Anelka and Henry came to Arsenal and they said Anelka was going to be better. Everyone said Ben Arfa is going to be. Everyone said that Ben Arfa is going to be on for a while. My guy, Capo, I'm going to be on for a while. You want to hop on, brother? Just shoot me a message. I'll keep the link in the chat, brother. Hop on whenever you can.
Yeah, man. I think I just want to say very quickly, like Jerome Boateng for me, I've always rated him highly. Yeah, like if he was on the level of a Marquinhos, I don't think Germany would have won the World Cup. I know it might seem like a controversial take, to be honest, but you look at that whole German squad. You know, you had Neuer, Boateng, you had Hummels. I think you had
Hummels was one of the best centre backs in the world at the time, Mike.
Oh yeah, 100%. I've always rated Hummels, like Tony Kroos as well. Like, they had a Mario Götze there. He didn't, even though he didn't start as much. Obviously,
the starting 11 at the time was Neuer in goal. They had Hovedez at left back.
Oh, Hovedez, right back. I remember him. Yeah,
he was overrated. Overrated.
Oh no, he was shit. But Joachim Low got the best out of him at left back somehow.
Man like Lahm, bro. Philip Lahm, one of the most underrated.
But you want to talk about
he's underrated. He's one of the best fullbacks.
By the way, you want to talk about dog shit? Mustafi, you guys have.
Oh man!
Don't get no. You know what's funny?
He's a World Cup winner. He's a World Cup winner, guys. He's a World Cup winner.
Funny story about Shkodran Mustafi. I know one of his cousins. He's Albanian. He moved to Germany. He was a refugee during all that nonsense that was going on. I think originally from Kosovo, but I know a couple of his family members because the last building that I managed, one of his cousins was one of my tenants in the building. She was a piece of ass. Oh my God, was she fucking hot as hell. But yeah, no, Mustafi as a whole, he was shit, but it was nice.
Oh my days, bro.
But no, see, here's my thing. I thought Boateng, you would know better than me, but looking from afar, I never rated Mats Hummels like that. I thought the overall cohesive unit that was Bayern made Hummels look better than what he was because he left Dortmund, and I never really thought he was that great at Dortmund, in my opinion. He went to Bayern, looked good for the time that he was at Bayern because of the overall cohesive unit that Bayern was. But then when he went back to Dortmund after Bayern, it really exposed him more to be like, yeah, it's because he was at Bayern the way he looked that good. That was my opinion.
Yeah, but then you look at that last Dortmund Champions League run, and let's be honest, he was the best.
That year he went levels for that year. I will give you that.
2012, like 2013. So basically, Johnny, what you're saying is
like both Champions League final runs, he was immense.
Yes, absolutely. For the Champions League final runs, he showed up when it counted. But when he went to Bayern from Dortmund, I thought it was more of the fact that because he was with Bayern and Bayern was such a good cohesive unit, it made him look better. But overall, at his time in Dortmund, he was very spotty. Same kind of like
Bayern was underwhelming. He was underwhelming at Bayern. I can't lie.
Oh, okay. And the same with who's the guy that was with Bayern that went to Dortmund? Was it Schula?
Oh, that guy's a fucking bum.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like again, everybody was trying to say this guy was great when he was with Bayern.
No, he's shit. He's shit.
He was at Hoffenheim before that.
He was at Hoffenheim, and then he joined
was on the Hoffenheim team with Serge Gnabry before Gnabry made the move too. That was that.
And then he sold his ass.
Gnabry and Sandro Wagner on loan. Wagner on loan joined.
Sandro Wagner, and do they still got the Croatian kid that scored all them goals, Kramaric?
Oh, he scored against us a few weeks ago.
Okay.
Oh, Kramaric.
I always liked him. I always like Andre Kramaric.
Well, I have to say he's been back in form this season with Hoffenheim. They're actually not doing bad in the Bundesliga, to be fair to them. So fair play to.
Nice.
It's so funny you say FIFA 18. I'm buying one today.
No, but you know what with the Hummels thing? By the way, in case you didn't know, he used to be at Bayern before he went to the first Dortmund tenure, and then he went back to Bayern.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No, he was at Bayern twice. Yeah, he was at Bayern twice.
Okay.
So, Johnny, so are you saying that do you rate like Subotic even at that point in time when they made that run to the Champions League final? Sevan Subotic, next to Hummels in that year. Would you rate him higher, or do you still think like Hummels edges it, but he's still overrated?
I'll be honest with you. I think Subotic and Hummels were overrated as a whole. Again, Hummels on the Champions League final runs look good. I thought the reason why Dortmund got where they were was because of Weidenfeller. He was a badass goalkeeper.
Oh, Weidenfeller, by the way, he was crazy, bro. The only thing stopping him from being Germany #1 was Neuer.
Yeah, that's it. Roman Weidenfeller was a bad motherfucker on that.
They also had like Gundogan in midfield. I think Royce played the Champions League final.
They had Gundogan in midfield. They had
that badass Polish fullback Piszczek was on there.
Piszczek was another one.
Was an animal.
Nuri Sahin was on there too.
Nuri Sahin, yes, they had Nuri Sahin. They
had Bender. They had Sven Bender, I believe. DM.
Benders.
Yeah, I think they had both of them.
Bender brothers. Yeah, they had the Bender brothers.
Yeah, Kell as well. Was it Sebastian Kell in the
Sebastian
DM?
Kell, yeah, that's another one.
And
was Schürrle on that team?
Schürrle joined later on.
He was at Leverkusen at the time, I believe.
He was
no. He was with Chelsea. He
won the league with
Chelsea I'm talking 2012, 2013, because he wasn't at Chelsea then. He came to Chelsea after. I think that was, 13, 14, and then he won the league with Chelsea 14, 15. I think it was at
Was Aubameyang on that Champions League team?
No, he came after. He came after.
I thought he was still at France at Saint-Etienne.
So their team. By the way, I just remembered who their left back was. Oh my god, their left back was Schmelzer.
Yeah, literally Schmelzer.
Yeah,
and they did have Bender. Yes, Bender and Gundogan was in the midfield. They had Goldkoist as well.
Yeah.
No,
Blaszczykowski.
Blaszczykowski. Yeah,
Jakub Blaszczykowski. No, I thought Oba was on the team for 1 year with Lewandowski before Lewandowski.
No, Oba was the following year. Literally the following.
He was the replacement for Lewandowski before he went to Bayern.
Yeah. You're right.
They brought him in from was it Saint Etienne?
Because you know what, we beat Dortmund at home. If you remember, I think the following year, that was when Arsenal, Dortmund, and Napoli were all in the same group in the Champions League. And that was, we beat Dortmund at home. We lost to them away, and we lost to Arsenal both games. Yeah, because that was when we dropped. Yes, that was when we dropped into the Europa League that year with Rafa Benitez as the manager. Yeah.
Is that the only time that Arsenal and Napoli have been in the group stages together? Is that the only time, or is that just the only?
Yeah,
time?
Because the only other time I know that we played Arsenal was in the Europa League when. We lost to Chelsea when Arsenal lost to Chelsea in the final. They got Napoli in the quarterfinal. And then they
quarterfinals. Yeah, I remember watching that. Yeah, I remember that. Didn't we score a banging free kick or something? Like I swear we scored. Was it that game or was it the
It might have been the home game was the free kick because the away game was Aubameyang running all over us.
Oh yeah. Aubameyang was a fucking joke. But again, Unai
Well,
Emery.
in Paris, that's it. Shinji Kagawa, the Japanese guy, was with.
Yeah,
Shinji Kagawa as well. Yeah, that was another
Hey,
one.
I don't remember Perisic at Dortmund. I remember Perisic at Wolfsburg. I remember when Perisic was at Wolfsburg because that's where he was at when what's it called? Perisic was at Wolfsburg when Napoli beat him, and then the following year was when he went to Inter the first time around. So
yeah, Wolfsburg had some great players like Diego, Naldo, KDB was even there. Like, do you know what I'm saying?
Schürrle joined later on, and Draxler as well.
Man. Even Draxler was there at one point as well.
Yep.
Like, they're proper players.
By the way,
Jaco and
player
Mandzukic.
who's a part of that team that's still there is Maximilian Arnold.
He's a good player. I rate Arnold.
That guy's
it's free kicks, bro. Like, I saw that free kick, where it just kind of he knuckles it.
Bro, he scored a 2 against us in his history. This guy.
My days.
Yeah. I've always rated Maximilian Arnold as a good midfielder.
Checo was involved in their Bundesliga.
You know who my guy was, and I'm giving away players because I got to get Zir on for.
Oh yeah.
The 11. Because with Zir, I'm going to do the same thing like I did with Shane and Rashid, where I'm going to do the Bundesliga players, but from a certain period. My guy was awesome at Werder Bremen and Wolfsburg was Diego Ribas, the Brazilian number 10 or slash.
Diego's a baller.
Ribas.
That was my guy. And you know who else is a shout? He never made it onto the French national team, but he was the captain of Stuttgart when they won the trophy in 2007. Was that Mathieu Delpierre, the center back? He was awesome back in the day.
But that's because I think France had I think they had center backs at the time,
they still had the center backs. They still had Philippe Mexes. They still had they had Adil Rami. Do you remember Adil Rami at Valencia? And he was in Milan too. They had a lot of center backs, but Delpierre was underrated. But yeah, man, Diego was my ball. Who was the Argentinian guy that was at Wolfsburg with them? He wasn't there when they won the title. He was a small. Oh, it's gonna kill me. Andres D'Alessandro.
Oh yeah, D'Alessandro.
Baller.
That guy was a joke, bro. He was so tiny, but like just wicked. He's an absolute wizard on the ball, bro. Like, another one that's been around the block, but
that's why I say I wish financial fair play would be removed from football, because then we could get all the leagues hooping like they were before. I said it when we were doing the episode with Rashid. A lot of people forget how good Ligue 1 actually was. France wasn't this developmental league with PSG with all the money. You had Lyon, the old league. For me, none of these PSG teams could beat the old Lyon team, in my opinion.
No chance.
I think that old Lyon team would smoke these PSG teams. But even Marseille, when they had Gignac, Valbuena, they had Steve Mandanda, they had players.
Even
by the way, I have a good question for you, Johnny.
Up front, like he was good.
Yeah, and Monaco always had a good team. I mean, remember the Monaco team that made the Champions League final in 2004 had Maicon and my boy Ludovic Julie. Julie was a baller.
Julie was cold. He was cold.
I have a quick question for Jan. What was your thoughts on Graffiti at Wolfsburg?
Who? Graffiti?
His name was what's his name? Graffiti. He was one of the forwards at Wolfsburg alongside Jacob.
I'm trying to remember him because I remember more Mandzukic than Graffiti.
Brazilian.
Mandzukic. Yeah. I think he was okay. I think he had signs that he could be a good player, but I just didn't think that he lived up to what the potential was around him, because he supposed to be the better player than he was supposed to be the better player than Mandzukic, but Mandzukic ended up shining against him.
Yeah.
I know. Was it 09?
I have a Brazilian baller I have to bring to you at the if you ever bring me on, bro. That guy, I wish I was a fan at the time watching it, bro. That guy balled out. Yeah. Not just at my club, but at Bayer Leverkusen as well. That guy was crazy.
Who?
Zé Roberto.
Oh yeah, Zé Roberto was class, man.
Bro,
Zé
Zé
Roberto was
Oh,
class.
bro, I wish I watched him play at my club because man was doing Joga Bonito all over the Bundesliga, bro.
You
You
guys,
want Joga Bonito of the Bundesliga? Go watch that guy. That guy
oh
was
yeah.
Mm.
You guys, you know what? I'll be honest with you. Since Abhijit brought it up that he was going to get FIFA 15, even older, man. I was shocked that Bayern never won, and maybe you could give us more insight. That Bayern team, when they got Luca Toni, they still had Willie Sagnol. They signed Lucas Podolski from Cologne, I think it was, when he was
Yes.
playing more as the left wing.
Yes.
I don't know how, and Ribéry, I think, was the right wing at the time. It was before Robin got there. I think they had just signed Ribéry from Marseille, and it was like, and they still had Klose on the team as well. I think he was playing.
Lucio was still there, wasn't he?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that late mid 2000s, Bayern had a lot of issues, man. It got to bro.
It was
relying on
for real.
bro, when you're relying on Demichelis at center back, you put the first.
He was an okay center back for a little bit.
Yeah, but he wasn't at the level. He was not the level, bro.
No. Who was the other guy there? Was it Van Buyten?
We had Van Buyten.
You have Ishmael, or what's that guy's name? The French centre back, Ishmael Vallerin in Bayern at one point.
Yeah, I think so.
I think he was still there.
Schweinsteiger, yeah. Schweinsteiger was
Schweinsteiger was already there, but bro, the thing is, we had Lucio at the time as well, and then he went to Inter Milan, and then that's when, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
because wasn't him and Van Buyten was the center back pairing, and Demichelis was the backup, and then he became the starter that year when Lucio went to Inter, no? Or did they buy Demichelis that year?
No, we had Demichelis in 2010s.
Right, you had him as the backup,
like late 2000s, early 2010s.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. And Collar does shit. And Collar was a fucking.
He was a unit, man. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Demichelis was in Malaga too. Demichelis was with Manchester City for one of those years that they won when they brought him.
Yeah, it was the 13-14, I think. He had one season in Malaga.
And
Pellegrini brought him to City, and then they won the league, where Yaya Toure had probably one of the best individual seasons that this league has ever seen. But like you say, Gianni, before you, I'm sure you want to move on, but like when it comes
to by the way, the French center back, you're on about Sagno, by the way.
Who? Sagno, the German center.
Sagno.
I remember
French. Sagno.
No, he wasn't a center. Willie Sagnol was a fullback.
Or fullback. No, but he was one of our defenders. Yeah, he was one of our defenders.
Yeah. He was Bayern starting right back the year that France went to the World Cup final in 2006. He was there for a minute. Willie Sagnol was a bad.
Yeah, we had Owen Hargreaves. I remember.
Yeah, that's it. He had Owen. And wasn't Van Bommel still on the team then, or did he move on?
Van Bommel, I actually don't know.
Lizarazu
was a bad motherfucker too.
Oh, Lizarazu was a bad man.
Left back, bro. Jesus Christ.
Oh, that 2001 run, he was unreal. That 2001.
Roque Santa Cruz is a shout like no other. I ain't heard Roque Santa Cruz's name in a long time.
What do you think of what's his face? Pizarro, innit? Claudio Pizarro, because I know he's
can I?
Yeah, Pizarro was like, yeah.
You didn't rate Pizarro.
I said class. I loved Claudio Pizarro.
I was gonna say, because for me, in my personal opinion, he is the greatest backup striker ever.
Well, yeah, because of that. But when he was with Werder Bremen, he was shredding shit up when he was the starter.
Yeah, and then he joined us.
Who was the other Peruvian striker that was in Germany for a few years? He was supposed to be the next big thing. No.
Wait.
There were two Peruvian strikers in the Bundesliga. Pizarro was one. The other guy was the other striker. Because remember, Peru.
Oh, yeah. I forgot his name.
Peru always played a 4-4-2 because they had to play the two strikers. I'm forgetting the guy's name.
The other one was the top scorer for Peru, I think.
Yeah.
Something Guerrero or something. I don't
Paulo
remember.
Guerrero. Paulo Guerrero. Good call when you said Guerrero. Paulo Guerrero. He was
Paulo
the
Guerrero.
striker. No, that was my boy. That Schalke team, I used to smoke people.
Jefferson Farfan.
I'm not gonna lie, Farfan. It's a shame how his career turned out because he was good at Schalke.
Yeah, that Schalke team as a whole was a disgrace that they never won anything with the team that they had. The fact that what's his name? Kevin Prince Boateng never took care of himself and was constantly injured when he made the move from Milan to Schalke. Who was the Brazilian winger they got from Lyon that fell apart? Because Huntelaar was carrying it.
Michel Bastos, is it?
Yep, Michel Bastos.
Yeah. Hey, he was cold. He was cold, man. Like,
and that was where Neuer and Goretzka came out of Schalke before they moved on to Bayern. They had the American.
They had Draxler. They had the
American. They had a Western.
Jermaine Jones. Jermaine Jones, the midfielder, was on that team. He was solid with them.
Kevin Karani as well. They had a lot of players, man. You know.
No, who is the tricky winger? The light-skinned black dude. He was German. He was good
I know who you're
about. Years and he could never
Sydney Sam. Is it Sydney Sam?
Sydney Sam. Yep.
I remember. Yep, Sydney Sam. Yeah. He was
Sydney Sam.
Customer, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? Like Sydney Sam.
Micah Johnson, my guy, hop on. I'll put the link in the chat. My guy, I ain't seen you since early in the summer on Aaron's channel. This guy knows ball. Hop on if you can, bro. Hop on if you can. My guy. Haven't seen him in a minute. Yeah. Huntelaar was one of the best strikers in the Bundesliga for the period.
Well, that guy was bad, bro. It's a shame that Van Persie was right ahead of him. Otherwise, he would have started.
They hated each other. They hated each other.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember.
I forgot what happened between the two of them, but Huntelaar and Van Persie said to all the Dutch managers that I cannot be on the pitch at the same time as Huntelaar because he couldn't stand him. I didn't get that.
The history of Courtois and KDB. Do you think it was some off the field shit like Courtois and KDB, like where Courtois was like messing with KDB's misses, or was it something different? Am I just thinking of them? Like, because I don't know. It was either that or something else. I don't know. Like it was kind of odd because with Huntelaar played for Real Madrid, didn't it? He was part of that Dutch with Wesley Sneijder and Iron Robben, and and Ruud van Nistelrooy, I think he was there before, and then he went to go. I think he went to Schalke after Real Madrid as well. I think if it's not Schalke, no, Van Nistelrooy, like because he was at Real Madrid after Man United.
That was where Raul went. Raul went to Schalke after.
No,
because Huntelaar and Raul, it was the year before. It was a couple years before Roberto Di Matteo took over. They were playing that 4-4-2 diamond midfield. Actually, that was when Rakitic was on Schalke before he made the move to Spain. Rakitic was on Schalke, and Raul and Huntelaar were the two strikers that won the Deutsche Pokal for Schalke that year when Raul went there.
Yeah. Well, I think Mesut Ozil was still there. He went to Mesut Ozil was at Schalke, and then he went to Werder Bremen, innit? And then went to Real Madrid, and then he came to us, innit? At the time, it was a record signing, 42.5 million, and then look at us now, innit? Like, I'd take Ozil right now over fucking Nick and a living guard, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, a juiced up Ozil in this league would kill it, bro. It would fucking,
Raul at Schalke. I'm reading the chat. Yeah, that's
kill it, bro. But yeah, man, like just very, very quickly, like what you said earlier, Gianni, about like the whole FFP, like the PSR. Like, I still remember the days, like way back in the day, like where it wasn't just the top 5 leagues, like the La Liga, Premier League, Serie A, Liga, and Bundesliga. You even had like the Dutch league. They had some good teams and some proper players. The Portuguese league as well. If you got rid of that whole bullshit financial system, all of them teams, including the other 2 leagues, the Portuguese and Dutch, and maybe a few others, they'll start to thrive in it. And then maybe, just maybe, the Premier League can get their shit together and realise that the whole drama, the whole PR, Premier League OSS ain't working no more. You're kind of seeing the decline right now. But what we've been seeing, like across the board, the Premier League is just the worst at it and for it. Like, it just needs to end. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just sick and tired of seeing Garnachas, bro. I don't care if he plays for Chelsea, Man United before that. You know, you had like Hoyland. To be fair, he's done quite well with your lot, Gianni.
Nah, he's shit.
But he is shit. But that's the thing, yeah. But that's the thing, he is shit. Like, there's just so many players that are either mad overrated or just fucking shit. And you've been seeing.
Don't you think that's a Premier League fan base's fault? Like, I'll tell you something. I don't know if Gianni will agree or not, but like for a guy that supports a club outside the Premier League, outside looking in, majority of us, like non-Prem-tards, genuinely think that Premier League fans overrate everyone. They overrate their own club stature and history. They overrate the players. They just everything about Premier League is overrated.
Bro, do you know why that is? Do you know why that is? It's a culture problem. It's an English culture problem. So you have like the Premier League, and then the reason why we haven't been successful in international level as well, it kind of coincides in a way because it's up here. You know, we've had good players. Yes, we've had some fucking bang average and dog shit players. I'm not saying that, you know, but at the same time, it all coincides. And then the fans, like you mentioned, like overrating our players, now overrating managers on top of that, overinflating, you know, like mini achievements or whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's just like, it's an absolute shit show. But it's just been going on for too long. But it needs to end. It needs to end. Like, but when the Premier League has been the Super League for so long, like, this is what you get in it. You just get dross year in, year out.
Well, for me, I think here's the thing. I think the fan base in England now is a lot worse than what it used to be. I think the fan base maybe 10, 15 years ago, when the money first started rolling into the Premier League, the fans weren't as bad. But the media is just as bad. I mean, if you remember when Inter with Conte bought Christian Eriksen, when Spurs were just trying to get rid of him. I don't know if it was it was Spurs. It was Spurs. Eriksen wanted out of Spurs. He came to Inter, and you have Spurs fans who are actually trying to make an argument that because of the money, Spurs is a bigger team than Inter. And it's like, brother, first of all, historically, Spurs are never going to be anywhere close to what Inter Milan is historically. So you need to stop that bullshit. But the problem is, it's not only fans. There were pundits saying the same thing. Like, why would you go to Inter when you're at Spurs? It's like, do you hear yourself? It's Spurs. Spurs are never going to be bigger than Inter. Spurs are never going to be. Listen, Inter historically is a bigger club than Arsenal. So Spurs aren't even the biggest team in their own end of the fucking city. You ain't bigger than Inter Milan. So let's be honest here. So
but that's part of the problem. But that's what I say, Johnny, Zero as well. It's the culture. When you have a top 6 team that ain't even top 6, you know, Man United are top 6 because of heritage and all that. Yes, they're back up there, but again, Ruben Amorim job and all of that bullshit that they were doing for the last few years. You know, absolute shit show. But again, the fans are part of that. Their ownership, the media, all of it coincides to a shower of fucking shit. With Spurs, it's probably the best and worst example you're ever going to see, because no one in their right mind can say that Spurs are. To be honest, even though Ajax have been poor recently, they're not bigger than fucking Ajax.
No.
I would go a step further, saying they're not bigger than PSV, bro. They're definitely not bigger than PSV. Do you know what I'm saying?
Another Dutch club.
If they get relegated, if Spurs get relegated, this whole top 6 bollocks needs to be over with. And let's be honest, Aston Villa are a bigger club than Tottenham.
So is Everton.
Nottingham Forest.
Yeah, Nottingham Forest too. It's because of this. It's because of this. That's what it is.
PR Emily, bro.
Money.
PR Oses.
Money is the whole reason why everybody tries to put Tottenham up on that fucking pedestal with all that bullshit. Tottenham.
No, but even the biggest clubs in England, when they compare themselves to like the European clubs, like I'll give you the best example, Man United. They compare themselves to Madrid, Barca, Bayern. They ain't ever getting near us, bro. I'll be honest.
No.
But you know why they say that though, right? Because
of the money,
fans, money.
Yeah, because of the money. Listen, Manchester United is where they're at because of the fact that they were the biggest team in England at the time when all the money started rolling into England. historically, you'd go across Europe and anywhere else, everybody knows Liverpool's the bigger team because of Liverpool's success in the Champions League. And not only that, Liverpool, Manchester United, I don't care what anybody says, and people can clip me up or try to talk nonsense. Manchester United never had a team as dominant as the Liverpool of the 70s and the 80s. That Liverpool team of the 70s and the 80s would mop the floor with any fucking United team you could produce.
And let's be honest, right? Man United won the league for the first, you know, when the Premier League first came out, it was like 92, 93, yeah. They hadn't won the league for years.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm talking even more than 10 years, 20 years even. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, we're now Arsenal Football Club, yeah? We haven't won the league in basically over 20 years now.
Yeah,
we're at that point. Before that, Liverpool, before the 2019, 2020, yeah, the last time they won the league was 30 years ago. 1990, bro. That's before I was born. So it's just like, you know, I hear it with the commercial stuff and all of that, the football institution, big brand, but big brands can only get so far. Look at Arsenal, innit? We're a massive brand, but we don't have the success to back it up. Even outside of Europe, do you know? Yeah, of course, Deportivo are bigger than Spurs.
Hey, that was my guy too. From Deportivo when he went to Bayern, Roy McKay was my guy. That was
Roy McKay.
Oh, yeah, Roy McKay was crazy.
That was my guy, man.
He was a joke. He was an absolute joke. Who else did they have?
Roy McKay, actually, you pronounce it.
They had Capdevilla as the left back.
They had Jamala. That's who I was thinking of. Jamala. When he did
yeah.
Jamala is technically it's unbelievable, bro. Unbelievable. Yeah. Do you know what I'm saying? Wasn't it the same Deportivo, like when they won the league, not too long after when they won the league, yeah, a few years after, yeah, a couple of years after, where they beat Milan, AC Milan?
Yep.
Yeah, AC Milan. Like, wow, like that team was no joke.
That was the beautiful thing of football before all this nonsense of handicapping these other leagues came into play. All the leagues had baller teams and they all had rotations. Now you don't see it anymore. Now it's literally down to you have to be a big team with a shit ton of money.
Yeah, it's a joke.
Yeah. Montieta, listen, man, Valencia was one of my favorite teams to watch in the early 2000s with that crazy ass team they had. Still to this day, Natster knows because that was I had him on the team when you and me did the 11.
I know you were talking about
Pablo Aimar was a fucking baller with Valencia.
Aimar was crazy. He was unbelievable, man.
And my favorite player on that team was Vicente. The left winger. Vicente was my guy.
Joaquin on that other side. That Valencia team, that whole team was a fucking joke, bro.
Yeah.
That team was disgusting. It was unbelievably good, that team. But again, you don't get that now.
No.
Because of all the money being pumped in. Like, look at Bilbao. Bilbao had ballers back in the day. Now they're LARPing and they're putting Nico Williams on a pedestal. His brother's better than him, bro. Even now, 30 plus. Like, what are we doing?
Can you believe they're still talking about this guy trying to come to Arsenal? This guy is not that fucking good.
He's shit, bro. I've not even seen him that often. But if I did, it would just confirm.
Bro, I can't lie. I'm glad Bayern didn't get him.
He'd be a waste of money,
shit, bro. I don't rate him. Never have. Never will.
For me, there's only one guy. There's only one guy I'm looking at for left wing this year for Arsenal. It's Morgan Rogers. That's it. It's the only guy I want. That's the only guy I want Arsenal to go out and get to play the left wing is Rogers.
To be honest,
and then
Olise's
going to listen. Olise's not going to leave Bayern to come to Arsenal.
No. I'm talking before he got to Bayern, he was in Palace.
100%.
We all know. How the fuck did we decide to not go for Olise, but go for fucking Madueke instead? Like an Olise. How much did you pay for Olise here? What, like 30 million?
No.
For Olise?
No, we paid, I think, around 40 something mil, or actually, no, it wasn't even
steal.
Mil. It's still, bruv. It's still.
Pounds
wait, what was his price? Was it like 64 mil?
Even then, when you look at what he's turned into, that's a steal.
Yeah, he's unbelievable. Like,
he's so sick.
It's so fucking.
Oh, remember some of these fucking idiots. Oh, you can't. What did they say? Somebody said
53 million euros.
53 or 33?
53.
53 million euros is
Just
not
shy of
bad.
50 million quid. Yeah. I hear it. I hear it.
Madueke is more expensive than Michael Elise. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. Oh, but Bukayo Saka's game will suffer if we buy Elise on the right. But yet we bought Eze from the same club, and now you don't want Nick and the Living Guard no more. You don't want Odegaard no more.
On top of that, these kids nowadays say you can't play old school football with a left-footed winger on the left wing now.
Oh no.
It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
They've never seen ball. They've never seen serious ball, bro. Do you know what I'm saying?
Too.
All of these names that are in the chat, big up the chat. They don't know. They don't even know like
Amakel. Yeah,
25% of them. Never mind half of
60
them.
mil release clause. Wait, Baran, are you on about the Elise thing?
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying.
I wouldn't be shocked if he's on about Elise because I wouldn't be shocked if he's on about that. But it was not a release clause. It was never a release clause. We paid the purchase because obviously Elise was linked to Chelsea and Man U, and then obviously we come in and paid the price because obviously we had Champions League unlike the other two clubs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah, and the Carter as well. He was a fucking baller as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just so many names. We're just wheeling off names here. Like it's beyond a joke. Like, and now we have to watch fucking Nick and the Living Guard. We got to watch fucking Madueke, bro. Like fucking Havertz before he got injured. Like,
shit, bro. I watch Havertz.
Martinelli, bro. Bolivian. No, I swear, bro. I swear. He's not Brazilian. He's Bolivian.
Yeah, Enzo Maresca was a part of Malaga. Pavel Nedved's one of the most overrated players in the history of the game. Sorry. Overrated as fuck. Overrated as fuck.
It's that Ballon d'Or year, isn't it?
It's not only the Ballon d'Or.
He should have won that. I don't care.
Not only should have Thierry Henry won the Ballon d'Or that year, the other thing is this. Is everybody hyped up Nedved when he was at Lazio before he won the Ballon d'Or, and he wasn't even the best player on that team. Veron and Diego Simeone were much more important to that team winning than fucking Nedved was. And if you remember, they still had the I don't know if he was Serbian, he was definitely Yugoslavian. The center back that was a beast at hitting free kicks.
Oh, you were telling me about that, like
Mihailovic, Sinsa Mihailovic.
Yeah, Mihailovic. Yeah,
Mihailovic had a hat trick on free kicks in one game, but overall was just a G. That Lazio team. Lazio had Roberto Mancini still as a striker on that team. I think they still had. Do you remember Salas?
Yeah, I remember Salas.
Salas was with that team. Diego Simeone, Veron. The team just had so many killers. Nedved just happened to be there and got goals because of all the dirty work.
Wasn't Hernan Crespo there at the time as well at Lazio? Yes. So you had Crespo, you had Veron.
Yeah.
We all knew were ballers, especially Veron. But even Diego Simeone was class, innit? I didn't see him as much, but like you know, like because they were like Argentina were in the same group as England in the 2002 World Cup. We had like Nigeria.
Ravanelli was on that team.
Oh.
Ravanelli was on that team.
He ended up playing for Derby County, bro.
Like,
At the end of his career, he played for fucking Derby County with the silver hair, silver fox.
And that's where Nesta came from. Nesta was on that team. Before he went to Milan, he was on that Lazio team.
Was he at Parma, or am I thinking of someone else? Nesta?
No, I think Nesta was on Parma, and then he went to Lazio, and then he went to
Milan.
and
then he went to Milan. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah,
that's crazy.
Hey, that Parma team was a fucking joke as well. That Parma team was something. Yeah, but we don't get this anymore. Like you said, was it that Serie A? Like what is it? 80s, 90s, yeah, even early 90s. You're not gonna get that again. That's the peak of like that. Not even peak. That's prime time football, right there.
85 to 2006. There'll never be a league better than the Serie A in that time period. Will never be a league better than the Serie A.
I agree. I saw it at the back end. Do you know what I'm saying? And even after that, there were glimpses, but it just didn't quite hit because they were up and coming players. Like we talked about it in my Who Would You Pay to See my episode, Alexandra Pato, man, a bit like Ben Arthur, yeah. He was the one that was meant to be best in the world. I'm talking he could do everything. He was quick, he was strong, he had tech, touch, dribbling, and he could finish like a motherfucker as well. Link play, he could do it all, bro. And he was Ronaldinho's understudy along with Ronaldo before he left to go back to Brazil. The guy had my days.
I'm gonna give you. Did you watch the Shane episode when we did Shane's who you would pay?
Not all of it. I'm gonna go back because I need to go back and watch all of that one.
I did an 11 of wasted talent players for Italy.
Yeah.
My front four was Adriano as the striker.
The one that I picked as well. Yeah.
Yep. I had Quaresma.
Yep.
On the right wing. Do you remember Jeremy Menez?
Yes.
Yes, Jeremy Menez. Yeah.
Jeremy Menez, bro. Yeah.
And then as the number 10 was Stefan Jovetic.
Oh God, yeah, that guy.
And he was at City as well. He won the league with City, I believe.
Yeah.
He won the league under Pellegrini and that. Yeah.
And then the two midfielders I had was Freddie Guarin and Kevin Prince Boateng.
Freddie Guarin, bro.
Oh yeah, Kevin Prince Boateng can be in the Bundesliga one as well.
For what is. Yeah. Yeah.
Guarin was mad underrated as well, bro. Like I saw bits and pieces like when he was at Inter and that. You know, he reminds me of the other one. I think I didn't put him in my team, but I brought it up. Nainggolan, innit? Nainggolan.
Nainggolan is one of the biggest what's if you'll ever get.
Exactly. He was cold. He still probably smokes to this day, like I do.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and he could hit them from 40 yards, bro. Like it was nothing. Like Juninho with the free kicks, long shot for the same thing for him, bro.
The problem with Freddie Guarin at Inter was Inter did the same mistake with Guarin as Arsenal did with Xhaka. When they thought that Granit Xhaka was going to be a number 6 when he was never a number 6 at Gladbach. That's the thing. No. He always moved up when he was with Gladbach. He was more of an 8 than a 6. It was the same thing with Guarin. Guarin was supposed to win the ball, make late runs into the box, but if you give him a shot from 25 yards out, he's going to get it because he had a fucking rocket of a shot.
Oh yeah, 100%.
When you look at the situation of the fact that with the teams that are more of the with like the wasted talents, you know, that period after Serie A fell apart, there was still so much good talent that was in the league. It's just everybody wasn't getting done. Don Hussein.
Hussein, man, this guy.
Getting dunked on by Bodo Glenn. It is what it is. It is what it is.
Say that to Judge Mo.
Hashtag slot out. Hashtag slot out and all of that. Do you know what I'm saying?
That's the shout. Antonio Di Natale was the baller.
Oh, no. It was the Zubimendi. It was the Zubimendi rant that fucking killed it. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I hope Joshua that gets relegated.
He has made an enemy forever. Yeah, this is what happens when you have a fellow Arab here, man. You get me?
Cassano was on my team. Cassano was on my team.
Yeah. Because I was thinking of putting him in my team, innit? Because that period, especially when he was like Inter, mashing work, bruv. Do you know what I'm saying? That guy, fucking baller, bruv.
You know who the biggest? You know who's another one that I had on that team as well? I'm sure you remember him, Adrian Mutu. People forget how cold Adrian Mutu was. If the motherfucker would have just left the cocaine alone, his ass would have been a good player.
Well, Hassan has a question for you about the Juve game because
Mo getting cooked on tomorrow. Gianni, does Juve have a chance of a remontada, or should I not bother with the watch? Listen, I would say watch the watch along to see Galatasaray whoop their ass. I don't think Juve is going to come back. If they did, it'd be one of the greatest bottle jobs I've ever seen because Juve's team is not that fucking good. So let's be real here.
Well, you have the calling out big body weight. You know what I mean?
Is still playing for Juve? Like, is he still like fit? Vlahovic, is he still there in that?
Yeah, he's
still there and he's ass.
He just sucks. Yeah. This is the thing that people forget about Vlahovic. Vlahovic was cold at Fiorentina because the whole team played for him. Vlahovic now, the team doesn't play for him, but at the same time, Vlahovic was getting tap-ins at Fiorentina. He had some worldy goals that he scored, but majority of those goals were tap-ins with the way that the team was set up to play for him. It's not like that no more. And when you play for a big team, you have to still do your job, even if the team's not built around you. Vlahovic, you know what he is? Vlahovic is good for 2 months and is dog shit the rest of the season. For 2 months, he'll stat pad. He may score 12 to 14 goals in 2 months and then score 3 the rest of the season. And people still say, oh, he's getting 15 goals a year. It's because you're not watching the league to realize how shit he really is. All the strikers on Juventus suck. The Canadian kid, Jonathan David, fucking sucks.
Jonathan David.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. We overrated David too much.
That guy sucked. The guy from fucking RB Leipzig has continued his shit. Openda's dog shit.
Openda. By the way, that Openda guy, can I just say, that guy, the thing that always hurted him at Leipzig as well is it's like Sesko as well. 1v1 missing. Oh my days.
Oh my God. He's one of the worst dribblers of the ball I've ever seen, especially with pace.
No, but Openda is known for transition football. He's not known for taking on a man.
Oh, well.
But
you have to give the ball in transition and he makes a run at 1v1. But the problem with him is he would miss these 1v1s.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But we wanted him at Arsenal. Obviously Sesko, but we wanted Openda as well. It was Openda, it was Sesko. Before that, it was Vlahovic, but Vlahovic turned us down. Well, I'm glad we didn't get either of them because as much as, I'll just say this very quickly, as much as I don't rate Gyökeres technically for what we actually bought him in for, he's just an old school striker. And a lot of these other strikers should be seen as just pace and power, tapping merchants or whatever their best attribute is. Do you know what I'm saying? When you make them as what they're not, do you know what I'm saying? They're not even doing what Roy Mackay did.
Yeah, but that's the problem. They look at technical ability in the wrong places. In my opinion.
And all of that. You know, Lucas Podolski. We had bits for us. Do you know what I'm saying? You
know the problem with the whole striker thing, and people are not gonna like this argument. It's people and listen, obviously the fact that R9 was that, people like Harry Kane as well, I have to put him in that mix mold because he's the type of guy that likes to create for others. You know, they care more about wingers. It's a bit backwards. I feel like the strikers, they expect them to be the ballers, and the wingers, they expect them to be the goal scorers when it should be the other way around.
Yep. But back in the day, we had both, bro. We had both. We had wingers that were mad techie, but didn't get as many goals, but they affected games. Do you know what I'm saying? They put in a wicked ball. They score a humdinger chicken zinger from like 30 yards here and there. Do you know what I'm saying? Or they'll go past like 3, 4, 5 man. Do you know what I'm saying? And then find the killer pass, or they'll slot it in here and there. And then the strikers, it was either old school, old fashioned centre forward, link up play with a good bit of tech and that, or they were like TT, Ronaldo, like, do you know what I'm saying? You know, like even the likes of like a Tristan or someone like that. Do you know what I'm saying? Someone of that ilk, and then obviously Karim Benzema that followed, and then man there like Robert Lewandowski. Even I'll put in that bracket, and he's still playing. Like Robert Lewandowski, yeah, he's the last. Him and Harry Kane, yeah, are the last of proper strikers that actually have tech. Do you know what I'm saying? That can do more than put the ball in the back of the net. After them two are gone, yeah, it's done. Unless we rewrite, just scrap this whole fucking bullshit of PSR, and then having, like you said, Zir, wingers as strikers and strikers as wingers in terms of expectations.
Yeah, bro, that's the vibe I get. I mean, yeah, Benzema at Al Hilal, but look, come on now, he's in Saudi League. We're talking about Europe.
Ivan Toney is a shout, but it's like he for me personally, he got done dirty. Like if we'd have got him instead of relying on fucking the King of Zamunda, Eddie Nketiah, bro. Like, I'm sorry.
No, Ivan Toney right now, he's doing a decent job at Al Ahly, man. I have to say, he's doing a decent job at Al Ahly.
Yeah, but again, he's another one that he ain't going to be back in the Premier League again.
But he's enjoying life in Jeddah, man. I have to say, he's really. I can tell you, bro. This guy, he starts singing in a Marathi song, bro. No, when the layl in the heart, bro. This guy,
I mean, like 400k a week will do that. Do you know what I'm saying? At the very
real quick, I just want to show this because Liam Connor is 100% correct. The Premier League gets roughly just under $2 billion a season, while the Serie A's contract is $900 million across 5. We're getting half the money that the Premier League gets in 1 year across 5 seasons. That's what I mean by the difference of money between the leagues, and that's why financial fair play needs to go, because financial fair play goes, and now it's on the team's ownership to run the club properly than just resulting in building these crazy fucking marketing schemes and all this other shit, it'd be a completely different story. So
I don't think PSR will really change that much, to be honest. Like it might be a
Yeah.
little bit better than FFP, but is it going to be that much better? That's my only concern.
See, the problem with PSR is this. PSR is basically, and I said this on Big Up to Views. Views had me on his show this morning, and we were talking about it because there's a lot of Arsenal fans that like to attribute, it's the American ownership to why Arsenal doesn't win. And I go, here's the problem with looking at it from that perspective. The American ownership still gave you $1 billion, and the board and everybody fucked up the $1 billion, right? If you give $1 billion to a lot of these other clubs, they're running dominance inside their respective league.
I put a message out there. Big up, man.
Big ups there, man. You want to shout your channel out? Oh, my guy. He had a good
bounce and the quickest.
He had a bounce. Yeah.
Big ups.
Anyway. For everybody, if you haven't subscribed to Zier, go subscribe to Zier. The guy's a real one. That's my guy, man. But the thing is this: PSR is more so of a thing to handicap the smaller teams. That's why what's going on with fucking Tottenham is an embarrassment. Because look at Aston Villa is the perfect example. Aston Villa, had they been able to spend some more money and get a couple more fucking players, they're not only potentially in this title race, but they're closer than what it is. And the PSR is really there to just protect the big teams in England, the quote-unquote big six, because they don't want any of these other teams to develop more money in order to challenge any of these teams. That's the whole reason there. And the funny thing is, like I said, everyone likes to say they don't like American owners, but you're starting to tread down the path of doing what the American ownerships do in the different sports here in America. It's more of like that franchise tag. The fact that you're preventing the richest owners in the world in Newcastle from spending their money, the fact that you're stopping teams that are trying to build their way up and are actually doing it a legitimate way, like Aston Villa is, but now you're trying to stop them because you see Villa has actually some serious football people that are running the team. Now that there's money back there, Villa could potentially start closing the gap. It's ridiculous on how much they're doing to try to push down the lower competition and just make sure that the big teams stay up there and it's always going to be amongst them. That's the problem with PSR. If you get rid of PSR and FFP and it comes down to the fact of simply the ownerships and the boards run the team, and if you're smart enough to where you can't overspend and spend more than what you make for a certain period of time so you don't bankrupt your team, you could build a successful team. But the problem is it's all these outside voices and people behind closed doors that want to run football and make it this certain way to where it's all the money goes to England, and then it's just trickle down economics to where you have to have good players to sell them to England to make money. It's just that's the reason why I don't like how they've handicapped everything with FFP. That's why I think FFP is one of the biggest problems in football.
I agree. To be honest, like it's got beyond the point now where Villa should be in the top six and not Spurs. Like, do we really need Spurs to go down for it to be officially confirmed?
I would love it.
Do you know what I'm saying?
If Spurs went down, PSR is bullshit. If Spurs go down, it shows there's no reason for PSR, because a team that gets to have so much more money and is allowed to spend much more money because it's that's the whole reason why, outside of being an Arsenal fan, I would love Spurs to get relegated, because if Spurs gets relegated, that means that now PSR and all this rigging for big teams to keep the money now needs to be put in question, because we have a big team that successfully fucked up. And that's why that shit needs to be questioned now. Because again, you're handicapping these other teams that are doing it the right way. Spurs, first of all, the players don't look as if they could be bothered to play for this team anymore. They look like they're just going through the motions to get through the fucking season. And it doesn't look like that they care if Spurs get relegated, which, you know what? As an Arsenal fan, I hope you remain not caring and you do get fucking relegated. But it is what it is with that. So for me, nah, man. I would love for PSR and financial fair play to get knocked out. I would love for it to get knocked out. It's absolutely useless, and it's hindering the rest of the leagues, not just the Premier League. It's absolute fucking bullshit. Raul is the prime example. He's the most technically gifted striker I've ever seen. Hey, he's one of them. He's one of them, Baran.
I wouldn't say he's top for me, but I rate him highly. He's always been elite. I wouldn't put him as
Signori was a bad motherfucker.
But the only reason why I would say top 5 that I've seen is because you got TT, you got Ronaldo, the real one, the phenomenon. Do you know what I'm saying? And you even got the likes of there's like, so you could go even further back to, you know, like George Weah, like, you know, Romario, players like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
he's the most natural finisher of all time. Romario, Romario's the most natural finisher of all time.
As a finisher, yeah. What I loved about Raul, because it's a great comment. What I loved about Raul, whenever he was through on goal and the keeper strayed too far, big up Vigilante, straight too far.
Vigilante, if you want to hop on, bro. I'm gonna put the link in the chat.
Like what Raul used to do expeditiously is dink the ball over the keeper like no other. Do you know what I'm saying? When it comes to them chip finishes, like there weren't really any better at doing that. Do you know what I'm saying? Whenever like a ball was played through, whether it was Guti, whether it was Zizou, whoever, do you know what I'm saying? Like once Raul was through and the keeper was a bit too far off his line, and he didn't even have to be that far off his line. More often than not, he'd always dink it, innit? I'd never seen a striker dink it over keeper after keeper like he did. Do you know what I'm saying? That's the biggest compliment I can give to Raul. And you don't see many chipped goals like that. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, not the way he's doing it.
And not at that, not nowhere near that level, not at that quality. Do you know what I'm saying? But it's just the way things have been now. We went from Adriano to fucking Trashmas Hoyland, bruv, in the space of 20 years. In the space of 20 years. Like, what are we doing here? Like, it's mad.
Big up Micah Johnson. Seeing around 10 outlets on X saying Bastoni will leave this summer with Barcelona, Liverpool interested. What are your thoughts? Listen, I mean, here's the thing. Inter need the money. And he's a youth product. They got him he's a youth product. So for me, you know, again, it goes back to what I've been saying about the issues of this financial fair play bullshit and specifically in England PSR. You know, if Inter has to sell Bastoni to continual upbuild of the team, to reinvigorate the squad and everything else, you know, he was with, no, I take that back. He's not a youth academy player from Inter. He's from he's from Atalanta. That's where he came out of the youth academy.
Oh, right. Okay. I didn't know that, to be honest.
Yeah. He's with Atalanta. He just went to Inter really, really young. Listen, it is what it is. The problem is Inter is still over $1 billion in debt. They're still over €1 billion in debt. They just put away.
We swap him for the Sweet Prince. Sorry to cut you off, Johnny. Can't we just swap him for the Sweet Prince? I mean,
see, you know what the funny thing is? Big up Sammy, who's on the Football Rig show. Big up Sammy every time. He had me and Taryn from BBK Sports. Shout out Taryn every time too.
Big up BBK each and every single time.
He had us on the show and he was asking because apparently Bastoni was linked to Arsenal. And I said, where the fuck do you play him? Because I don't want to see Bastoni come to Arsenal to be put as a left back.
I don't either. Yeah.
I know.
Fury, is that the bar? Is that the bar? Just be better than Calafiori?
Well, we already have one. Hincapié is better than Calafiori.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Calafiori, Odegaard, Jesus, Trossard, Martinelli,
Havertz,
Madueke.
I don't care.
Them 7 should be get out of the club as soon as the season's over. I don't care if you win the league. They should all go at the end of the season. They should all go.
Sell while the stock's high. Do you know what I'm saying? We need to do that. We need to sell properly. If we're meant to be this elite club, why don't we start selling players for more than 20 mil? Do you know what I'm saying? Why can't we sell a player?
Even if you got to take a loss on all of them, you make the money back by getting rid of the fucking salary. 1 second.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no worries. No worries, brother. Big up the chat. Elite world-class level chat, as I would say. But I noticed and recognize some of you guys that have been in my chat. Big up Vigilante, as I said earlier. big up Ice Gaming, man like Prome, bruv. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's just a shame that football's come down to this. And what happened to Inter earlier was I wasn't even surprised remotely. I don't, you know me, like I don't get surprised, anymore for the longest. But the way Bodo Glimt have been playing, how organised they are, like the fact, like you said earlier, Gianni, like Inter in like what, $1 billion euros debt and all of that. It's a shame that they have to do what they did, like what, 5 years ago or so, what they've had to done in certain points of their history. Do you know what I'm saying? But again, if you get rid of the PSR, you get rid of the FFP bollocks, yeah, start raising the standards across football. Do you know what I'm saying? What we said earlier about was it Cristiano and Leo Messi? How they've both fallen, because they kind of have unbelievable careers. Great players, way more so Leo Messi in my eyes. But it's just like they need to be a cautionary tale at the same time, an example of how not to go down. Do you know what I'm saying? If you're that good, especially in this era, you will get the money. Do you know what I'm saying? As long as you don't have a dog shit agent, you will get the money. You will get top dollar in it. Like, look at Elise in it. Elise was buying his time. Do you know what I'm saying? And then he got his big move to Bayern, and look at him now. Do you know what I'm saying? He could end up being the Champions League winner. He's because they're one of the favourites, in it. Like, it is what it. I said Barca, but the only reason why I said Barca is because I thought once they get Pedri back, Lamine Yamal starts turning it up again, and they don't concede as many. But Barca always have a chance. But Bayern, like the way they're gelling now, they've got that Carl Yu. Do you know what I'm saying? 17, 18 years old, like the next big thing. Like, do you know what I'm saying? And Germany have produced some quality number 10s as well recently. Like Wirtz, I know he's not been doing it at Liverpool, but the quality's there, and he's not been utilised well enough in it because Arne Slot doing a mad thing. But yeah, that Carl Yu, I rate him so highly, bruv. Like what he did in our game. If we come up against Bayern Munich now, we're getting smoked, bruv. Do you know what I'm saying? Arteta won't have an answer. Even if he does everything right, because we've ran our players into the fucking ground, we're going to get the shit kicked out of us. Do you know what I'm saying? Especially at their gaff, because we don't have a great record at the Allianz. Do you know what I'm saying? The only times we've won there is when we were basically already out. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, we won 2-0 one year. I think it was like 2012, 2013 season or something. The year that they won it, by the way, I believe. And we lost 3-1 at our gaff. We went to their gaff. We won 2-0, but I think they got through on away goals. Or no, we might have won 1-0. Either way, like, it is what it is. It is what it is. Look, if we face off in the final, like, to be honest here, like, it's going to be ugly for us. It's going to be the only way to make that game good is if you play your ball and just frustrate the fuck out of us. Almost do what PSG did to us, innit? But you'll do it better, innit? You'll defend better as well. Unless you have that bum Upper Meccano at the back. Do you know what I'm saying? That guy is fucking trash. Never rated him. Even man like who's that Korean guy? Kim Man-jae?
Kim and Jay, the problem with Kim and Jay is that him and Upamecano technically play the same style of center back position, which is why they always end up out of position when they did.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Kim and Jay was awesome when he was with Napoli, but the problem, but the reason,
he did play for you a lot, innit? Yeah,
he was he won the best defender in Italy the year that we won the Scudetto. The problem was that, again, if you look at the way that Kim and Jay and Upamecano play, they're both the same center backs that like to take a step forward to engage the striker, but they leave that gap behind them. They both do it. When you look at Kim and Jay, when he did it for Napoli, he had Rahmani, who was there to anchor the rest of the midfield, which is why Kim and Jay was able to go into those tackles more. So when you get two center backs that both do that, Upamecano and him, that's why they look suspect, And Kim and Jay, I just think Kim and Jay as well, he hasn't lived up to the expectations, because to do it at Napoli is one thing. To go up to Bayern, you have to take your game up another level to go to Bayern, and he hasn't done that. So is as far as that's concerned. Yeah, it's just a whole thing with him. PFC TV, my guy, man. Appreciate you stopping by again. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah. Whereas with Upamecano, even at Leipzig, I wasn't convinced. You know what I'm saying? He must have a wicked agent. Do you know what I'm saying? If you're that shit and you manage to play, who was that other guy that got he got the Bayern move and then he got the PSG move and then the Bayern move. Either way, Choupo-Moting, innit? How the fuck that guy got to play for PSG and more so Bayern? He's got to be agent of the century. Never mind the decade. Never mind of the year. Do you know what I'm saying? How that fucking guy? How that scrub?
No, the agent of the century is still Mikel Arteta. Whoever Mikel Arteta's agent is the best agent in the world. To get you 15 million a year when you ain't one dick is bullshit.
That does trump it. I hold my hands up in it. I'll do a Walter White. You got me. Do you know what I'm saying? You got.
He was good. He was good for Bayern, but he was good for Bayern to come in at the bench role and stuff. But it wasn't that. But Aida Berardi from Sassuolo never left them. He seems too good for them. Listen, Berardi had an agreement in place with Napoli, but De Laurentiis fucked it all up when Ancelotti was there. I don't know if I ever covered this on one of my shows, but De Laurentiis, as good as he has been as an owner in a lot of situations, and in a lot of situations as well, he's been a bad owner because he's made bad mistakes. Again, I covered in the early part of the stream about this stupid situation that I'm happy that Osihmen came out and told the truth about everything behind the scenes, because Napoli was really trying to hang Osihmen out to dry, and he didn't deserve that for what he did for us to get over the hump for a Scudetto, and especially not the racial undertone to force him out of the team as well. That was bullshit.
Yeah, no, that was madness. What happened? Like, what was it? That poster or whatever?
It was a TikTok video that they posted where he missed the penalty, and because he had the gold highlights, the tips on his hair, they were trying to call him Coconut Head, and it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. I was just like, well, what are you doing, man? Like,
exactly, and that's why I said when I came onto the thing, I go, listen, when you're a fan of a club, you call them out for being shit, you call them out for when they're wrong, just as much as when you praise them. You can't sweep this shit under the rug, and that is completely intolerable, especially because you do something stupid like that. You got two other fucking African players on your team. What does that do to the likes of a Koulibaly and Zambo Anguissa?
Oh yeah, Zambo Anguissa, mad underrated, bro. Even Koulibaly done great for your lot as well.
Oh yeah,
and he didn't do too bad for Chelsea, but then age and other things, do you know what I'm saying, caught up with him.
He doesn't play in a back line of three. That's why he wasn't going to fit Tuchel's system. He was.
Yeah. That is true. That is true. Yeah. Because wasn't he partnered up with Kim Man-jae and whoever else he had?
He left. The season prior, Rahmani was with Koulibaly in the back line, but we gave up. That was when we fell apart at the tail end of the season because Mertens wasn't scoring goals. Lozano and Politano is normal Politano. Don't do a fucking thing. Actually, he's somebody as well. Needs to congratulate his agent because he's getting paid a fuck ton of money and he's dog shit. That motherfucker couldn't play for my high school team. I can't stand that fucking player. But no, Berardi, he never left Sassuolo because he ended up going to Sassuolo at 18 when both Sassuolo and Juventus made a deal that they were going to be co-owners of him. He just went to Sassuolo and just nobody ever made a real move for him. Napoli was supposed to make the move in the 2020-2021 season when we sacked Ancelotti halfway through the season because Napoli was supposed to revamp the team. We were supposed to sell Jose Callejon. We were supposed to sell Politano. The team was supposed to be Insigne on the left, Berardi on the right, James Rodriguez in the 10, and Arakdush Milik as the striker because Milik's one good year with Napoli was the previous season under Ancelotti when I think it was either 22 or 23 goals in all competitions he scored. So that was supposed to be our front four. Or if it wasn't going to be Milik, it was going to be Mertens with Insigne, James Rodriguez, and Berardi, which we would have balled out under Ancelotti. But again, De Laurentiis fucked all that up.
To be honest, like in regards to Berardi, I would have loved to have seen him at Arsenal. Do you know what I'm saying? Like
he would have been well at the Premier League.
I'm
sure a crazy stat about him.
Yeah, go on.
The only two players that have outscored Berardi in the Serie A for the last 10 years is Paulo Dybala and Ciro Immobile. That's it.
Immobile, man like Immobile, bro. Do you know? Look. To be fair,
my guy. What's going on, my guy? I don't know if you ever met Natster.
No.
We met on one of Aaron's call-in shows in the summertime before the season started. My guy, man. I hope all is well with you, my guy.
Yeah, just been working like mad. Like honestly, just been working like mad. I'm still working now. Like it's 2 a.m. nearly in London as well. So just doing reports upon reports, and I'm just getting distracted by you guys. You know, we're all very good football knowledge. You know what I mean?
So Micah's obviously an Arsenal fan as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your opinion so far on the season overall? And do you think Arteta's going to figure a way to bottle it, or do you think the rest of the league's been so shit that we'll see it out?
So first of all, I don't think we're going to win the league or Champions League. Let me just break that to you now. Arteta's not going to do that. I think he can win the Carabao Cup because the finals are toss up. I always think the 50-50 is about who you give, basically. So yeah, fair enough. I actually think Arteta hasn't been too bad this year. I think the signings on Berta has been really, really bad. I'm talking about Eze, Gyökeres, and Madueke. Take away Sunday because Spurs is like a strip club, Make-A-Wish Foundation. You go there, you go inside the stadium, you bust your nut. It's just a simple 3 out of 10 goal, so no one really cares that much. But if you look at what Arteta wanted, like in Nico Williams, by the way, I don't think he would have coached them well because he can't coach an attack. But if you look at what the scouting team wanted in Nico Williams, Sesko, and they say Eze, that was way more sensible or made more sense than getting a Madueke who kicked Waneri out of the team and Gyökeres for me, who I've said before. Remember, Johnny, I came on the show in the summer and said his style of play does not transcend to the Premier League. You can blame it on Arteta's coaching and everything, which I don't think he cannot coach an attack. His style of play does not transcend to the Premier League, and everyone's getting happy over them 2 goals and everything. That Spurs defense is a championship level defense. They're moonwalking to
fact.
So I don't know why
sorry to cut you off, Mike.
No, yeah.
He played in the championship, so I kind of hear it.
Yeah,
I don't agree, but at the same time, I can't deny the facts, innit?
But by the way, I still think Arteta needs to leave the summer, even if we win the league. He still needs to go because I cannot cope with this football. I cannot cope. I genuinely think I'm going to scream. Honestly, because this football is really bad. Johnny knows I've got a season ticket, so I go here and there when I don't have work or travel with work. And sometimes I'm just talking to my boy in the stadium thinking, 70 minutes has gone. And we're talking about girls or music or which album was better, 50 Cent, Get Rich, Die Trying, or Good Kid, Mad City. You know what I mean? Because the football...
Get Rich, Die Trying is better than Good
Johnny, you know I'm 28, so I'm a bit younger. I've got to go on Kendrick Lamar. But
Good Kid, Mad City was a wicked album, though. It was a wicked album.
I'm very biased.
City for me is his best album still. In my
100%.
But it's just like this is the thing. So, like, even if you wanted Sesko and Nico Williams and Saka, it will still look dire anyway. So why can't we just kiss and make up and say, you know what, you've done well for the club to some extent, but just go now because it's time to put a new era. I'm hearing Zidane has signed for France. Is that true?
Yes, he is. Yes, it came out.
He would have been the perfect manager for the next 2-3 years just to win us as many trophies with this group of players under Berta.
See, to that point, I said this again, shout out Views, and I said this on his show. For me, there's only one guy I want to come in to replace Arteta. That's Ancelotti. Ancelotti's going to come in, do the same job that he did at Real Madrid the first time around with La Decima, straighten everything out, clear the air in the locker room, let everyone know how we're playing football, but he's going to allow the players to put the emphasis on the game.
Ancelotti, Zidane, and then to some extent Tuchel, but Ancelotti, Zidane, same school. So any of them two, I'm fine with. Because they're both winners, and as what you said, they will allow Saka, Havertz, Gyökeres, Madueke, all these players to say, you know what, you do your own thing. Don't worry about the back 6. Zubimendi and Rice will keep it tight with the back 4 that we have. That's already good. We don't need much at all, and just let the attackers do their thing. And then all of a sudden you see Saka's numbers hike up again, like they did in the first 2 years. So Zidane, Ancelotti, Tuchel, I'm easy with any of the three because they're all winners. But again, Tuchel's obviously signed with England. Ancelotti, I think Ancelotti is realistic. I think we can get him.
I think we can too.
Yeah. I think if you just say 2 years, slap £20 million each year, £40 million contract for 2 years, and say win what you can here, work with Berta. I think we can. And Ancelotti, everyone will list Ancelotti as well. So.
Yeah, here's the thing I've got to say. Like for me, when Wenger got potted, that was my number one pick. It was Ancelotti. I didn't look when Unai Emery came through the door. I wasn't upset. I was actually pleased, only because it wasn't Arteta, because they were already
there was talks already.
Unai Emery, because I've seen what he done with Sevilla and all of that. He got us to the Europa League final, our last European final, by the way, that we should have fucking won.
Was that even a final? After we got
exactly. The reason why I wanted Ancelotti, because he was the perfect guy. And you saw what he done under Real Madrid. I know it didn't quite end well, but it's fucking Real Madrid. Do you know what I'm saying?
What do you mean he didn't end well? He won 2 Champions Leagues in 3 years.
No, he's talking about the first time around.
No, not the first time. No, I'm talking about the second time around where, obviously he's my greatest ever manager. Like I'm gonna be real. For me, he's my greatest ever manager. But the reason why I say it didn't end well is because just of the nature of Real Madrid. You could win League, Champions League, and still get potted. Do you know what I'm saying? If things aren't quite as right in the dressing room, there's not as much harmony, or there's other things, in the background. But for me, just to end on this, right, with where Ancelotti is right now with Brazil, as much as I would love him to be here in the summer, it's going to be difficult. Do you know what I'm saying? How is that going to work? Because, now? Because we should have got him.
He's 64, isn't it? He's 63, 64. Now we have to tell him to come out of Brazil, which is a cozy environment where it's international football, not working every day, to come to London where the weather's, the amazing city. You can eat whatever you want here. Italian food, Nigerian food, Jamaican food, anything you want. The money talks, but Johnny, you're asking a 64-year-old to say, coming to training every day. It's a team that's on their knees to win the on their knees to win the trophy. It's a bit. I don't know. I agree.
I hear it.
What's your name? Sorry.
Oh, my name.
Yeah.
Nah.
Okay, so I agree with that. I think it's going to be very difficult to persuade them.
I think it could be difficult, but at the same time, no, because if it's done the same way here. If Berta allows Ancelotti the freedom that he gave Diego Simeone at Atletico, I don't think it's a problem. Because if you look at when Ancelotti went back to Real Madrid for the second time, he ran the show for everything. When it came to players, Perez would go to him, talk to him, and then he would either say yes or no. We can make it work. We won't make it work. Like the thing with Ancelotti with me, especially like recently, I don't think any of us rate Jude Bellingham. Jude Bellingham had a hot 6 months at Real Madrid, and he's been dog shit ever since. But the fact that Ancelotti was able to take a player that he was at Dortmund to get what he got out of him, to get it over the hump, to do what he did and do a double, and not only a double, but his second double in 3 years, the way he did it. I think for me, this team is screaming out for that. I think when you look at the situation, listen, does Gyökeres's profile work for Arsenal the way it currently is? No. But if you get a manager like Ancelotti who says, listen.
I agree. Even though I don't rate Gyökeres, I do agree. If someone locked me in the room now and said, you're the Cobra, God forbid, and then wake up in April, has Gyökeres got more goals under Ancelotti than he did? I'll say, yeah, for sure. Yeah. I think even with Ancelotti, Bert will go again and say, these are the 2 attackers we're going to sign. So you say, I'm just giving an example. It's not going to happen, but Kenan Yildiz and Osihmen just say, work with these and Saka and Trossard. Ancelotti, these lot will fry. We'll get 90 points easily. Because the base is there already.
We should be winning the league by 10 points right now.
Yes. So,
but because
sorry,
everything off.
Nah, Johnny thinks I'm a crazy black man. I'm just a normal guy, though.
No.
I'll buy them up, but we need to kiss Arteta goodbye because our 2 main rivals, Liverpool and Man City this summer, I think will be with Alonso and Enrique. I think Man City will be with Enrique. This thing about Enrique is not staying at PSG. He's done everything. He's the greatest ever manager. He won the treble. He doesn't have to do anything else. He rejected Tottenham. So he agreed to deal with Tottenham in 2023. This guy wants to come to the Premier League to complete his managerial cycle. So Man City is the right one to say, Guardiola, win the league, say goodbye. You're the greatest ever manager the league's ever seen. Enrique, take over. And then after Enrique goes at Man City now, we have Arteta back with Enrique, forget it. And then Alonso at Liverpool, if you look at Liverpool's players, Wirtz, Frimpong, Kirkes, like the win-back situation, they're already building for someone like Alonso anyway. The two-man system with Ekitike is like up front.
Yep.
So we just need to be very careful that if Alonso goes Liverpool with the backing at Liverpool, because Liverpool and Arsenal changed their transfer structure. Everyone gets onto Cronkies, the big bad Americans, this, that. They spent 350 million last year. Everyone says, oh, the Cronkies are evil. They're going to spend another 100 mil, 150 mil this year. Fair enough. We're gonna require them player sales because it's not a strip club where you can just keep on borrowing money. We need to sell players, but rightly so. We're gonna go again this summer, but we can't go again this summer with a manager like Arteta. We can't.
Facts.
I'm sorry, we cannot. Liverpool are not going to be shit forever. They're not going to be. If you just go on recent trend, Liverpool have had 2 bad seasons in the last 8 years, and the season after they've come back to either win the league, win the Champions League, or be in a title race till May, where they go get 90+ points. So I already have it in my head that this Man City team is built for Enrique, plus another 2-3 signings in the summer, and this Liverpool team is built for Alonso, plus another 2-3. Don't be surprised that John had said Bastoni. Liverpool might go get Bastoni. Don't be surprised.
I personally think that Bastoni would be better off at Liverpool to be the replacement for Van Dijk.
Yeah,
because I think Van Dijk. The one thing that we could say about Liverpool is the only good thing is maybe Liverpool's transfers will get handicapped because of the salaries for Van Dijk and Salah. Now, obviously, there's been these constant rumors that Salah will get offered to the Saudi league because they have the money to come and give him some crazy fucking.
I've been told.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Johnny. I do love football audits. I've been told Salah to Saudi is basically done. All Liverpool want is a hefty transfer fee to go and fund them. Elise. That's what Liverpool want. That's what Liverpool want. I don't know. The only problem with Elise is Elise will definitely return to England, but just not after 2 years at Bayern. It'll be most likely be next year. So that's why Liverpool.
Bayern win the Champions League. I could see him coming back to England this year.
He's an English boy. He grew up in Hammersmith. He grew up in Hammersmith. He's an English boy, literally. So I could see him. But so yeah, I just want that. Just have that notion that if Arteta goes to war with Enrique and Alonso, he's not winning nothing. Everyone's getting fooled by this Alonso Real Madrid thing. If Alonso stayed at Real Madrid just on points per game, they'll get 92 points with a team that Alonso didn't want. Alonso didn't like half these plays. Alonso averages, I know it's 34 games in Bundesliga. He went unbeaten with Leverkusen, for Christ's sake.
Yep.
Not Dortmund or Bayern. And you know what the points per game, if it was a 38-game season, 102 points. So imagine what he does with his son, Wirtz, Isaac, and because that you're right, by the way. Wirtz ain't getting used properly. Wirtz used properly is the best playmaker in world football. He is for me. He can change the game on the 60s. One of you, sorry, him, Musiala. He can change the game.
I do like Musiala a lot too. I do.
Yeah, the good thing Gianni though, Musiala is very good. I agree with you, but he's more of a finisher than a creator. His final ball still isn't there. But you're right though. His dribbling and finishing, unbelievable.
I think his dribbling is like his best attribute.
Yeah.
I think his dribbling.
If someone said, "Am I taking Musiala over Odegaard?" Don't ask me again.
Oh, brother, there's so many guys. I'm the Odegaard. Listen,
He's gone for sure. He's gone.
I will put my car in a container. I will ship it to England. I'll fly to England, get my car out of the container ship, and drive his bitch ass out of fucking Arsenal.
Johnny,
wherever he can go to Bodo Glib. Do you know what I'm saying? We'll get Haag, go the other way, like I said earlier, innit?
Johnny,
and we beat 10 times.
Do that, brother. I live 30 minutes from Luton Airport. I can drop Odegaard myself. You ain't got to do that, brother. Don't worry.
Hey, I'll contribute to the ticket.
I can drive him to the airport. Luton Airport's like 30 minutes from where I am. Down the M1, literally just driving.
He's garbage. What do you think? What do you think about Morgan Rogers? Because for me, I think he's somebody that we should be looking at.
Again, another one. If you look at his actual creative numbers, they're not really there. I think he's more of a left winger than a 10 anyway.
That's my thing. I think the left wing position is so dire in need after this season because Trossard ain't it no more.
Yeah.
And I've been one that's been trying to give Trossard as much as I've been a defender of
Trossard's a cult hero. £22 million for what he's given us 3 years. I'm fine with that. Martinelli's the one that needs to leave.
Absolutely.
He should have left last year.
Well, the other thing too with Trossard is that the sad reality is you're right. He is kind of like a cult hero. But the best football that we've seen under Arteta was when he was the false nine, when Jesus was injured in 20.
Was that 23-24, second half of the season?
No, second half of 22-23, when we got him from Brighton.
Oh, and he got like 11 assists from January to May. Yeah.
The month in March, and then this fucking genius.
And then he forces Jesus back in the team and fucked the whole season up. Because for me, that's my thing, is that I'm looking at this as that Trossard for me has been played out of position since 22-23. And it goes back to the same things that we've been saying year in and year out about Arteta. He plays his favorites. He forced Jesus back into the team. When the sad thing is, anybody who's got common sense knows Jesus's best position is out on the wing. He was never a good false nine for fucking Man City. He could never cut it.
The only problem, Johnny, is I'm sorry to interrupt you, brother. The only problem is I want that left winger to be a one-on-one specialist. Like an actual take on, like, so this is why I don't even care about, like, my man, like, can I swear, please? Like, fuck your G and A. Like, the eye test, like, give me like a Yildiz or Nico Williams, someone that's going to burn their fullback.
Nah, I don't like Nico.
Okay,
Nico's falling off a cliff, man.
Yildiz,
I'll take Yildiz for sure.
Burn their fullback.
You know, and me and Napster were saying this. I don't give a fuck about GA. If you end the season with two, this is one of the problems with modern day football. People only look at GA, but discount the pass that leads to the assist for the goal. If you're a creative player,
you're going to lead to me. Sorry to interrupt you, Johnny. Sorry, Nat. I get so happy when Johnny invites me on the show. You know, it's a real honor. You know,
but it's you know what I mean. That's what we lost.
Look at Jeremy Doku,
the old element of football. The creative players, they may not get 5 assists the whole season, but if they're the guys that are dribbling 2-3 guys, lay off the pass, they pass to the guy in the middle, and the guy in the middle is just a one-time pass to find the goal. That pass was just as important as the assist. And that's
what was Joaquin's GA? What was Charisma's GA?
What was nowhere near as high? Exactly.
This is what I'm trying to say. And this is why Man City will win the league, because Jeremy Doku is coming back. If you ask Haaland, ask Shirky, who do you like playing with? They'll tell you it's Jeremy Doku, because he takes so much attention out, and he's. I think his ratio is the second best in Europe when it comes to take-ons after Yamal, who's just a freak. Forget about Yamal, who's just a freak. Doku's got the second best take-ons in the thing in Europe. He doesn't have the assists and goals, literally, but you can see him. Literally, he's always, as what John is, he's always there for the free assist. We don't have a winger like that, so I think we need to prioritize that. And then I think Johnny Morgan Rogers. I don't know if you guys agree. If you look at Emery's pattern over his career, Emery's the king of getting the best out of his attackers. He's always done that. Everybody's gone. So look at Sancho now. Sancho's getting back to his best bit by bit. Like, literally, so he's getting Tammy Abraham. I don't rate Tammy. I'm not trying to be rude. I don't rate him either. He's getting Tammy Abraham to score and look like a decent number 9. So Emery's very good with attackers. You need to note that Arteta is not on that level when it comes to coaching attackers. So we kind of need a very, very special talent. And I think Yildiz is the one. But Johnny, as our Italian correspondent, doesn't he have a €100 million release clause?
I don't know if it's a $100 million release clause. I'm probably sure that Juve put something crazy on him because they know they're not going to hold on to him. So, here, his partner in crime on the right-hand side is a bad motherfucker too. That Chique Conceição.
Oh,
he's a baller too.
Yeah, we should have got him, bro. We should have got him.
Do you know how much Juve paid for him? You want to hear a sad stat? Juve worked out a deal with Porto because they're so broke. They made a deal for $32 million across 4 years.
So amortized for $8 million a year, basically.
$8 million a year is what they got. Chique
That's the kind of shit that we used to do. That we would always try and get players in. I know most transfers, other than the big ones, are in installments anyway. But we would do that shit. Do you know?
I saw the other day. It popped up on X. January 2006. Wenger signed Abu Diaby, Adebayor, and Walcott for £15 million. Abu Diaby, if he didn't have those injuries,
talents in the history of the fucking
he's another Paul Pogba, Yaya Toure, easily. Yeah. And I know he left very badly, but
he's in my team on FIFA 13, bruv. Like every FIFA 13, 12, 11, I keep him. I don't care, bruv. He's 6'3" and he's got 10.
Animal.
FIFA 13, you could just.
Johnny, I want to ask you a few questions because I don't watch the 10 league, so please, this is like an education session for me. How good is Kefren Turam?
This season he stepped up a lot. Last season he was shit. but it's also because there's a competent manager now in Spalletti who's actually playing players in their proper position. Like it's the same thing. It's the same thing with Locatelli. Locatelli was playing a holding 6 role with Max Allegri and that fucking bum that took over Spurs, Tudor. He's not a number 6. He's a number 8. He goes box to box. That's what he did at Sassuolo. That's what earned him a place on the national team when we won the Euros.
So Johnny's football knowledge, is so good. I don't think even Johnny remembers this. I appeared on Aaron's show in the summer, and we were talking about. I think we were doing just predictions who's going to shine for each team, new transfers. We all said Reinders. Johnny said Reinders is not the guy who you think he is.
Not.
He told us, and I argued thinking, but the clips I've watched, I've seen him dribbling. I think Johnny was. I think Man City said in the summer. I think they cut their losses, and I think they said in the summer.
Yeah, no, I hear it. A lot of people misheard. A lot of people, and I'm not going to say names because, again, as I said in the beginning when I was talking about certain Inter fans that don't really know their history, a lot of people were hopping on the bandwagon and saying that, he's an experienced player for City. He won the Serie A. He wasn't there. He wasn't on AC Milan when they won.
He was there.
They got him the year after. The midfield that was there was Cassie, was Frank Cassie. It was who's the other? Tonali was there, and then Benacer.
He's a good player. I just want to put my 2 cents in because that was a great question. Because I've spoken to Gianni about Kefrem Turam as well, so I'm gonna let him answer it because I already know what his thoughts are. I've always rated Turam, and out of him and Marcus, it's not even close. It's not even close. No. And Locatelli as well that you added, Gianni as well. Another one I always rated. He was at Sassuolo. He was at Sassuolo as well as what's his face who we were talking about earlier, Berardi. As well. Yeah. And when it comes to ball knowledge, I've said this to you, Johnny. Mike, I told Johnny, it's like I know ball, but Johnny's the master. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm the apprentice. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't watch Serie A like that. Do you know what I'm saying? To be honest, when I was a kid, I used to watch La Liga a lot more. Because it was on a Sky Sports Revisited.
How do you know, Miles?
How old am I?
Yeah.
I'm 31.
Yes, I'm 28. So I feel like I'm from the generation before because I'm only starting to watch on my lunchtime now how good the Italian league was because my dad always speaks about when he was in Nigeria in the 80s. It was just thing. So I went on the 1989 Ballon d'Or listing. Hear me. Do you guys want to hear the top 10? The top 10,
yeah.
So number 10 was some guy called Jean-Pierre Papin in Marseille. Okay.
Oh, he was ridiculous. Papin was fucking ridiculous.
Okay, sorry. Number 9 or joint 8, was Hadji in Bucharest.
Oh, Hadji.
Jurgen Klinsmann of Inter Milan.
Yep.
Number 7 was Ruud Gullit of AC Milan.
Yep.
Number 6 was Dragan Stojkovic, Red Star Belgrade.
Mm-hmm.
Number 5 was Peter Shilton, Derby County. Number 4 was Inter Milan, and the first 3 were AC Milan. Number 4 was Lothar Matthäus. Obviously, everyone knows him. And then 3 was Frank Rijkaard. Franco Baresi was 2. Van Basten was 1.
Yep.
And then I done a bit of research. I was like, okay, let me look at our team. So my dad always said to me, look at Juve's team with Platini and everything. Then he said, go and look at Napoli, who had Maradona. Lazio had Gascoigne. So I looked, I was thinking, that's what Sampdoria had Mancini. I was thinking, how did one fucking league have these many players? Italy's a very small country. I go to Italy a lot for work. So Gianni, I go to Turin a lot for work and everything. Very small country. How are all these superstars in one country? And then you look at this league right now. I hate to say it's a joke. It should be.
It is a joke.
Shambles. It's an absolute shambles, man.
How are into Juventus and AC Milan not having superstars in their team?
Because of the money.
It's
a disgrace. I said earlier, we went from Adriano to fucking Rasmus Højlund, bro, in the space of Adriano. You can even add Alexandra Pato and all of them, man.
I would say, but this is just my age, maybe. I think you guys can correct me because you guys are going to come up with some legendary strikers. But I would say in the next 2 years, I think we're experiencing the next lull of Premier League strikers. So Haaland, I think Ekatike is phenomenal. He's a phenomenal talent. I think Ekatike is very good. I think Isaac, people just have short memories. He was injured for the whole season. Cool. I think the mistake we made was I look at Sesko at Man United. With the right coach, he goes another level. So I reckon look, we really have like 4 or 5 strikers. Johnny, the most important thing is he can finish. Sesko can finish. His variation of finishes, we've seen it already. He's just very, very young and very, very raw. So it's going to take him time. So I think that's right. But yeah, I was just, Johnny, please tell me, like, I know I'm going to ask you a lot of questions.
Well, I'm going to tell you this. If you're going to start your journey,
Juve has done. Like, I was looking, Juve has done.
If you're going to start your journey on looking up the old Serie A teams, I'm going to tell you this right now.
Any documentaries I can watch?
Sacchi, the first person you need to look up is the coach, Arrigo Sacchi. Sacchi's AC Milan team from 87 to 1990, those 3 years, there will never be a team that plays better football than them. Never.
Is that, can I guess some of the players? Please correct me. Is that Costa Curta, Ancelotti, Baresi, Maldini, obviously the 3 Dutch players,
Rijkaard, Maldini, the best.
That's like 8 world-class players in one team.
When you watch the team play, they play a 4-4-2. But when you watch the team play, you will see exactly where the high line 4-3-3 that Klopp and Pep all play. It's all based on that.
Yeah. I saw Klopp documentary.
When you watch some of the highlights, you'll see Baresi when the goalie kicks it out or throws it out. Baresi's like this, rushing everybody out so that the line immediately comes up so they can hit you with the offsides if you try and over the top ball.
Stupid question. Do you guys understand? You guys understand Collingwood, right?
Mm-hmm.
I follow him on X the other day. So everyone's favorite striker of all time is R9. He always says it literally, but he said at his peak, Van Basten was the best striker he's ever seen, but injuries cut him short.
Yep, he retired at 28.
He loves R9. He loves R9 and everything, but he reckons Van Basten, if he had another 3 or 4 more years, he's a great striker of all time.
Listen, I'll take it one step further.
Yeah,
Van Basten's injury, he retired at 28 with 3 goals. If Van Basten got another 5 to 6 years, it's been in my personal opinion, it's between Maradona and Van Basten is the best striker of all time, not Messi. That's how good Marco Van Basten is. That's how good Marco Van Basten is, the most complete striker ever.
He can dribble with pace everywhere.
Beat you one-on-one, had pace, had dribbling ability, finishing ability with both his head and both of his feet.
His volley, obviously, that famous volley,
and the volleys as well. Ronaldo Fenomeno was not good in the air.
Yeah.
If you want to go back, Ronaldo Fenomeno for me as a striker and his best play was when he was with Inter, in my personal opinion. But one of the weaknesses was he was not good in the air. That's why they had to pair him next to Vieri the whole time.
Oh,
because Vieri was the striker that was much better as far as in the air. But Marco Van Basten for me, if he gets a full run, it's not even close. Now, I'll say this, to also go to that, the biggest waste of talent of all time that could have been better than the both of them was Adriano. Because Adriano had everything, was a complete striker just like Van Basten, but had even more pace than Van Basten and was a fucking beast where you couldn't get him off the ball.
He was superhuman, man. He was
Johnny, a tough question because I know you like this, but in that period of 1985 to 93, 94 in Italy, you take away AC Milan completely, who for me that was the best team of all time. I look at that thing, yeah. Name the top 5 players in Serie A. I know that's very tough for you, but name them.
No, with no AC Milan?
No AC Milan players, but still name them. So Platini, Zidane, Lothar Matthäus, Gascoigne, Maradona.
Maradona, Platini. Shit.
Baggio?
I'm not as big as a Baggio fan as a lot of other people are. Although Baggio was top class, there's no denying that. Maradona, Platini. I'll tell you who's a shout. He's not top 5, but he was a fucking baller in Italy. Was Liam Brady. Liam Brady from Arsenal took his game to another level when he went to Juventus, and then when he went to Inter, he was phenomenal.
How good was Gascoigne when we got British players?
Gascoigne was good, but it wasn't he didn't rip up the Premier League like he did in Serie A, but he was still class.
Okay,
He
yeah.
was
Yeah,
still class. But fuck, that's a tough question.
yeah, I know. I'm sorry I caught you out there.
No,
Yeah.
because here you still have. Okay, here we'll separate it. As far as forward-thinking players like number 10s and strikers and all,
Yeah, wingers, 10s, and strikers.
it's Maradona, Platini, Zidane, Baggio, and fuck.
Well, while you're thinking, Johnny, I think if Bergkamp was used correctly at Inter, maybe, but I'm not.
Yeah, no, I agree.
How great it was in it, but it wasn't utilised well enough before it came to us.
I'll tell you, Roberto Mancini was a bad motherfucker in his day. Sampdoria. Him and Gianluca.
My dad's 64. He was telling me like he's a striker, right?
Yeah, he was him and who's the Italian guy for Chelsea that came over with Zola?
Vialli.
Oh, Vialli, yeah.
They were the strike partnership with Sampdoria. They were unbelievable together.
Yeah.
They went to, I think, did they make it to the Champions League final and lose that year?
Well, when they were at Juve or
no, Sampdoria.
Oh no, yeah, 92. It was 92 when they lost to
91.
91, I think.
1990-91 season. I think Sampdoria either went to the semifinals or the.
I think it was actually 92 because was it 91?
It might have been the next year that they won.
Because 92 when Barca won it. I'm going to look it up right now. I'm sure it was Sampdoria. I'm sure they
went to
Sampdoria,
the same year they won the Scudetto, or it's the next year, but I think it was the same year. They won the Scudetto, made it to the Champions League final, lost, made it to the final of the Coppa.
That's right, yeah. That's right. I'm just
and it was at Wembley as well.
Yeah,
it was at Wembley.
It was the next, okay.
Ronald Koeman got the goal, I believe. I think it was a free kick as well from like 30 odd yards. Something like that.
Yeah. So Johnny and that. Sorry, question, because the questions are coming in, but
no, go on.
If you had to say, then with your eyes, you look at the whole league, because I think, yeah, cool. The Premier League is the best league in the world. It's the worst league to watch. It's awful. I look at Brentford and Sunderland, all these throw-ins. It's like I'm watching NFL. Too much focus on VAR. No, yeah, like Charlie. No,
it's rugby. It's rugby, bro. It's rugby with the.
It is.
All of that. Do you know?
Nat, you live in the UK?
Yeah. I'm Southwest. I'm Southwest.
Okay, I live right across the Saracen Stadium, so you can imagine.
Oh, yeah. I know exactly. Yeah.
Literally, it's just like when I watch Brentford Sunderland, I'm like, am I in America on a work trip, being invited out to an NFL game, eating grizzlies or hot dogs or something? You know what I mean? Because what am I seeing here? But in your opinion, which 5 players do you think will come into the Prem this summer? It can be team player then team, yeah. I know it's a top, but
Bastoni.
Oh, yes, Bastoni will come, yeah.
Yeah. Because Inter has made payments. Inter has made payments, but they still, because I was looking it up while we were doing this. Inter's actually knocked their debt down to where in total it's still about 750 million in debt.
Okay.
So they still need to get that down a little bit more. I think Bastoni comes. I think Yildiz still comes, if I'm being quite honest with you. I think somebody buys him. Yeah. I think Yildiz. I think Bastoni.
I've got one potentially that might come. Vitinha, maybe from PSG. It wasn't the Premier League with Wolves, in it.
The thing is, I actually agree with you. You see, people call you crazy. The thing is, with footballers or even people in life, when you've achieved everything you have at one club, you want a new challenge. Vitinha and Enrique will just think we've done everything we needed to at PSG. We want a new challenge. And Vitinha is seen, I don't know why, as a failure at Wolves. So he's probably thinking, let me go to Man City now under Enrique, who I know as a manager, and dominate this league, which is just full of players who can't control the ball anyway. Because all the midfielders, all they do is just long throws and just lump it up. There's hardly any technical midfielders. So, yeah.
I want, if you're asking, I'd rather watch the Serie A or La Liga over the Premier League when it comes to the quality of ball.
I'd rather watch Ligue 1. I've seen better highlights from Ligue 1 than I have.
Akliouche in Monaco in Ligue 1.
He's good. He's decent.
Yeah.
Although you know who's good? who I would actually like as a rotation player. He's a little older, but he's done his thing. The Russian guy at Monaco, Golovin. He's
Golovin. Yeah,
he's a baller. I'd like to see if we went out and spent money and got a left wing and then say, you know what, we're going to spend a little bit money on a nice rotation player. I like that kid Golovin at Monaco. I think he's a quality player.
And wages wise, it will be calm as well because he's not going to be on Odegaard money. He's not going to be on Odegaard money.
Exactly.
As well.
So Nat and Johnny, sorry. So John, you said Bastoni Yildiz. What teams?
Bastoni, I think Bastoni goes to Liverpool or City. Because I think for me, I think Ruben Diaz is overrated as fuck, in my personal opinion.
I think you were ahead of the curve there. Because remember in the summer, I said his experience, which I still agree with, his experience will carry them over. But I think Man City want to start with something new. And Gurhi, I think Gavardo goes unbelievable play, but goes left back again.
Yes.
And I think they'll probably do Gurhi, Bastoni, then Kushnoff pushing in.
Gahey and Bastoni would be a badass center back pairing.
Yeah, because they both read the game.
Especially when you consider the ability that Bastoni has to pick passes across the field like how Bonucci used to.
Yeah.
With that front line, if they were to get Luis Enrique, there'd be fucking problems for everybody.
Yeah, Johnny, the thing with Gurhi and Bastoni, I love Saliba. I'm not really I think Gabriel's a bit overrated, but we can go on this another day anyway. But Gurhi and Bastoni read the game very well.
Mm-hmm.
They read the game. They don't rely on physical action. Gurhi and Bastoni, especially Bastoni, they both read the game very well and they both can pass. Obviously, Bastoni is a superior, but Gurhi is very good on the ball as well. So I think that those two, and I think you're right. I think Diaz drops to the bench and Kushnoff, so them two deputized.
I honestly think they'll get rid of him.
But he signed a contract last year, though, didn't he?
But everybody
protect the value, guys.
And his girlfriend, my Jammer's here. My Jammer's here.
Who else too? You know who else too?
Yeah,
I think he could go to. If he doesn't leave Newcastle, I think Barella could possibly come to the.
I was thinking about Barella.
I could possibly see a world where they sell Barella too, because Barella and Bastoni is going to yield you anywhere from 150 to possibly upwards to 180 million.
Yeah, for sure. Bastoni alone with 2 years left, you're getting 80-90 mil for that.
Easy. And he's 26. You're getting him in the prime of in the prime of his career, and Bastoni doesn't have any injury like that.
You can have Bastoni who uses his brain from 27 to 34 easily, 6-7 years in the Premier League easily. And he'll be the best centre back. Maybe if I love Saliba, so him or Saliba will be the best centre backs in the league.
I think like with Vitinha, it depends where Luis Enrique goes. So if it's Man City, Vitinha will go Man City. The only other outside, I don't know where he's playing now, but he was at Milan. And I think it's sad the way his career has gone for me. We've talked about Johnny. Tomori. Because for me, right now, with the way our team especially is functioning and looking at life after Arteta, I would take a chance on having Tomori as competition for either Saliba or Gabriel.
Yeah,
for me,
I'm fine.
He's been the best center back in Milan since he got there.
Exactly. I've always rated Tomori, and he was at Chelsea. He came from Chelsea as well, and he was always good. But Scrubgate never rated him because of John Stones and all of that. And I don't think John Stones is a bad player. I think he's a good player. I just don't.
He's overrated.
I don't put him up super duper high. I think he's good, but I don't think he's.
I think Stones could be better in the midfield because that year when they won the treble, when they played that 3-2-4-1 system, he was better paired up next.
He was next to Rodri. He was next to Rodri, and he was just
he has improved like from what
but he's gone anyway. That's the thing. Stones and Ake are gone, and the thing is, like Ake, Gurhi has replaced Ake. Bastoni is going to replace Stones. They're going to get Nelson back to replace Stones. And then Kushnoff will get more game time as well. I think we'll start going right back with Nunes. But then you said Yildiz, Johnny. Where do you think Yildiz goes?
Arsenal.
I love you. I love you.
I honestly think that if we don't, here's the thing. If we win the league or if we don't win the league, the left wing position is needed like
it's still getting addressed anyway.
It's still getting addressed. Yeah. For me, you got to make a decision of who you're going to go after. Now, if we make the move and we go get Rodgers, I could still see Villa dropping cash to go get Yildiz to bring him in, and they work out in Juve. Yeah.
I think it's a very, I think it's a very, very big year for Villa, and I say this, I stand by this. If they don't make Champions League, I can see Emery win the Europa League and saying, or finish the season saying, guys, I've done my best here, but PSR is holding me back. I can't take this team anymore because this Villa team right now they're due for a rebuild this summer. That defense, Konza, Mings, I rate Konza, but Konza, Mings, Digne, and Kaka have been there since COVID. They've been there since COVID. Yeah.
I like Konza.
Yeah, I like Konza as well, but they need a new defense. Martinez is leaving. Martinez is going to
the guy that's at Lazio, that Mario Gila would be perfect to go there because Gila is 24, going to be 25.
Yeah.
Ponce is 27. They're both center backs that can dominate in the air. They're good with the ball, and they both got pace to cover the ground too if they get caught out with the way that Emery likes to play football. So I think Mario Gil is another guy that's going to come to the Premier League, which for me, I would love him to come to Arsenal because if we get him as a rotation guy, or if something happens to where we don't win and Saliba says, fuck this, I'm off to Real Madrid and I'm forced to move out.
Which is going to happen, by the way.
Do you know what? Yeah,
and here I would take Bastoni at Arsenal to replace Saliba. I'm not one of these believers of this, you can't play with two left-footed center backs and all this. If you're class, you're class.
Yeah.
And he keep Gabriel at bay from all the fuck ups that he's been doing, especially.
This is my problem with Gabriel. Like, can we just get onto this uncomfortable conversation about Gabriel? I think Gabriel is amazing. I think he's good, but when people are telling me he's having a generational season, he's had 4 errors leading to goals.
No.
He's had 4 errors leading to goals.
Where do we come up with this generational shit? Like
he's getting touted for Player of the Year. He's had 4 errors leading to goals, and I'm not including the Sun and the Wolves game where he clashed with Rice. So that's 6. Saliba don't make mistakes like this. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, there's a clear difference. But again, Gabriel will save us with a header. By the way, I think Gabriel's amazing, but he's getting a bit overrated now. Calm down. He's getting a bit overrated.
Let's be real. Is Gabriel even that much better than what Kolo Toure was for us?
No.
A fully fit Thomas Vermaelen.
No.
But do you know what I'm saying? He's probably at least a level or 2 below that caliber. Like all of this greatest in the world. That's the era of football that we're in now. Because
I actually think there's only 3 world-class centre-backs in world football. There's 3 world-class centre-backs in world football, and that's Saliba, Bastoni, and I'm sorry, until he retires, Van Dijk's the best centre-back I've seen in my life. Obviously, Johnny's seen Italian centre-back like Nesta, but no one can. You even have people like Nesta telling you that Van Dijk is supreme. Van Dijk can read the game. I actually think Van Dijk this season has been so underrated because Konate has been shit for a good 4 or 5 months. Van Dijk
I don't know what Konate's been on because Konate was hitting close to that level after last year. And
but he's getting the last 4 or 5 weeks though. He's getting back to. I think his dad passed away, didn't it?
Yeah,
his dad passed away, so I think he was going through things. But then Liverpool signed Jackie, no?
Yeah, Jackie. Yeah.
So that's interesting. And then apparently they're still in for shot there.
I've got another 2 shouts, like in terms of players.
Yeah, Johnny, you haven't finished as well. Yeah, so
no, it's all good. Like I've got elephant brain in it, so I always remember. We can always divert because this is what I love about this space, like this conversation. But I always remember it, whereas other people will forget. And it happened to me before, but I've trained my brain in it. It's different. Unlike Arteta, who needs to train his brain to fucking win trophies and stop doing fuckery. Stop doing that. But it is what it is. I digress on that point. I think a Kefren Turam, I wouldn't be surprised if he went to Villa. And I'll tell you why. Because it wouldn't cost Villa as much as and in that midfield, yes, they got Tielemans. You know,
I take him to replace fucking Odegaard tomorrow.
Oh, in a heartbeat. I take Kefren Turam. Like we brought Norgard in, hardly used him. But if we got a Kefren Turam, who is an upgrade on Norgard, and even though Norgard's done pretty well considering the lack of minutes
for 30 minutes,
yeah, exactly, yeah. But
sensible signing, guys.
Sensible signing, guys. Yeah, but what he's been doing, like when it comes down to it, Zubimendi has cost us a lot of points. Yeah. Gabriel has, and then other players as well.
No. You're 100% correct. Zubimendi. So who I've liked the signing, but I just think he's played too many minutes anyway because of that Thomas Partey fuck up last year that made us get no guard and everything. But
wrong position too. Wrong position.
Yeah. Johnny and Nat, I was going to ask you, if Aston Villa don't get top 4, do you reckon we can do something cheeky on Tielemans or Boubacar Kamara?
We should. We should. I rate the both of them. Hell, I'll be honest with you. I rate Villa's midfield very highly.
A lot.
I think, in my personal opinion, I'll be honest with you. I like Boubacar Kamara a lot, but I do like that. Onana. He's bad.
I wanted him at Arsenal.
I don't know. So I like Onana. You guys are gonna kill me. I prefer Kamara's profile. Maybe just because I think Kamara suits Tielemans more. Maybe that's why. Yeah, but I think
Kamara is better. Kamara is better on the ball for more forward mentality. Yes, Onana is more of the controller of the game.
Yes,
because it's basically what Rice should be for us. Onana does. He does it better. And what we need. This is why I wanted him to back. Look, I think Rice is a good player, but what we actually need to go to the next level, Onana does it a lot more. He does it a lot more for us. And one more player. I thought of one more player. And I have to say, Johnny, I'm sorry. He plays for your lot, Anguissa, innit? I would love him at Arsenal. I would absolutely. But do I think it would happen?
Nah, he's too old now. Anguissa should have made the move after we won the first. Scudetto if he was going to come back.
To be honest, he should have made it earlier. I hear that. But even now, bro, if you look at the crap that we see in the Premier League, especially when it comes to midfield, he would slot in at any team. So I don't know a specific team that would actually go in for him, but I'm sure there's a couple.
He'd work with Newcastle.
Johnny,
he'd be better than.
That's a great shout. That's a great shout. Yeah.
Who's that bum? Brazilian. Who's the Brazilian big muscle man?
Joelinton.
Yeah, Joelinton's a bum.
Awful.
Joelinton's a bum, in my personal opinion. I think
Johnny, as a Napoleon.
He's just.
I'm a British Nigerian. What do you think of our goat, Osihmen?
I actually did a whole thing at the beginning of this about this.
I'll rewatch it when I hear
the interview. Listen, this is my opinion. I think Osihmen. First of all, I rate Osihmen very highly. I think Osimen's one of the best strikers in the world, in my opinion. I think Osihmen. The thing that people get misconstrued about Osihmen, they try to say, "Oh, he misses sitters and all this." Osihmen is a volume shooter. You need to get him 6-7 shots a game. And if you do that properly, you're going to get what you saw at Wolfsburg, at Lille, and at fucking Napoli, where he's going to bag goals.
And now I got a Tassera as well.
And that's the thing. Now, the situation how Napoli handled everything was bullshit. De Laurentiis is a fucking idiot for doing that because there was no reason to force him out of the team. Now, if there was a gentleman's agreement for him to leave, I hear it. But at the same time, Osihmen, you trying to force your way to Juventus, if you didn't think there was going to be pushback from Napoli to send you to Juventus, that's a little far-fetched, especially because you were at Napoli for 4 years. However, it does not nullify that stupid fucking TikTok video where they were doing all the racial shit to Osihmen is not bullshit and was not needed to do that at all. So that's actually how I started this whole stream. Was I was calling my team out because he just did an interview with the Nigerian guy from ESPN, Colin Udo. And he was talking about he finally let loose on everything of what happened. And the beginning of my stream was calling out De Laurentiis and all the bullshit that not been told.
I thought that 2024 summer, the whole him and Chelsea were flirting for the whole. I thought he was going to go. Drogba was saying. Remember, Drogba was even pushing it as well, saying. Carragher in England was just saying that this is what the Premier League needs, another strike on top of Kane and Haaland and everything. So everyone's thinking, he's going Chelsea then. All of a sudden, the deal just collapsed. I was thinking, okay, what have Napoli done here? But then after, I realized Osimhen's agent is not easy to deal with as well. So
the other problem, it was a thing of Osimhen's agent, but the problem was Chelsea was trying to play the cheap game.
Yeah,
Chelsea was trying to do. Chelsea was going to trigger the $100 million release clause at the time after we won the Scudetto. But the problem was that they wanted to do it in 4 installments. They wanted to pay $25 million for 4 years.
Okay.
And Napoli's too small of a club to take a loss like that when you have to look for more players. Because what people fail to realize is Napoli's barely worth 600 million euros. We've rebuilt. We were bankrupt in 2004. De Laurentiis has taken us from bankrupt to winning 7 major titles across 21 years and bringing us up.
He's a legend, yeah.
Correct. Even though he does stupid fucking things and irresponsible fucking things as an owner. But that's the reason why. For me, listen, I wanted Osihmen to come to fucking Arsenal when he said he wanted to leave for Napoli. I was like, please go to Arsenal. You're what we need. Because
100%.
first
The set
of all,
pieces,
I think
what? The set pieces that bring the head in the bit as well.
not only the set pieces, what people don't realize with him, this bullshit of what you're trying to make the striker do as far as defensive work, he's the best in the world at.
Yeah. He's as a presser, 100%, yeah.
The press that Napoli played under Spalletti with him, Vada, and Lozano as the wing, they were one of the best pressing front threes at the time for that season. And that was how he got so many goals, was because his pressing would force turnovers.
Yeah.
Bam, Vara, one touch, cross, right to Osihmen, goal.
How do you, 2 questions on him. How do you think he would have done in the Premier League? And do you still think he will go to the Premier League? Because when he hears interviews, he still thinks he's going to play in England at one point, at some time in his life.
See, so the recent interview with that Udo, he says he wants to go to Juventus.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if he's going to go to the Premier League, it's got to be now, because you're not going to go to Juventus for 2-3 years, become 28, 29, and then come to the Premier League afterwards, because you're going to be in a rude awakening for that.
Yeah.
I think he needs to go to the Premier League now. And if he does, listen, if they could afford him, my personal opinion, go to Villa. If Villa could keep the team together and get Osihmen, Villa's
get rid of Watkins. Get rid of Watkins, yeah.
Listen, Ollie Watkins is the reason why this team is not in a fucking title race.
Yeah, I agree.
If you look at the game when we beat Villa 4-1 at home, that score line doesn't tell the whole story, because the first 50 minutes, Villa was slapping the shit out of us.
Johnny. As soon as Onana went off, half time, that's when we started dominating. When Onana was on the pitch, I was there at the game. He was running through our midfield like no man business. Yeah. If Watkins knew how to finish, we would have been losing 3-0 at halftime. 3-0
at halftime. And it's the same thing. What the funny thing is, I keep saying this. This is why PSR is bullshit.
Oh, it's awful.
And why we got lucky. Trossard, who was our main offensive weapon in the first half of the season, was supposed to be at Villa. If Trossard is the striker in that game for Villa against us, and Onana doesn't go off the pitch, that scoreline is a madness against us. Yeah. It's a madness against us. And that's why it's like with this, to bring it back to Arsenal, we're talking about Arteta. He's the reason why this is even a title race. We should be 12 points clear right now. Even with the fuck-ups, we should be 12 points clear right now.
And this is why I don't think we're going to win it. I'm sorry. This is why I think eventually, because the things with title races, even if the league is poor and everything, you end up just getting caught out, because you're not going to give Guardiola how many excuses. I think Man City going to run now, and I think we're going to have to go to Etihad and win the game, and which Arteta's not going to do. You know, this should tell you what people think of Arteta. Man City players are basically indirectly telling us, Man City fans are like, oh, all we need to do is be 2 or 3 points behind you for that home game, because you're not beating us. That should tell you how much they respect Arteta. They don't respect them at all. Imagine someone saying to you, you need to knock me out before 4 rounds, because from round 5 to round 12, I'm going to kill you. It's
like a boxing match. Who's their little Ukrainian boxer? He just retired.
Oh, Alexander Usyk.
No, not Usyk. He's still there.
Lomachenko.
If you don't knock his little ass out by the 4th, 5th round, and he figures out all your things, you're done for the rest of the fight. Because now
it's the same as what you said, Usyk as well. Look, Anthony Joshua and Fury are top fighters. No one can deny that. Won everything in the game. They knew if you don't knock Usyk out past round 6, forget it.
Yeah,
Joshua is a whole
against him, and then his ass got fucking flattened, didn't it? And that was for an undisputed cruiserweight title. Yeah. Tony Bennett's a good boxer. He's underrated.
He's unbelievable. But like, you're talking about Fury, who was nearly undisputed champion, and Joshua, who's a 2-time heavyweight champion of the world. They're telling you, Joshua's telling you that Usyk, if you don't get past round 6, forget it. Because your endurance goes, then your mentality goes, then all of a sudden you start hitting with wild punches and lazy punches, then he counters you every single time. That's what
he got the nastiest jab.
What happened to what's his face? Canelo, innit? When he fought Bud Crawford, didn't it? Bud Crawford schooled his ass. Absolutely.
Crawford done
it. Get near him.
Crawford's still the best boxer in the fucking world right now.
Yeah.
He's still the baddest man on the fucking planet.
Johnny, sorry to bring it back. That Osihmen to Villa thing, you're right. If they get Champions League for either win the Europa League or 5th place, I can see that happening
I'll
because
give you 2 signings
They are
right
winning
now.
the Europa League. I just have to say they are winning the Europa League.
if they get Tillemans and McGinn back from injury, I agree with you. Yeah,
I think they'll win it regardless because let's be
Ooh,
honest, yeah,
it's-
the Europa League, the quality in the Europa League
it's not great. Yeah,
how it was 5,
Do
10.
not count out Rome. Do not
that's
count
what I
out
was. Yeah,
Rome.
Rome
No,
and Leon.
Rome's
Yeah.
got the best. Rome's got the best defense in Italy this year. Do not.
Roma and Leon. Roma and Leon are tough.
Oh, Leon, yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hendricks on
Yeah.
fire. Hendricks.
But
on
I'll tell you this: if Villa gets top 4, wins the Europa League, and gets the double amount of money, these are 2 signings, and that you can get them both from Galatasaray. You go get Osihmen, and for me personally, you go get that number 10, that Yunus Akgun. That motherfucker is a baller, and he can play out wide. And for me, John McGinn, I love you. He's a quality player, but you're going to be 31 years old. No. Keep him on the bench.
Yeah.
Keep him on the bench rotation.
level to start on a regular basis. But just back to what you were saying, Michael.
But if you got him on the bench, just imagine that team to where you're going to have Onana, Kamara, Tielemans, Rodgers, Atgun, and Osihmen.
Oh yeah,
They're giving people problems. If you move Mings to the bench and you get another, like again, if you go get that kid Mario Gilla from Lazio, they can run. They will run. They will make a run.
I agree with you because I think Cash's improvement this year has been mad. Emery coaching again, and I think Maatson has been good as well. Emery coaching again. Yep. I think Sancho's a free agent this year. Emery, they already said that they're looking to sign him because I think Sancho's done very well under Emery as well. So you're looking at it. But Johnny, remember they wanted Marmoush in January because he wanted that front two. You know, Emery does the front two thing. He wanted Marmoush in January, and Man City said they'll be open to the summer. They don't want to sell anyone now because of bodies, but he wanted Marmoush thing. So they're clearly looking for like a Marmoush Osihmen type front two thing.
Yeah. If they got Marmoush,
Osihmen under Unai Emery for me would do absolute bits. Like look what they did with our strikers. The thing is with Osihmen,
he's trying to say it'll be 25 league goals easily if he's fully fit.
Yeah, the thing is with Osihmen for me, like I think the reason why he's misunderstood is because a lot of people misprofile him. A little bit like on a lower level, I'd say similar to Gyökeres as well in terms of people think like he's a different type of striker. He's not. This is what Victor Osihmen is. Victor Osihmen is like, you'll remember as well, even Michael, of course, like Obafemi Martins. He's like
I'm a Nigerian Brit.
Yeah. He's the taller Obafemi Martins back in the day.
He was a baller, by the way.
To be real, with less tech, but he finds the net a lot more, and especially if you give him the service as well. Like whereas Obafemi Martins, he's more of like he can create something from nothing. And he's got
Osihmen can create from nothing too. Osihmen can create from nothing too.
It's just for me, like, I don't really see him as like the most like technically gifted striker for me personally. I don't think
he's very
he gets the goals, bruv, and he's quick, he's strong, he gets the
Johnny's right.
Rip off the Premier League.
Osihmen would destroy the Premier League.
It's such a lazy argument, but Osimen's very Drogba-like, where Drogba was a very technical player, but it wasn't clean. It wasn't nice to watch.
Correct.
That's what Osihmen is as well.
That's what Osihmen is.
Yeah, that's
Osimen in this league, Osimen bullies this league, man, easily.
I'm not gonna lie. I would take him at Arsenal. Like if we
the dream striker.
If we got Osihmen instead of Gyökeres, I wouldn't be complaining.
We'll be 9 points ahead right now.
Is this manager trying to play him fucking left wing back like he did with the Bamiyang? He did the same shit. That would be only my criticism of the whole thing. It's not that I don't think Osihmen is a good player. Of course he's a good player, and he gets the goals as well to back it in this era. But for me, it doesn't matter who we bring in up front. Under this fucking manager, this clown ass manager, Lego head,
it's just what I said.
The attackers, can he let them be free? Free the shackles. Do you know what I'm saying? He's trying to do that roots kind of bullshit football. Do you know what I'm saying? Where you're trying to shackle us, like, what's your name and all of that fucking bullshit. No. We're free now. We have jobs. We have our own homes. You know, we do whatever we
Johnny,
like.
I've just seen your title. Addressing Osihmen and thing. So who and the Champions League? Who do you not think will win the Champions League, Europa League, and then the Conference League? Who lost that?
Yeah, Johnny, you can start that one off.
Europa League, I still think it's Villa's to lose because
Okay, yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think Lyon are going to win it.
Listen, to be honest with you, as a fan of the old French football and a fan of the old Lyon, I would love to see them win just because it could help out that team immensely.
They should have beaten Man United. Sorry to cut you off, Johnny. They
yeah,
last season. They definitely
Malik Fofana, Shirky, and Mikatauzi that game.
Now, listen, that's another guy that I would look at for Arsenal for left wing is that Malik Fofana because that kid's a fucking baller.
He was so close to joining Everton last summer, but then his agent wanted Everton to agree a deal where he can leave Everton in 2 years because his agent thought Fofana was big in Everton. So he didn't mind going to Everton for a year or two, but then David Moyes then said no. And I'm thinking you should have just had him and Jahan Grealish right now. But yeah.
So what Tone says, I don't think Forest can win it. I think Forest is going to be way too worried about staying up. I think they'll get farther. I think they'll get farther than what people give them credit for. But as a threat, if Forest already has enough problems scoring goals, Chris Wood is not going to go up against Indica and Mancini in that back line of Rome like that. I just don't.
Guys, Johnny, I don't think they'll win it, but the Turan, good shout. Can you name me a midfield pivot that's better than Anderson and Sangare in that competition? If there isn't, Sangare is unbelievable.
I don't know. I don't know because Rome's midfield is pretty damn good.
Even Aston Villa's midfield as well, they're fully fit as well.
Yeah. Aston Villa, Rome. Who's the other? There's one other team in there that I forget that's in there.
Because I'm sorry, the way they toyed with I watched the game. The way they toyed with Fenerbahce at their ground last week, 3-0 at their ground last week. That was not normal. If they had, but you're right. If they had better forwards, I don't rate Hudson-Odoi at all, and Igor Jesus. If they had better forwards, that would have been 5 or 6-0.
Yeah.
I think for me, when it comes to Champions League, we did a show. It was actually on my channel, wasn't it? The 100 sub celebration.
Oh, okay. I didn't know, bro. Yeah, sorry.
Big up Johnny for being on that, and there'll be more to follow as well. But like,
give me a shout. I'll definitely jump.
No, 100%. Yeah, both you guys. Yeah, you're always welcome. Like I initially said Barca, but I'm actually going to change my mind because Barca are leaking way too.
Brother, that highlight.
They're not scoring enough goals to compensate rather for their leaky defense. I'm going with Bayern, and the fact that they've got Carl, they've got Musiala coming back. Do you know what I'm saying?
Firepower, yeah.
It's obviously Harry Kane.
I feel like we're Bayern.
I think Bayern to lose in the Champions League. I've already said with Europa League it's Villa, and for Conference League, just very quickly, I could see Palace doing it, but I think I'm going to go with Fiorentina. I'm looking. I just had a look at the table just to see. Like I'm not too sure when it comes to the Conference League, but if it's not Palace, I just have a sneaky feeling it's Fiorentina. And they were in the Conference League final against what's his face, West Ham a few years ago as well.
Yeah,
so they'll be looking to.
The thing with Fiorentina is they're in the same boat as Forest. Is that they got to worry about staying up in the City Opera. So I don't know if Fiorentina, but you know what? Here's the thing. Again, you never know. There's always those teams that are having a shit season in the league, but magically figure out how to do it in Europe. So you never know. So I could hear Fiorentina to a certain degree, and same thing with Palace. Champions League for me, I think it's wide open this year.
I agree, Johnny.
For me, I don't see it being far fetched that Liverpool find a way to win.
Johnny.
Same with even though everyone's talking about the madness that's going on in La Liga. We've seen it how many times in the run that they had where Real Madrid was not the team in La Liga, but because of the heritage,
they Benfica in it. Like, do you know what I'm saying? They're definitely getting through.
Everyone's saying Bayern Munich and Arsenal, and I'm like Arsenal not winning it. First of all, I'll just say this now: Arsenal not winning it under Arteta. So let's not forget that one. We'll get to acute semis, and we'll get beaten up as we did last year. Bayern, I'm just like with Bayern. You watch their games; they're always conceding first as well. If that happens against a Real Madrid, PSG, or even an Arsenal, or even a Man City, Liverpool, it's not going to be easy to come back.
This is a shout. Since the Lookman signing, I don't know, man. Simeone might be going out with a bang this year with Atletico. Atletico's front four is dangerous.
Unpopular opinion, though, Simeone's Champions League record since the final in 2016 has been awful. He hasn't even hit a semi-final. But Johnny's right, though. People are sleeping on Liverpool. Teams that have heritage in this competition that can see things out. I can see Liverpool defending their way to the final. I can see it.
Yep. I think it's between. I'm not going to rule Barcelona out just yet, even though the high line is very suspect. Yes, I know Atletico's defense is below par. The problem is they're scoring crazy amount of fucking goals right now.
There's no score for Alvarez as well. Yeah, it's just
Ademola Lookman has made massive difference.
Another guy we should have signed. 35 million fucking
100%.
euros. Fucking
and then we got fucking Noddy, bro. Noddy Madueke with his clown shoes and car and all of that.
For 52.5 million pounds is a disgrace. I swear, I think Chelsea's running blackmail on somebody in the boardroom level.
Oh, 100%. I've been saying this shit. It doesn't happen.
We're like cleaning cash for them motherfuckers the way we bought.
It's money laundering 101.
Don't be surprised if Pedro Neto's next. Pedro Neto's next for Arsenal. Don't be surprised because, I agree, Johnny. I think we've got to deal with Chelsea where we've got to take one of their wingers every 2-3 years. So
yeah. But
why don't we get any of their best players? Why don't we get a Cole Palmer? I know he's not been.
Give me Esteban.
I'm not a believer in him just yet. I'm not a believer in him.
Yeah, he's young. He's exciting. He's more exciting than young. I think the real one is that one of them.
That's the one that I don't want to get. If we fucking get Garnachas,
no. The one that Bournemouth is the one.
If we get Garnacho, I may have to take a year off of watching Arsenal. If I'm being honest with you.
I've got rugby in it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, even though he's doing shit, but like, I'll just get that. I'll just do other shit. You know
Bama's classic. Bully has Arteta nudes. Maybe.
Back in the day when had Wenger nudes in it. Like, it was the Wenger nudes, and now
I honestly could see Liverpool, Madrid. I could still see Bayern. Those three. Maybe Barca and Atletico get thrown in. My thing with Arsenal is this, and I've said this for time. Arsenal, I look at the same way as how it was with Chelsea and City. You got to develop that winning mentality and constantly win trophies before you get over the hump to win your first Champions League. So,
what are we saying about Pep final hurrah? He's more than capable of doing it. A second Champions League for Man City.
I was going to say I would throw City in there too.
With the way they're defending now with Gurley as well. And Donnarumma. Donnarumma, they got the Mr. Champions League in goal now. Donnarumma as well. I just feel like,
And Haaland's doing bits. Like
it's the firepower. The firepower.
And if you get everybody back healthy.
Imagine Doku, Shaki, Semenyo, Haaland. Then Rodri's sitting with O'Reilly now. And then Diaz, Gurley, Nunes, and what's his name? Aïnouri, who's playing by the Donnarumma in goal. Donnaruma's got the same aura as Courtois, just 6'5", huge. You know you're not beating him. I just thought, I wouldn't write Man City.
I wouldn't write Man City off, but I think City is going to be more focused
on the league and the Carabao,
on the league and the League Cup. I think they're going to be more. I think they're going to be more.
That's the way I'm seeing it.
What you think, sorry?
I'm saying if whoever wins the Carabao Cup, whoever wins the League Cup, I think wins the league because we could technically.
So indirectly, you just told me that Man City will win that game because Arsenal not winning no league title under Arteta. So
I don't see.
Thank you for telling me. I watch something different that day.
Like, nah. And to be honest, the fact that we got to the semis of the Champions League, like I was like, I couldn't believe it as well. But what do our fans do? We get super duper gas because we beat Real Madrid in the quarterfinals. Do not be surprised if we get knocked out in the quarterfinals. If I don't know, I don't think we're in the same tree.
No, they got to redraw. We could end up on the side with Real Madrid.
No. Do you know what? If that's the case, where redraw and all of that. If we're on the same side of Bodo, I don't want to face Bodo Glimt. I don't fucking care. I know Inter's not been great like recently or whatever.
I've got a weird feeling City draw Bodo on Friday.
To Inter, bruv. I do not want that. They already beat City as well. Do you know what I'm saying?
I've got a weird feeling City will draw Bodo and then Madrid will draw Sporting Lisbon because they're on the same thing.
I just want Spurs out of the tournament. Do you know what I'm saying? I want them relegated.
I would love nothing more. I would love to see Spurs go up against either this Galatasaray team or Atletico. I want
them to play Bodo.
I think Spurs get Atletico and I think Liverpool get Galatasaray.
Revenge.
Galatasaray is going to be a tricky out for some of these teams, though. I'm going to tell you that right now. If Spurs get Galatasaray is going to mop the floor with them.
Galatasaray will whoop them. They'll whoop them. Absolutely whoop them.
And if Atletico gets Spurs, bet the over on both games. Bet the over on both games.
What do you think of Atletico Liverpool?
Again, another 7-1. Do you know what I'm saying? A 7-8, 9-1. Do you know what I'm saying? Not even just on that.
Yeah.
I would love it. I would love it.
Johnny, what do you think of Atletico Liverpool?
Atleti beat them in the knockout stages like not too long ago.
Adrian mistake, wasn't it? Yeah.
3-1 at Anfield.
Morente came off the bench and scored the 2 goals.
Cunha was at Atleti at the time as well. He came on, he done bits, and the rest is history. And that was at Man United. Another one who I wanted at Arsenal as well, by the way, who was linked.
Honestly, I think it depends on the form because Atletico's been spotty in the league lately.
Yeah.
For some reason, they're playing well in Europe, so I don't know. I think Liverpool could beat Atletico, but again, maybe Galatasaray has or Bodo Glimt is going to be the Cinderella story that we always see in the Champions League or smaller. I just think that front four of Galatasaray is going to be a problem for both Spurs and Liverpool's back line. If your back line doesn't show up against Galatasaray, you're going to have a problem. I mean, here, Osihmen was the main orchestrator when Napoli smoked Liverpool 4-1 in the Champions League when we got them. If you get who's the other center back if Konate's off his game against Osihmen with the likes of that Badish Yilmaz, that Yunus Akon, and the way Noah Long's playing with them right now, Galatasaray give all the smoke that Liverpool's
because they played in the league format this year. Galatasaray won 1-0 penalty. Remember, they beat Liverpool. But if you look at the game, Osihmen played well, but Konate handled him. Konate is very good at the one-on-one when he's on. Johnny's right. When Konate's on it, he's unbelievable. Yeah. We've seen him Mark Vinicius out of the game before, but Konate needs to be with him. What is it, sorry?
The problem with him is he's inconsistent. He'll have 3 games.
You don't know if he's 9 out of 10 or 3 out of 10. That's what
exactly. He'll have 3 in 10 games. He'll have 3 games where he looks world class, and have 7 games where he's shit.
Yeah, it's true.
But that's kind of why I don't think Liverpool. It's not that they don't have a chance. They've got the heritage and all of that.
Heritage, man.
But for me, under Arne Slot. Like Arne Slot's been found out way too much, and even last season, where they won the league, they got beat by PSG. I know that PSG game was won on penalties. They beat Arsenal at Sevilla Company and Inter Milan 5-0. They won on penalties, and the second leg, everyone talks about PSG battering them in the first leg, which they did. Alisson was amazing. The second leg, Liverpool had 2 disallowed goals at Anfield. Everyone forgets that literally, and I just feel like. If you hear Slot's interviews as well, there's one thing Arsenal need to develop. Gianni's right. We don't have this mentality. Slot has been alluding to this Champions League run for a while now. Look at all his interviews. Is that, Champions League's come back. Liverpool, there's expectation in Liverpool to get to a final at least because of how poor they've been in the league. And I look at Ekatike Verts. Isak is back, by the way. Isak's been training. He'll be back by mid-March as well. Isak's quality. I've always rated Isak. I like his class. The thing is with the Isak for me, like once he gets his goals, that adds to his technical ability. He's next level. Whereas, like for me, and I have to be real, a lot of people probably won't like this, but with Osihmen, I think it's kind of the opposite in terms of he's raw. He's still very raw. Yeah. Like he'll get a lot more goals.
No. I agree with you. Like Isak and Ekatike,
he's not as technically compared to Isak and
no.
Yeah. As well.
You know what Osihmen has over Isak though is Osimen's got that fuck you mentality. Isak to me,
he's from Nigeria, man. He doesn't care.
He has that, exactly.
Isak he would run on the roads in Lagos with slippers, literally chasing people. Osihmen don't care. Osihmen has that. Are you going to stab me? Let's go. That's what he has.
Yeah, Isak to me sometimes, like even when he was at Newcastle, he tried to make it look too pretty. He tried to make it look too pretty. He tried to pass the ball in the back of the net or walk it past the goalie too many times for my liking. Osihmen, I don't give a fuck. Give me the chance. I'm gonna smoke that thing into the net. That's why I like Osihmen a little bit more than Isak for me. But I'm also I'm being biased because he played for my team too. And
I would love to see Osihmen.
But I think if Liverpool get Atletico, I think they can get Atletico. I think it's a dicier game for Liverpool if they get Galatasaray. I just got a feeling that this Galatasaray team could be like a Cinderella story, like that Ajax team
from a semi at least.
Yeah, I think they could get to a quarterfinal and cause them.
Okay, so not Gianni, because I'm going to head off soon. Sorry, guys, because
yeah, well, I'm going to go soon too.
I've got to wake up in like 4 hours for my meeting. But tomorrow, Champions League final, which 2 teams? I know the draw is coming on Friday, but if you just have to say which 2 teams.
I think Bayern will make it in the end, and I want to say Barca because I know it's going to be an unbelievable game. But
Do you want to see another 5-0? You want to see another 5-0 fight?
Look, I don't trust their defense. Like, look, if we get another 5-0, I'm calm with that. But at the same, I just want to see a great Champions League final because I know we're not going to be in it. Do you know what I'm saying? We don't have the mentality, like you were saying, Micah. Gianni, I know your thoughts as well already, but you're absolutely right. We don't have the mentality to get to where we need to be. I don't see us even getting into a semi-final, especially if we're on the wrong side of the draw. Like, we come up against even like a Bodo Glimt in the quarterfinal. Do you remember what Unai Emery did as an example with Villarreal, innit?
Where they got Bayern, and others were Bayern, yeah.
They beat Juve, they beat Bayern Munich.
They lost.
They were 20 minutes away from knocking out Liverpool until they.
I think Bodo's going to be similar. I don't think they'll get to the semis, but it wouldn't surprise me. I think they should at least get to the quarterfinals because that team is not the same team we saw last season that Tottenham beat. Do you know what I'm saying?
I think the only problem with Bodo is if they get a Man City, I think Man City beat them. I can't lie. I just think Man City just beat them. Like they'll draw at Bodo, take them back to the Etihad, and I just think it'll be a bloodbath. Where Haaland and them.
I think they'll beat them, but I don't think it will be as conclusive. Do you know what I'm saying? I think
Champions League record. He always scores a hat trick every. So I just feel like, yeah. But I get you. If they get a favourable draw, I can see Bodo going a long way. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I do agree with that. Yeah.
I think depending on the draw, will be key. If City. Let's say City and Liverpool end up on the same side with
I agree. I think one limit.
If City and Liverpool end up on the same here, it all depends on this. If Arsenal get the weaker side of the draw, they get the draw that Bodo Glint's on, but at the same time, City and Liverpool get the same side. I don't think Arsenal can make it to the final because Arsenal historically is dog shit against other English teams in the Champions League.
Awful. Remember the Man United game, Ronaldo. And remember the Liverpool game, Torres as well.
Yep.
Chelsea, bro. Chelsea.
Oh, yeah.
Wayne Bridge.
Oh, no.
That's what started. That's what
started on that motherfucker. Honestly, I'm going to go with a Hollywood final. I'm going to say, depending on if it goes the way I think it'll go with the draw and everything, I think we get Real Madrid and Bayern in the final.
But we know what happens then. Real Madrid win. They always win the finals. Real Madrid win. But then it's that. But guys, I don't know about you guys. I just don't trust company. No offense. Like, I just don't trust company to win the Champions League. To win the Bundesliga, yeah. But to orchestrate a defense as well, everything's attack. Because look, if Bayern play against PSG or Man City where the attack is, Bayern's got the best attack, but Man City and PSG's attack are very good as well. But Bayern's defense is not great, and that's the reason why we beat them as well. I just don't trust company to maneuver.
It all depends on that kid, the defensive midfielder that they got.
Is it Pavlovic?
Pavlovic. Pavlovic. It all depends. If Pavlovic shows up and he's on his A game, they got a shot.
But there's like Upamecano and Tar as well. I'm just like, Johnny, the problem is more like the manager behind it is an attacking manager. He's not a defensive. Company's not a defensive manager. So I don't know. I think Bayern get to semi-finals and they get trounced, but not trounced. I think they get beaten by like a heritage team like a Liverpool Madrid. I see it already.
It could be. Listen, I wouldn't be shocked if we saw another Liverpool and Real Madrid final as well. I would not be shocked if we saw another Real Madrid Liverpool.
We seen a Salah goodbye, another Champions League victory.
Nah, they ain't beating Madrid. We know what happens. We know what happens. Real Madrid. If Real Madrid make it to a final, you know what happens.
No, I agree with Johnny. Slot's record against Liverpool is not like Klopp. Slot's record against Madrid is 2-0, right? Okay. Yeah, he beat him this year and beat him last year.
Yes.
Yeah, and it should be 3-0 this year. So Bosnia missed 2 stupid chances as well.
Yeah.
That was Vert's first very, very good game. Very, very good player. Yeah.
We're gonna wrap. Micah, appreciate you hopping on, my guy.
I'll see you in 8 months' time. I'm joking.
No. Stay. like I said, man, I always let people hop on to get their say on the show all the time, bro. So
Johnny, don't mind me asking, where are you based in America?
Chicago.
I don't know why I always thought you were in New York. Because I go to New York for
everybody thinks that because of the accent.
Yeah, that's why I think. But well, where I work, we don't have an office in Chicago. It's always just Memphis, Philadelphia, and then New York. So I always go to them 3 places a lot. But New York, if I go to New York, I do the extra 2-3 days because I want to go clubbing, go see American women.
We're better than New York.
Yeah. Go see. I'll go see some Chicago females as well because they love the British accent. So
yes, they do.
Natster, you want to shout out your channel before we bounce, bro?
Yeah, big up. Always a pleasure, never a chore, as I say. Nice to meet you as well, Mark. I've been an absolute. Do you know what I'm saying? Natster Official on Insta and on YouTube. Same handle, so it should be easy enough to find. I will definitely do a match reaction for the Chelsea game. I'll probably do a preview before that as well, so look out for that. I might even do a cheeky upload maybe tomorrow or Thursday, depending either way. Might even be like because I do like rugby content as well. I've been covering like Six Nations. I was covering the British and Irish Lions tour to well, it was Australia last year. Yeah. So and like England are doing horrific. We've got Italy coming up on the 7th. I'm not confident. You know, Italy have never beaten England in rugby. That's how mad it is, and it could probably happen. I've envisioned it. What
do you think of Mario Togi?
Fair play. I'll be the first. Johnny, I will message you if that happens. I will message you. You will expect to message.
If that happens, the island might start sinking, brother.
Oh no, the island is going to sink, bro. Like Bummy Borthwick is the same as Arteta for me. They gotta go. They're fucking dog shit, bro. They're dog shit. Same with Scrubgate, but yeah. I'll have some kind of video like up this week or whatever. But definitely the match reaction for Chelsea. And yeah, I've had a lot of great times on here as well. This is can't remember how many times I've been on here, but it's been more than a few times. Obviously, the go check out the Who'd You Pay to See? Me and Gianni.
I gotta get you on for that.
Baller after baller after baller. Do you know what I'm saying?
Okay. Make sure you subscribe.
So yeah, make sure you subscribe to Gianni and like, hit the notification bell. Do the same with mine. Micah, do you have a channel as well?
No channel yet. I may start something this summer if I've got time. I think it's time for me to start jumping on the YouTube scene and just taking over the world with my negativity apparently. But yeah, Johnny is a very pessimist.
So what I do is I have a show. So obviously I'll do weekly shows where I'll cover what's going on. But I do a show. It's called Who You Would Pay to See. What 11 would you put together to pay to see? Ooh. And it's all about. It's not just talking about the greats because we all know who the greats are. But
is that the underrated ones or the forgotten ones?
Yeah. Underrated.
Like Abu Dhabi would be like a good one, or Haleb, Alexandra Haleb, for example. Yeah.
So funny story, real quick. I did one with Rashid. And Rashid and me, I did mostly a lot of the Streets Will Not Forget French players.
Okay, yes.
And my team, I had, if you remember, I had Mathieu Valbuena. I had Johan Gurkov. Ooh. I had
Ben Arfa.
Ben Arfa was on my bench. I had, do you remember Yassine Brahimi, the Algerian winger? And then I also had Jeremy Menez. So, so we're, you know, the thing is that a lot, it's more of like a thing to not only allow everybody to speak what they like and what they want to talk about with football, but it's also to bring up that this brand of football that we're watching nowadays is nowhere near as good as what we used to watch. And we need everything that we can to try to get back to the old days where players can emphasize on the game and it's not all just down to these bullshit tactics. To where
if you guys, just before I jump off, if you guys have time, watch the Man United Chelsea Champions League final 2008. Just look at the players on each team, just to show you how far football's fallen off. Yeah, so that's what I've got to say, guys. Guys, I need to jump because I got a meeting at 9 in the morning that I'm bleeding.
Peace. We're out, guys. Have a good night, everybody.
Big up.